to knock some teams out of here. Welcome to the Overwatch League Spring Stage 8-pack knockouts, where 12 teams will compete for 2 spots at the Mid-Season Madness.
Oh yeah, Lemon, we are going to have to make our way through 2 separate double elimination brackets to try and figure out who's going to Mid-Season Madness, which is taking place in South Korea. We're going to contact Goyang in order to make sure that it's going to be a big old LAN party for Mid-Season Madness. And we've got ourselves 6 contenders teams alongside our 6 OWL teams, separated into 2 groups of 3 and 3 each. Everyone's going to have a double elimination bracket, and whoever wins each of those groups is going to be going to represent at LAN.
Yeah, set your alarm clocks or be with us during your work day. I don't know where y'all live, because for the next 3 weeks, we're going to have matches on every weekend. And this is a double elimination bracket. So today, this is the very first day. We got a jam-packed day full of matches too, 4 of them. And everything, first to 3, first to 4 finals. And this is a losers pick maps as well format, which is great.
Yeah, we've, for too long, Lemon, the tyranny of a map set has reigned over the East. Now we can finally try and draw ourselves into closer games by having teams pick either towards their own strengths or the opponent's weaknesses in the loser pick metas. And of course, this entire bracket is kind of the fever dream of every armchair scientist and predictor that is available for Overwatch League East, and that we have our contenders teams going head-to-head with OWL teams. This is almost unprecedented in Overwatch League history. We've always had a firm separation between church and state that was contenders and Overwatch League, but now in the East we're finally intermingling, and we're seeing who truly could be stronger. We've seen teams like British Hurricane go from dominating contenders to flopping in Overwatch League, but on the other side of the coin, we've had the not quite OWL level Runaway come in and dominate as the Vancouver Titans back in 2019, so this is far from a clear-cut distinction of skill.
Yeah, it's important to represent yourselves well. We had the clash of regions in the APAC Open, where the contenders teams were battling it out. Who was better? Korea, APAC, Australia, and only 6 contenders teams made it out of that. And speaking of who's making it out of knockouts, there's only 2 knockout spots for APAC to join, I believe, 4 Western teams for the $1 million Mid-Season Madness tournament that's going down mid-June. So the winner of each bracket, because there's 2 brackets set up here, the winner of each bracket will get a knockout spot. And you got 3 Overwatch League teams and 3 contenders teams per bracket, so the competition is tight.
Yeah, it's going to be all or nothing for so many of these teams. Of course, with double elimination brackets, everyone gets their second chance, but it's very, very hard for some of our teams. Recent news, of course, Seoul Dynasty Prophet is taking some time out to recuperate and recover. I'm wearing the Golden Tigers today in the honor of the GOAT, but how is Seoul Dynasty going to do with standing in Seonjun, who's come in on short notice for the team? Is he going to be able to stand up against the contenders teams they're up against? And it visits some pride on the line for our teams who are going up against some of the top contenders teams that have come out of the Opens. We're going to be able to move over now to our overview and have a look. Look at the OWL teams that are engaged in this, Lemon. It's all of them.
All of them. We tried so hard to not let them all through, but, you know, the gates just got bursted down and all of them made it in. But in terms of the seeding, it was actually quite interesting to see how everyone duked it out. Guangzhou Charge comes in as your #1 seed. That was fun to see. They did drop, I believe, a series to Seoul Inferno, who are right on their tail and only down by 1 map differential. So Seoul and Guangzhou Charge have just been owning the league. And here are your contenders teams representatives. A lot of Korea.
A lot of Korea. The only non-Korean team that made it through was Rhodes, the #1 seed out of APAC. And for a while, it was a little bit here and there, as you can remember from what Lemon just ran us through from memory. She's very impressive. Guangzhou Charge #1 and Seoul Inferno #2. But honestly, Seoul Inferno might be pretty happy with the fact that they got 2nd seed, because Guangzhou Charge have to beat Hangzhou Spark again in their own bracket in Group A. We've got the Zhou down bracket, whereas Seoul Inferno, while they do have to deal with O2 Blast, they are going to have a fairly easier opponent, some might say, in the Dallas Fuel, who at the moment are still yearning for that Junker Queen patch to come through, but that's not going to be till after Mid-Season Madness.
Well, there's your Zhou down bracket, Guangzhou and Hangzhou on the opposite sides, but if you are betting on the OWL teams, beating Seoul Dynasty, Rhodes, Dreamers, and Poker Face, and we could see the Showdown in that winners final. Gonna be interesting. I think the big conversation is around Guangzhou and Seoul Inferno, who are on opposite sides of the bracket due to being first and second seed. And Seoul Infernal have only lost to Seoul Dynasty in their very first match in a Game 5 and haven't lost since. Seoul Inferno are on this win streak. And Seoul Dynasty, like you said, readjusted their roster, and we'll see if that will help or hinder them as we look at the Group B bracket, which will be going down in the second half of today.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty, after that initial win against Seoul Infernal, it was unfortunately all downhill from there. But Dynasty started off very strong and then slipped from their throne and is currently having a little bit of a lie down on the throne room floor while the Vizier tries to kick them a little bit and wake them up. It's been ignominious for this team. Still, the Dallas Fuel, there's a lot to be proven there. They're starting to look a little bit stronger in the tail end of our qualifiers that we did see. So perhaps there's room yet for Dallas Fuel to grow into the championship roster that technically they are. At least 3 members are coming through. Here's a quick look at your matchups from today. Group A is going to be coming up first, then Group B afterwards. I believe this is probably going to be the order of a broadcast all the way through our 3 weekends, Lemon.
Yeah, we're going through the first matches, of course, and then the bye matches where the Owl teams are sitting. And there's a lot of hype, especially behind Poker Face and O2 Blast being the #1 seeds coming out of Korea. But I feel like SPG and Dreamers have made a good argument as to being those dark horses coming out of Korea. Even Dreamers pushing SPG to the brink of defeat. And Shanghai, we'll see how they're going to fare against one of the better teams out of Korea, Korean contenders.
Yeah, I think everyone's definitely looking forward to, as an audience, the Owl versus Contenders teams the most. It's definitely going to be some of the most interesting matchups to see where the levels truly are, especially for Seoul Dynasty and Shanghai, who have looked certainly like Overwatch teams in the last few weeks. Here's a good look at our Dreamers roster. Of course, the eponymous main tank sits within the middle, but don't be surprised to see Dreamer potentially flex over to support on maps like New Queen Street. This guy can do it all. He's not just a leader, he is a flex as well.
And the whole team, in case you missed the APAC Open, is such a beautiful story. They named this team Dreamers after the main guy, Dreamer, because this is kind of their last attempt to try to make Overwatch League. And what a better way than to go and face Overwatch League teams. And whether you get to take their spot at playoffs or the mid-season madness, that's always a potential. But proving yourself worthy enough to maybe be signed to an Overwatch League team. If you can't beat, join them kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, we do have some former members of Overwatch League here, and Easyhan and Dreamer. Easyhan was part of last year's ill-fated LA Valiant roster, but was often a bright spark upon them. Poker Face is our other team that's coming through here. Our #2 seed coming out of the APAC Opens, and this is going to be quite a few familiar names. Muse, of course, from the LA Gladiators last year. Finale, I believe, played on the Boston Uprising for a little bit. It might have just been Uprising Academy, but still.
And Toronto
everyone.
as well.
Oh, yes. Toronto as well. I tried to forget, Lemon. I tried to forget.
Valentine, Boston, the V Squad, Victoria Valentine. I missed that duo from Boston. Yeah, this is kind of a big Owl retirement home to have Muse Finale from Toronto, Valentine from Boston, Aztec, who was on Vancouver Titans. And what's interesting is Aiden and Simple, who were on Korean Typhoon. This was the Contenders roster that got signed to Poker Face after some good finishes in the WDG Open. And this is a very solid duo. Yes, they have Contenders experience and no Owl experience, but they've come top 4, top 8 in the Contenders region, have very high ceilings, very reliable players.
Yeah, Simple is someone with a lot of hype around them as a flex support, certainly mechanical guard. Today going to be going up against Misin, although a couple of rotations that we can see in the support line of Dreamers, with Dreamer occasionally coming in to play the second flex support in maps that do require it. Pokerface as our higher seed coming into this, being a higher ranked seed out of the Opens. We get to pick our first map, and it's going to be Oasis as we head over to Control.
Yeah, Dreamers are coming in as the second seed for Group A Open, Poker Face as first seed of Group B Open. So the first map is picked by the better seed, being Poker Face. And Oasis can be everything from dive to rush, depending on if you roll University first. And Dreamers, they like their Reinhardt. When Dreamer's in the lineup, he's usually maining and almost majority playing the Reinhardt. Sometimes they tried him on the Winston because Liga is less comfortable on that. So there was some experimentation in the tank lineup for Dreamers, but when Liga is in, it's D.Va. When Dreamer is in, it's usually Reinhardt.
Yeah, Dreamer's certainly a lot more orientated towards those classical main tanks like the Reinhardt that you mentioned before. Of course, on LA Valiant before, Dreamer was splitting time with Gig on the Reinhardt, so had to keep a far more aggressive pace in order to keep up with his counterpart in that role. Let's head into Map Lemon, and we're going to kick off the Overwatch League East knockouts. While no one's going to be leaving the bracket for good here, you definitely want to start off going towards that upper bracket so you can face off against some of the more experienced OWL teams. And like you said, the Streamer on the right.
And he's got big smiles coming out the gates for Dreamers, who have one thing in mind and one goal, and it's to get past Poker Face, one of the titans of the region. And you talk about O2 Blast, but Poker Face actually had a similar record from Korea. This is the team you gotta respect with the experience that they have. Muse will be on the Ramatra. This is to beat down the shield of the Dreamer. He's taking damage from all sides. Arrow has an off angle on Coast. He gets pushed by EasyHan, who jumps up as Arrow was going for mini pack. So good awareness from EasyHan. 5v4. Dreamer notices that advantage and pushes into Poker Face. Good wall from Finale to protect themselves. But as that broke down, Spectre found the headshot, and Dreamers take a flawless first fight.
Yeah, Muse using that Nemesis form early to try and get some poke through Dreamer's shield meant that EasyHan was a little bit unprotected on her side, or rather, Arrow was unprotected on her side. Dreamer manages to get a fire strike through, reducing their health to half, and then it's easy for EasyHan and Donghun to hop up there and get the finish on the stricken Sojourn. Now Arrow, unable to find too much purchase with the first railgun. It's an early window.
Cheeky first Amp Matrix from Neeson. And Dreamer could use a bit of healing. Good immortality just in case. Spectre drops the Blizzard. Saw the threat of Muse maybe having Annihilation. And I like that call from Spectre. You give up your life, but if you ult track that Muse may have Annihilation, to shut that down early is a big stop for Dreamers.
Annihilation, usually an absolutely team fight winning ultimate, but remember, Dreamers here have two countermeasures, both in Spectre's wall and Dreamer's shield. That can block the LOS of the Tendrils and end that ultimate early. If Dreamers manage their resources well here, Muse might not get any value out of this ultimate.
Amp Matrix right at the gates for Poker Face. Not sure if Finale's wall there won't have that available. Muse ready for the Annihilation. Sees the Maywall from Spectra. The backline exposed of Dreamers. Soundbeer from Donghoon doesn't hit Spectra, but the rest of the team seem fine. Through the Soundbeer, Dreamers thrive through the wave of ultimates. All four coming out of Poker Face as Dreamers will have somehow Aiden and Arrow are killing people in the backline. So I thought Dreamers had won that fight 3-4, and Poker Face turned it around.
Absolutely should have been Dreamer's fight, but Finale puts down the Blizzard in that tiny room where everyone was sheltering away from Muse and the Annihilation, and because everyone was so grouped up, they could be easily frozen quickly by Finale using the endothermic blaster to beam through all of them and get those quick freezes. Then it's headshots galore for the follow-up of the main Velucio, allowing Poker Face to turn it. Now you have to contend with Arrow, and the Overclock already has a railgun here, but misses EasyHan and leaves yet another person for Dreamers to try and counter this with. Remember, Dreamer has a slam.
And Poker Face are spreading so well to not get all affected by the shatter. Dreamer is so greedy, charges into Arrow, to not want to keep taking damage, but Dreamer should have focused on the tank duel against Muse, but Arrow is clearly a threat on the field. Great overclock as Poker Face still trying to close the gap in the score.
Once again, might come down to a Blizzard here. Rescue to fight for Poker Face before. Now Spectra can try and do the same for Dreamers. Remember that Dreamers do need to be economical here. It's not one fight territory. If they do win one, they're going to have to win another thereafter if Poker Face decides to try and save some ultimates. But time still ticks up in favor of our higher seed contenders team. Here in Finale's almost reached Spectra's ult charge as well at 87%.
Spectra has Blizzard. You start with the Dreamer Shatter. It only hits Muse. Simple brings out the immortality. Spectra with the Blizzard. Second, Poker Face used Sound Barrier in time. Aiden went for a big risk as Finale dropped the Blizzard in counter to stop the follow-up of Dreamers. And as they're all locked up, Poker Face thrive in these high-stress environments and have overtaken the score of Dreamers.
Dreamer only grabbing one in Muse with that Earth Shatter. It was simple for Simple to just put down the Immortality field and protect the only person who was taken on down. Finale swaps over now onto the Sombra instead.
We can touch? Okay, Spectre got there at the last second. recall. Dreamers have to face the pressure of an Amp Matrix. Dreamers can't even punch in. He's been overwhelmed. A sound barrier from Donghoon hits at least 2 or 3 of Dreamers, but they're getting staggered. They can't seem to find a safe lane to push into, despite Dreamers having such a commanding lead. It's Pokerface's ult usage that ended up successful in this first round of University.
Just amazing fight planning. Aiden being able to use the sound barrier to counteract the Blizzard is something that we were sorely lacking from Donghoon, unfortunately, on the side of Dreamers. And right now, one of the most pressing concerns when it comes to the statistics that we're rolling out of our first map with Lemon is the damage from our tanks. Muse sitting at 4.5k damage. Dreamer on the Reinhardt, only 1.7. He's being very effectively kited by Pokerface, not allowing him to get into that swinging range and start getting massive value out of a Reinhardt. Even the ultimate that he did earn was only put onto Muse. The spacing from Pokerface is doing them so many favors.
And Arrow is positioning so well around the Reinhardt, forcing Dreamer to just only have his shield up, and that's why there is such a gap in that tank damage. But it is the Reinhardt rush going straight to the high ground with a symmetric teleport. Positional advantage there. Pokerface looking for any kind of boots, but when you run Sojourn, you can easily jump back up compared to other DPS. Dreamers will drop themselves. Pokerface have their backs against the wall. Dreamer's gonna make the call to hold this hallway door and have his support safely on the high ground, but Dreamer is getting overwhelmed, and they still haven't found enough damage to pierce through Pokerface, who just played this so patiently, and they emerge from the corridor and take down Dreamers one by one.
There's no other way to say it. Dreamer just offered his life up to Pokerface and they gladly took it. Yes, he dropped on down to try and get on top of those squishies, but was afraid of moving into the room where they're all sitting. And Muse was already sitting on the behind him, Lemon, so he could only shield in one direction, and unfortunately fire was coming from both. That Reinhardt can't survive for long, and neither can Easyhan.
Aiden's kind of a fragger. I noticed throughout like the first round he had like 0 deaths or something super low, despite him aiding Arrow on these rotations. But Dreamers have to think of a plan here.
How do you exploit the Reinhardt? How do you get real value out of this? It's super hard when you are so reliant upon the hammer for your damage compared to Muse, who can of course use the Void Accelerator for poke in the pre-fight, and then finally move over to the Nemesis form afterwards.
It's actually a split push from Dreamers, and as Meeson stepped up to maybe place an Amp Matrix and have Dreamers push the right hallway at the same time, as these rotations were happening, Meeson puts himself in a vulnerable position, dies, and this whole plan of Dreamers just collapses before it even got executed.
Miss all that healing. You're not going to be able to stand up against what Pokerface is bringing to the table. It's going to be a tale of 2 Blizzards now, but remember, Aiden's going to be able to answer this one once again with a sandbar. That's something that Donghoon was lacking before. So Dreamers might try and get Donghoon a little bit of extra healing with an amp or something to push him over the line.
There's the push. Dreamers speed in, but it's the finale Blizzard first. Spectre doesn't want to unleash his, and you usually see that out of Mace to stop the follow-up. And this is going to cost Dreamers. Pokerface are only up by 1. Aiden seems comfortable enough to not drop the sound barrier, despite Simple being the first to fall for Pokerface. But still a good fight for Pokerface, now reaching 83% plus.
Iron Frog's Will there being used by Aiden to make sure that this is still available for the Blizzard. Simple was not being able to be matched by Missin, who failed to put down the Immortality Field in time for Dreamer. Now Dreamers, they might have to just cash in their ultimate, back their entire armory here in a last-ditch attempt. It's last fight for the map, potentially.
How do they get Pokerface off this high ground? I mean, Pokerface, I guess they're just going to come to them. Sound beer from both sides. Overclock, who is going to thrive between Arrow and Easyhan? The Annihilation stopped by the Blizzard of Spectra. But the final blow was given when Muse hit the 2K, and Arrow gets to clean everything up. 99% draining away to a dominant first map by Pokerface.
A valiant attempt to try and win that fight by forcing out an early soundbar using both the own soundbar of Donghoon and Easyhan's overclock on the entry to that fight. Aiden is forced to respond to keep everybody up, and so Spectra feels like he has an opening with the Blizzard. But unfortunately, you had taken too much damage to try and make that work. Pokerface brought out the Annihilation, and hey, when you're surrounding Muse during that ultimate to try and kill him while he's frozen, that Annihilation continues ticking, and the damage adds on up. Pokerface are looking so solid.
Yeah, I would have liked if Spectra popped the Blizzard as retaliation. That was like one of the final fights, and Finale's been a lot more decisive with his decision making. And how can you not be with the experience that he has? Pokerface have our game 1, but Dreamers have our map pick. We'll see you after the break. Poker Face are up in map 1 after a pretty dominant showing against the Dreamers. The goal is slowly starting to die if they don't pick things up, but they got the man with the plan. Lee Gay is in.
Lee Gay, one of the hottest prospects coming out of China. Formerly in Overwatch 1, was very much an off-tank player, very good at the D.Va, very good at the Sigma. And I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those come out as we go over to Hybrid. The map choices, of course, also Dreamers, as we head over, I believe, to Blizzard World, Lemon, which is going to certainly be a place where Ligue can flex the D.Va. You can even play the Sigma on first point, but I think the D.Va is going to be pretty good for reacting to what I expect to be a fairly fast dive from Poker Face.
Yeah, Ligue and friends usually like the double flanker D.Va for defense. They've experimented with different stuff on offense, even the Spectre, Genji, EasyHan, Sojourn. Dreamers, though, are 1-2 on Blizzard World in terms of their success rate. They won this against MDY, but losses to O2 Blast, which is very understandable. But in that reverse sweep against SPG, this was the second map that they lost. And this is where even Ligue experimented with Winston. There was some Spectra Genji. They were really stuck on how to counter a Sigma composition against SPG. That's what really hurt them at the end. Adaptations can be slow for Dreamers, and I don't blame them. It takes a lot of experience to know what to swap to.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of playtime on this map for the side of Dreamers. They like choosing it. They're not necessarily amazing at it. They like playing it though. It's gonna be fun, and there must be a reason why they keep picking this map. The pocket strats, maybe, perhaps Poker Face. They feel like they have an advantage against. Of course, both of these teams did come from different groups in our APAC Open, so they have yet to play against each other in the ecosystem of the Overwatch League's contenders integration. They played against each other as friends, as colleagues over the course of multiple contender seasons. All of these players are fairly well seasoned in our tier 2 circuit. Here on Blizzard World, integrating Ligue, it can be a breath of fresh air after being dominated on a map like Oasis, to bring in a fresh tank who can make some new calls, who isn't like stewing in the same kind of, oh, we lost kind of mentality that potentially the rest of Dreamers might be after that first map.
And this is where you might favor Dreamers, and since they like that D.Va composition so much. Muse, most of the time, runs Winston on almost every map, except an occasional Zarya Havana, an occasional Joker Queen on like an Oasis flatter map. Peppy, their substitute tank, only comes in for off-tank maps, so maybe if you wanted to have a D.Va off, but obviously Muse is a lot more flexible, a lot more capable. So the D.Va being that Winston counter, I wonder if Poker Face are going to want to get away from that. Do they feel threatened or challenged at all by Dreamers? And what is going to be the Poker Face response to the D.Va composition, especially double flanker? It was either going to be ranged DPS, or I was expecting Poker Face to run double assassin or double flanker. But out the gates, an interesting Roadhog just to see if a Sombra's lurking.
Yeah, looking for that one tap on a Sombra. That would be a huge opening here. Arrow, curious. The Torbjorn coming on out. This can be to try and make sure that Spectre is held at bay with the reliability of that turret to pump damage into the Tracer. And of course, the Torbjorn is rather undiveable as well with the shotgun. Oh, he uses so low.
Yeah, that's interesting because Finale and Arrow are playing together. The last time we saw this team play Blizzard World, it was Valentine's Finale. So being able to incorporate their bench lineup is working out well. At least not right out the gates, but to incorporate the counter to Dreamer's double flanker, who seemed to just be shutting the door on the staircase. Donghoon almost overextended there. Double anti on Meeson and Donghoon, and Finale pushes up the finish off one. Donghoon bashes away from his tank, and Ligue still doesn't look behind him. EasyHan was able to trade that with the support kills onto Aiden and Simple. Ligue denies the pulls from Finale. And this is settled, and Dreamers somehow still live.
Dude, the hacked pack in there is getting so much done for EasyHan. Actually kept Ligue alive through most of that fight. And now Meeson and Donghoon will be able to reset up onto high ground. What they're doing right now is they're using the whip shot of Donghoon to bait out an early shield from Mew, so he's much easier afterwards to anti. That can't be blocked if he uses it early during his jump to try and mitigate Donghoon's ability to stop him from getting that leak damage.
Ooh, insta EMP as soon as he got that. Hits the backline. Aiden pops rally at 2 HP and anti. And it's working out to keep the backline up. I can't say the same about the front. Poker Face taking back-to-back L's, but Finale works hard to even things up. It's only him and Muse after Aiden got nanoed, so Poker Face may have a chance if they calculated their numbers correctly. They do get the first tick. Around the corner is Lige and EasyHan, who thought they had an easy fight after the early EMP.
There was a chance to play it a little bit more slowly there, potentially giving the nano over to Lige, but a well-placed nano on the rally made Aiden an absolute bruiser in a tight space that could not be contested by the squishier members of Dreamers. In fact, Meeson actually got out-rotated there and was somehow in the midst of that fight. That should never be happening to Anana, especially when there's no speed boost on the other team to be forcing that to happen.
Like Dreamers just trying to stabilize on the high ground. Have some support ults, but Meeson, do you use this on Donghoon when you have Finale constantly harassing you, or do you use it on Lige to get some very necessary kills or even bully Muse? But he has the Primal, he's looking to jump up high, get aggressive with it, but also avoid the hacks. He gets antied, he feels pressured up to get the Primal out. Arrow gets healed after almost dying early, and Poker Face have a good disengage, but here they come to go to the high ground.
A disengage, yes, but now with the overclock gone as well, overload rather for Arrow is going to be a touch more vulnerable. Still, Lige doesn't fancy actually trying to take that duel against the shotgun, and Spectre's going to do a little bit of trolling on the car, providing that the Brigitte stays in LOS to keep those repair packs flowing. What a molten core!
What an awful rally from Donghoon. It was in molten core and anti. Thought he could get away with it again. Poker Face, good disengage and better counterattack at the end. Not having to use much, just the Primal and the Molten Core. You got support ults coming up, and this is the final push for Beat.
Just out-rotated, knowing that they'd be stuck in that doorway. Arrow lays down the Molten Core. A well-placed anti, still going to be blocked, I believe, by Donghoon's shield. Next link catches Lige.
Okay, Muse, got nano, got slept. Was too focused on Donghoon and not where Meeson is coming up. Self-destruct from Lige on the card. Is he able to get back into mech? No. But you have an EasyHan EMP. Do you invest it to save B? Unleashes it. 2-hit. Aiden, mid-rally, taken out before Poker Face could get full value. Little Garden Gnome has been removed, and EasyHan saves the fight.
You got to give credit to EasyHan for his patience there as well. You saw how tenuous it was going to be to try and use that EMP. Was very worried that Aiden was going to be able to get a Brig shield bash to stun him out of it. So wait until Aiden had used the bash for locomotion to try and cover that distance, knowing that he had to try and get value out of the ultimate somehow. Now EasyHan, having expended that EMP, will move over to the Hanzo instead, knowing he can get easy damage onto this composition, especially against the Torbjorn with his wide little hitbox.
That last fight, that was Finale's first death. And he's having similar damage to Spectra on the Tracer, but he's also just swapped. So Finale has been a menace on the Tracer, and Lige has had to put up a matrix in his face, stop these pulse bombs. Up high is EasyHan, will be brought down off his high horse. And that's a good, another Eden pulse bomb by Lige. That must be his second or third, but almost a C9 at the back. Dreamers drop from the high ground in time. They have to be aware of Finale and mark that assassin at all times. Primal and Molten Core. Muse is slept. His presence is missed. He is re-emerged. He's tossing up the back line. EasyHan gets nanoed, but I don't think these kills are really going to matter for Dreamers. The point has been capped.
Oh, don't worry about all those eaten up pulse bombs, Finale, because Arrow rings the payload with fire. That's what we call a river Styx. And you're asking about Lige's ult eaten? 3 now. All 3 of Finale's pulse bombs, I do believe. As we head on to the third point here of Blizzard World, EasyHan does have a Dragon Strike, but Poker Face should be fairly easily able to avoid this. However, if they do hide away into some nasty little corners, that will open up a chance for Spectre to get easy sticks on less locomotive enemies.
Muse taking up some space, forcing the jump out of EasyHan. Good peel from Lige, woke him right back up. Spectre wins the Tracer duel 5v4 for Dreamers. They throw the Dragon Strike to maybe lock Muse into this fight. No, to maybe hit the back line, catch them off guard. Poker Face don't really lose anything but their Tracer, though. So Dreamers buy themselves time at least.
Arrow Sojourn on the field. Could be easily mitigated with the defense matrix up against the railgun. Still, Spectre continues to annoy on this off angle. May force the attention of the Brigitte.
Now, a lot of dives going towards Easy Han. He's protected so well by these supports. Spectra pulse into Aiden. 5v4 yet again for Dreamers as Arrow pierces through the heart of Easy Han and evens up this fight 4-4. Poker Face slowing things down after an ante from Meeson, but did put himself in a vulnerable position. Arrow is disgusting on the Sojourn. We saw it on Oasis. And Poker Face will get some mileage out of this, but after all this time, they only have a minute left to maximize this.
Liga is a little bit marooned in the back at the moment, however. Plenty of damage could be taken on their return to forward base, but takes a safer path, allowing the car to just continue rolling rather than give up the mech, which I think is a much better path. Simple almost has the Nano here, ready to go, likely going to be going on to Muse, but it could also be given over to the Overcost if you don't feel Liga is going to be able to dominate it too hard with a defense matrix, but there's always a risk.
Ooh, Arrow jumps in, walks right through Spectra! The Matrix right in his face! Arrow doesn't care! The 3, and maybe the 4th! Poker Face continue this momentum towards the end of C, but one fight awaits them.
Oh, your APM with a defense matrix, don't care, didn't ask, have Nano, and Arrow's got extra health to play with as well as Finale holds at the doors. Pulsarman handle to the Hunter would be ideal, but that's a miss.
Oh, Donghoon is down, and Miston just got a little bit of rally. Poker Face pushed back by an ante from Meeson, who's doing everything he can. Easy Han with the 2-for-1. Dreamers ahead in this. A big pulse by Spectra will solidify the defense for Dreamers and remove Poker Face once and for all on this attack.
Big brain swap from Donghoon as well to move over onto the Kiriko. Just TP out of spawn, get yourself some quick kunai as well as a instant Suzu if it is required. Yes, it is a hold, finally, from the side of Dreamers, but not without significant distance being ceded away to Poker Face. And now Dreamers, they have to match it, but hey, this is their favorite hybrid map. This is where they pick to go every time. Here's a look at how Ligue managed that bomb, of course, to find the less mobile support in Simple. Or that may well have been able to catch Aiden as well. Aiden does have a personal barrier to try and keep them safe. And hey, Ligue made a good decision, not risking their mech on the return to the team as well to make sure that they were well provisioned for the next fight.
You might think that Blizzard World... Okay, we don't have a lot of tape on Poker Face in terms of the APAC Opens. They had a bye, won both their matches, qualified, called it another day at the office. But when we did see the one map of Blizzard World, it was against NT, and they still won the map, but they got stopped short of point B. So that's where you can maybe identify a weakness out of Poker Face when it comes to this map in particular. But after the improvements I've seen, after them almost getting to point C, adapting and really not getting boomed despite getting first blooded a few times, Poker Face did a good job of enabling Arrow, who is filling the shoes well for Valentine while being substituted in.
Looking at the positioning of Simple here, if he manages to stick to high ground, think about how Spectra's going to have to path onto this as a Tracer with limited vertical mobility. Spectra might be forced to pick on a more available target like, say, Muse or Aiden. An Arrow sticking to very close to eponymous Hanzo here. He's going to be able to scout out Easy Han, who has got once again control of this Mega. That was a great boon for Lie previously, and it's going to allow for a lot of uptime on this Sombra without having to request many heals.
Yeah, step one for Dreamers, get this Hanzo off the high ground. You forced Arrow back, you can disengage to the back platform near the point. Now that the first goal is done for Dreamers, they rotate left side, they can play around that Mega Pack. Ligue jumps immediately into the Muse bubble because, man, you needed to protect Donghoon missing just better, and Muse uppy dissuade. And Ligue does everything to win the tank battle, and especially in the Siva versus Winston matchup, you're purely reactionary, but not able to stop Poker Face before the kills came in.
Great reaction there from Simple to the stimulus that came in. Saw that Easy Han hacked the pack in that tiny little room. I believe it's Snacks Rama's in there. And we're like, okay, so that's where Meeson and Donghoon want to try and post up, where they're going to have the best survivability. We need to stop them from getting in there by using something like an anti. It's next to Arc, and hey, speaking of arcs, Arrows put one through the air into Meeson's head, and that's going to keep eroding Dreamer's time bank.
Yeah, this is going to come down to half by the time everyone is set up. Easy Han is selected. What a follow-up from Finale and a good call by Muse. Not an easy slip to hit at all from Simple. Good job.
We hyped up Simple before this match, and hey, anyone looking for an upgrade in the main support slot, Simple definitely going to be on the cards. Once again, Dreamers have to make their accosted commute through Blizzard.
Oh, another
World.
first blood. 3 fights and 3 first bloods by Poker Face. Dreamers now have half a time bank. Easy Han has been the first death now 2 times in a row. Dreamers gonna have to see. Can't just full reset every single time. Maybe poke out and see if they can at least generate this EMP. Get some ults out. Liga eats another pulse bomb. He's marking Finale so well. Now that Easy Han is back, Dreamers push in. Their backline is anti. Donghun and Meeson are taking too much damage as Spectre wins the Tracer duel. Muse doesn't get slept. A dangerous miss from Meeson. And Muse will just be enabled even more. Primal, Rally, Nano, what more can you ask for? The dragon on top, Poker Face, let them live!
Oh, Muse juggles Meeson out of the dragon only so that he can have the kill himself. Liga was super smart there as well. Saw that the stick was on the shield of the Brigitte, soaked him in the defense matrix so that when it dropped, the pulse became an active projectile again and could be eaten up. Still, it was not enough. Poker Face call upon their resources, call upon their ultimates in order to hold firm. Alas, now, Easy Han holds the fate of Poker Face and Dreamers in his hands with the EMP to be able to strip away the abilities. Even most of the HP of Muse, Aiden, and Simple would be potentially fighting another first blood.
Another first blood, and Easy Han was right in the position to go for the low ground targets. I don't think this would have hit Aiden and Simple, so interest call from Easy Han either way unleashes it as Poker Face were overextending. It only hits Muse and Arrow, who fall back. Simple with an anti is just the ultimate threat to the Donghun Meeson backline of Dreamers, who have not had a chance to move forward and have a fight on their own terms.
Simple has 13 biotic grenade kills right now compared to Meeson's 6. The nades have been sharp, and they have been exactly where they need to be. Nice Sonic Arrow here allows Arrow to know all of the locations that he wishes to find out about.
Easy Han did get the touch. Dreamers have to move up, take the space. Liga flies over top to keep the overtime wick burning. But Arrow's first blood percentage is out of this world and hits the second one. Dreamers full held. Now go to match point against Poker Face. I was not expecting this to be that quick of a first match.
Looking absolutely untouchable right now. Arrow moving out of that one with 16 final blows. Like you said, so many first bloods, but also Simple and Aiden contributing to the first bloods overall as well. Getting those whip shot kills, getting those early sleeps. And I feel like this backline right now is such a challenge for Dreamers to deal with. They are rarely dying. They are playing their cooldowns against each other so very well. And Muse is just the rock in the center who refuses to be cowed and continues to play aggressively to buy that space for Aiden and Simple to try and make these first blood plays.
There's only so much Liga can do to eat the pulse bombs from the Tracer while also trying to eat the anti-grenades, while also trying to eat maybe the arrows from Arrow himself. It's a lot for Liga to handle. That's why you substitute him in. Poker Face are on match point and one map away from sending Dreamers into the lower bracket, where this will be an even tougher journey and maybe where the dream will end for their mid-season madness chances. We're going to see you after the break for the Dreamers map pick. Poker Face are on match point, one map away from sending Dreamers down to the pits of lower bracket. And I gotta say that my expectations of Dreamers were much higher since they went and reverse swept SPG. They had a good running against top-seeded teams. They even beat Honeypot. They've beaten good teams. I expected Dreamers to have a better showing.
Yeah, and we thought that Dreamers would be able to, over the course of a couple of weeks of OWL qualifiers as well, definitely tighten up the screws on comps that were looking a little bit here and there, and really be able to iron out how to get value out of this Reinhardt, which didn't happen on Oasis, to be clear. And the wielder of the Reinhardt, Dreamer, is once again returning as we go here over to Escort. Most Escort maps you'd assume that it would be a Winston, but we're going to the newest and least orthodox of the Escort maps that we have available, and that's Shambali. A lot of teams, Lemon and Overwatch League, have been leaning into Ramatra on this particular map, so I'd be expecting Dreamer to try and play something Ramatra-esque in the Reinhardt, but once again, Oasis did not come in with confidence.
Yeah, Dreamer almost exclusively plays the Reinhardt. Muse bested him on the Ramatra, although there was some attempts to stop Muse, whether you commit the solo shower onto him, you commit the solo blizzard before Muse brings out the annihilation, and a big substitution, Valentine over Finale. Last time we saw Finale, it was the May on Oasis. Valentine in the open, we saw exclusively a lot of Reaper at least, and occasional Tracer Sombra alternate. So we'll see if they go with the Reaper or what Valentine has cooked up. He's been a big flex player when it came to Boston Uprising last season, but this is Poker Face's last map to take before they move on to the next round. See if the Dreamers can rely on the Dreamer Man to make it happen.
Big fat goose eggs thus far, Lemon. 0 points across 2 maps and 2 tanks. Dreamers have been almost shut out of this series entirely, and Poker Face might be wanting to try and move forward with that kind of confidence. And hey, they are looking incredibly hot in this bracket. They could be a real threat to some of our Overwatch League teams. Still, dream of reverse sweep is alive, if only clinging on by the tips of its fingers above a perilous descent to the lower bracket. Shambali Monastery. We do see a couple of Lucios here, so bringing up the pace might be well in the favor of Dreamers, and going to bring up that Reinhardt versus Ramatra again. One of the things you can do as a Reinhardt, which is very good against the Ramatra, is pin him during the Nemesis Swarm, because of course, while being pinned, you're eternally stunned and can't use the block, which you have unlimited resource of during that Nemesis Swarm, allowing amazing survivability for the Ram as he just simply crosses his arms like an angry dad and says, no, there will be no phone in the car, and I will not tell you when we're getting there.
Yeah, Reinhardt versus Ramatra is an interesting matchup because Ramatra, in theory, should counter the Reinhardt just by sheer damage of breaking of the shield. You saw how evident that was when Dreamer was a sitting duck, got gapped in damage as well, and that was mostly due to Arrow's Sojourn, the way he took off angles around this. Dreamer's going for a Sonhold with Spectra on the May once again. Easyhan, the Symmetra. This is a risky DPS to play due to the low mobility, but scaling damage can be overwhelming. Poker Face used the May wall to kind of block their way out of spawn. Dreamer's low. Meeson has dropped the immortality. Dreamers need to kill something, but they could not focus on the target, and Poker Face also had the healing of their spawn room doors, so Dreamers don't net themselves with anything out of this fight.
Ramatra's simply so good against Reinhardt. Like, the pummels penetrate barriers and penetrate people, which means that you can get that pressure onto Meeson while still hitting Dreamer as well, and it's doing damage to the shield as well. When Dreamers want to play as tightly clumped up as they need to get value out of 2 AoE healers like a Lucio and a Baptiste, Muse is feasting on them, and it's reflected in the ult charge, already 66%.
Dreamers need to stop here. Around the corner, this favors their comp, but Poker Face, since they won that last fight, they're a little bit closer to ults. First ice block from Spectra. Dangerous position. Dreamer still commands the front line using the main wall of Spectra, but you really lose out on so much damage when you don't have Easyhan in this fight. Simple drops trying to place the Amp Matrix, so Poker Face have less resources. Dreamers take a step back to reposition around the corner and to the high ground to use their own Amp Matrix and using the sound barrier to tempo engage in. But Poker Face seem to have already started their disengage.
I'm going to drag you back to a very painful time for Dreamers on Oasis, and that's having nothing to try and counter the Blizzard. And that's what Valentine is coming up to right now. Donghun's not going to be able to do anything. Oh, Suppressive, what are you doing?
What? Shield your eyes. It's ugly. Oh, this one sucks too. Well, I guess you got Dreamer in that. Poker Face Annihilation through has everyone behind Dreamer so low, as Dreamer didn't even hit anyone with a shatter. Unsure what blocked that. Probably Valentine. Either way, what a conflux of ultimates that happened. That was ultimates of all time.
Dreamer blocked in again, forces everyone to stay a little bit further forward in order to try and keep him alive. They're now going to pop the overclock in pursuit. This seems a little bit hopeful.
I was like, don't go over that wall, Arrow. I don't know if you are he/him pronouns after that one. Poker Face. Oh man, that's a good photon barrier from Easy Han. They could play to the left side of it. Poker Face had used the sound barrier just to sustain through that to see if they can kind of wait it out. Now that it's dropped, Amp Matrix from Simple, but living and using it at the same time, difficult for Poker Face. They'll have to go all the way back.
So one of the cool synergies we have here between the Mei and the Symmetra that I want to point out is that the Mei can actually use both of their cooldowns offensively in both the Ice Block and the Wall to try and get kills, because they're not as worried about a disengagement as a Mei usually would be, because they're getting given a TP to disengage by Easy Han, who's playing classically further back than a Sim usually would and using the right.
Shattered! Oh, it actually, he waited for the perfect moment as the wall dropped of Muse hits 3, and Dreamers successful with the spawn hold, and they have the teleport of Easy Han to jump from one door to the other. Poker Face, oh, now that's gone. Poker Face Annihilation at the ready. The gates are open, healing available for Poker Face if they take too much pressure. Muse comes out, Mei wall's used, Annihilation still ready, but he's just punching his way through. Poker Face decides to conserve their ultimates so intelligently, because 16 seconds left, they're going to need all the help they can get.
And Rogue Lucio was sent out as well in the midst of that fight to try and get this early push on the cart and guarantee it into a one-fight scenario for Poker Face. They got plenty of tools to do it. The Overclock, the Blizzard, and the Annihilation. Coming into close contact with this cart is going to be incredibly brutal, but the real difference here is the sound barrier from Donghun that can counter all of them. There's nothing for Spectra's Blizzard.
Valentine Blizzard right on the cart. Donghun with the sound barrier is frozen up, and Neeson isn't alive to heal. The Annihilation on all the ultimates used. 4 of them from Poker Face to cap this. Not the most economical versus the 3 ultimates of Dreamers. They'll have a long way to go to point B.
Had to be done, though. Nothing could be left up to chance here for Poker Face. We don't want to see this series slip through their fingers. Dreamers, though, they are at least getting inventive with these TPs, getting some real fast engages that Poker Face are having trouble disengaging from, and it forces out the amp from Aiden at inopportune times by forcing a disengage speed.
Okay, Dreamers dropping, looking for Shatter. Need to deal with this Mei wall first. Wanting to drop as a team is a good call. Ice Block used from Spectra. Solo Shatter onto Muse. You kill confirm. Immortality from Simple did not reach him. Defensive wall from Valentine. Poker Face still disengaging thanks to the speed of Aiden. It'll only be a 1 death for Muse.
And one of the things that's really important about forcing out that amp it up for a disengage from Aiden when the TP comes through is that Donghun can chase, of course, with his own amp it up, allowing for Poker Face to not really adjust to how a fight is going to pan out in early terms. They've got to do it on instinct alone rather than on fight planning, and that can be critical when it comes to actually conveying information.
Dreamers need to just be confident on their pushes with the Reinhardt comp, but losing Easy Han as soon as the shield drops is not ideal. A bulk of their damage gone. Sound Bear from Aiden is the cherry on top. Poker Face taking that tempo engage. It pays dividends. Poker Face about halfway to point B, but only a minute left to do it.
Muse adapting well to the threats that are presented to him on Ramatra. During the Nemesis form, dropping the block when we see Dreamer go for a charge, use the additional movement speed to easily sidestep any of those that dare come through from Dreamer. It needs to be combined with Spectra Slow from the Cryo Beam if they want to be able to consistently deliver that damage.
Matrix ready from Neeson.
What?
And Donghun randomly kills Valentine with Token. Okay, this is a bit of a flop from Poker Face. Just should have rounded the corner and popped Matrix early. And just the initiative from Dreamers pays off. They've improved their Reinhardt comp execution so much since Oasis. Look at this TP to spawn.
And this is a brutal spawn to get out of. Moving in on the high ground. There's a mega here for people to disengage to. And of course, disengagement here for Dreamers is easy as the wall comes up and puts everyone in.
So good, Spectra. I know that Q button is looking juicy. Oh, now I wish you kind of dropped it. Poker Face have to use Blizzard to get out. Aiden is actually on cart. Back capping. Donghoon has to race back to prevent the C9. It's a Lucio off. And Poker Face come back as reinforcements. Donghoon is almost losing. Heals back to full after dropping the 3 HP. And Poker Face get the cap.
Chris returned with a slam. If anyone could be taking it, it's likely to be Muse. The Annihilation's ready to go as well, but they simply don't drop the ult, Lemon. They decide to give it up.
They capped.
Yeah.
No point of using ults there. Poker Face just, they're barely getting through to these objectives with no time left. Dreamers, they have the ults. They have the respawn advantage. 1 minute left.
And Aiden's been able to slip the net twice now in a row in order to try and break these spawn holes. It's been a good effort of stealth from the Lucio. That's a fat slam.
What? The initiative from Dreamer. The confidence grows in this man. The 3-man shatter, the Maywall. They get more. That extra kill onto Muse's big ult charge and winning that fight with only 1 ult. Very economical for Dreamers to bring that 1 minute time bank down in half for Poker Face.
And now Poker Face up against the wall once again. And unless Dreamers start to go over to that spawn, unlikely that Aiden's going to be doing any more back caps shenanigans. Spectra, a Blizzard in hand. Aiden still shy of that Samba. If they can bring it out soon before Aiden can generate that ult, it should be a team wipe.
Dreamers playing close and fast. Donghoon makes the call. Photon barrier. Spectra trapping Poker Face in. Mid annihilation. You cancel it. Poker Face. I've not even generated an ults yet. The insta sound barrier as Aiden grants it. And you don't have Simple alive to even amp Matrix or to heal Arrow through the Lucio pressure. Dreamers push Poker Face back and stop them from capping C.
Excellent ult tracking coming through there. Good fight planning from Dreamers, realizing we have a small opening. We can get aggressive with the barrier to begin with. This allows us to try and force out resources like the regen burst from Simple, like the Immortality Field, things that could otherwise hamper our efforts with the Blizzard. And once they're gone, Spectra's got them all up against the wall. As we look at Valentine getting themselves a beautiful play with their own Blizzard and catching... Oh, look at that. They tried to TP out of a Blizzard, but... the freeze was simply too quick. I think they might have been quickly frozen by a cryo beam at max range as well, and that allows for a huge amount of cleave to come through from Muse, because, hey, they're stacking up on the TP. That makes things easy for me as a Ramatra. Now, Lemon, the stakes couldn't be higher for Dreamers. They need to try and match and exceed this push. But the thing about Escort, your enemies can hold in the same place as you, and they are going to win the map. And Dreamers don't have any maps to give.
I gotta say, Aiden was able to maximize a lot of mileage for Poker Face, just backcapping while fights were going down. Winning the 1v1 against Donghoon got Poker Face that cap when you weren't sure how that fight was gonna go when Poker Face in that replay used 4 ults to cap the last meter of point B. Getting a spawn hold here is important for Poker Face in terms of shaving down that time bank for Dreamers. But a Reinhardt close range is not someone you want to tango with. Dreamers poke their heads out to the left side. They get isolated by the Valentine Maywall, who quickly ice blocks after taking an icicle from Spectra. Easyhan, another first step for Dreamers. That's how vulnerable Symmetra is. Doesn't have the mobility, or at least the generation of the teleporter is difficult to pull off, as Dreamers still try to claw their way through this fight, and Poker Face just need to finish things off while slowly disengaging and playing off the blocks of Muse. It's back and forth, and the card is moving.
Pressure onto Muse, so important. In the Nemesis form, you want him to be crossing his arms, being a mad dad, instead of actually cleaving through your team when they're all so close together. Muse, of course, been doing massive amounts of damage almost already. An Annihilation in the back pocket. An Easyhan yet to get too much value out of this Symmetra. Still, those teleporters are incredibly important for getting this Reinhardt onto a super mobile backline.
Ooh, the teleport right to the high ground. But yeah, ice block in Arrow's face, and Muse pounds the front line. And Poker Face, even when they start losing fights, they know when to give a bit of space and how to take it back. It's really awesome to watch Poker Face rotate around these fights.
Great focus fire on the teleporters as well, allowing Muse to find Meeson by himself. But Nemesis form makes short work of the Baptiste, who's alone with a little help to try and get them through. And I like that Pokerface have actually given up a good amount of space here to force streamers into playing down this narrow corridor.
Oh, yeah. Matrix first from the defense. Dreamers holding on to theirs. And that was a criticism I had of Oasis, is Dreamers don't like to match ults. They like to wait out their opponents' decisions and then use their own ults in retaliation. Dreamers overtake the high ground. Pokerface counter-rotate behind the cart. The defense is now behind, closer to the attacker spawn. Ults at the ready. Who's gonna pull the trigger first? Muse and Nemesis form. Photon Bear for Easy Han to give extra protection during this fight, allowing Dreamer to swing on in. But a big blizzard from Valentine slows the progress of Dreamers. Annihilation and Sound Barrier is the guarantee Pokerface needed. But Dong makes the incorrect call. Sound Barrier only hits the back line, and Dreamers barely scraped through this off of Meeson, hitting 2 or 3 kills by himself. But that was a dangerous call by Dong.
And a fiscally disastrous fight as well. I mean, 5 ultimates from Dreamers, 4 from Pokerface. Simple to anyone even coming close to getting another ultimate to come up. It's going to once again be a economically vanilla fight for both of our teams. It's going to come down to good use of his TP. That's the Easy Hunt edge that keeps coming up. The mobility burst that it can give over, especially to that Mei of Spectra, who's usually slow and predictable, can be everything for disrupting the Pokerface game plan.
Pokerface, hold the corner. Dreamers making sure their shield is generated. Great Mei wall behind Muse. He drops the half health. Immortality from Simple is perfect. But Muse, as the wall cracks, the immortality goes down. So does he. No tank remains for the defense. But their Dreamers backline harassed a bit. Meeson taking damage. Arrow pierces through a bunch, taking an off angle once again. And Easy Han just can't seem to match the power of this Sojourn player, as Pokerface take another fight.
With 30 seconds remaining now for Dreamers, the threat of a shutout remains. Could it be 0-2, 0-2, 0-2? But I ain't blasting about this time. I'm simply planning that Dreamers might not be able to grab this one. Valentine with a early blizzard here could doom Dreamers. He's got a very narrow window. Easy Hunt's already down.
What a shot from Valentine. And here's some more on the plate. Blizzard yeeted an arrow with the overclock in the top window, and there's nothing Dreamers can do about it. Pokerface strike them down by the heels, and Pokerface take a relentless 3-0 over the Dreamers to send them into the lower bracket.
Brutality delivered from the top seed out of Group B from our APAC Opens. They put down the upstarts for Dream. Might not be dead, Lemon, but it's severely wounded and it's doing death saving throws right now. Pokerface, meanwhile, smiles wide for Aiden and Muse. Confident moving in to their date with Destiny and their matchup against an Owl team. I think it's going to be Guangzhou that they've earned their fight against.
I just don't love the symmetric call by Easy Han. Just the mobility, it's tough to execute with the teleporters. You have to put yourself, you got to put your eyes elsewhere. I think Easy Han was down at least 4k damage over Arrow, who I think has been a superstar on this team. And the Ramatra proves to continuously be a counter to the Reinhardt comp. Although I did see improvements for Dreamers to have less hesitation, more confidence to speed in and close the gap, and not just let Arrow take off angles around you. That's how they were able to vanquish them on Oasis. And Dreamers did make this map close, but their offense just could not prevail.
Yeah, and it's starting to become a somewhat doomed matchup, to be honest. The Reinhardt versus the Ramatra. The Ramatra simply has so many tools against the Rhine. That Ravenous Vortex in particular can really mess with a Reinhardt and force him to try and use the charge to disengage if it gets put down behind them. The Nemesis form, its ability to penetrate through the shield and do damage to a Reinhardt when he's in the most dangerous of places, just makes the risk-reward calculations of a Reinhardt player that have been trained over years and years before Ramatra existed. It makes them ill-conceived and often ill-considered of what the enemy tank can bring to bear against them. Pokerface exploited that.
I did like some of the shatters that Dreamer went for. He timed some of them so perfectly. As soon as the Ramatra shield dropped, he got like a 3k. But your player of the match is simple. Simply Arrow. I almost said it's simple, like the decision is simple, but I forget there's a player in here. Arrow's Sojourn was next level on Oasis. This made himself look silly, and how he had to hold his shield up this entire time. Mush on Oasis. Moved on to just getting so many first bloods on the Hanzo of Blizzard World, and then simply gapped EasyHunt on Shambali. This was the clear choice for me.
Yeah, I've been very happy with the different looks that we've seen from Arrow coming out as well. The Sojourn moving effortlessly into a rush composition. The Torbjorn on Attack Blizzard World actually getting a fair amount of value. We saw two very good molten cores. It's not an easy ultimate to get value out of, but in both iterations we saw the Torbjorn extract value from that ultimate, both to create the moat around the payload to generate a cap on point B, which could have been a very difficult fight to win, and generating a huge amount of push on point B by using it to cut off the supports and in conjunction with a nade to take out both Meeson and Donghoon. So Arrow being incredibly impressive, and of course, like you said, the Hanzo first bloods on Blizzard World were brutal.
The only time Arrow lost his positioning on that coast side was when he turned around to get Minipag, and as that happened, EasyHunt got the jump on him. But other than that, University was so well executed. Arrow's overclock efficiency, I would say a little bit higher than EasyHunt. I thought that matchup was close. We go to this map, Blizzard World, where the Torbjorn was we were wondering what was going to be the response of Poker Face, knowing that Dreamers like that double flanker D.Va setup, and the Torbjorn is the perfect answer to marking those backliners. And then you have so much confidence in him that you nano him, and he jumps and just hits a flick, disgusting on the Spectra, and hits this 3K even with the Matrix in his face, despite Meeson also did jump away from the Matrix, trying to hit that sleep. But Arrow is got to be a contender for the next player to join out, for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that Arrow's old enough, was actually in North American Contenders for a while, I believe. A very vaunted player who was imported for their skill. And hey, you can see exactly why. Here on Poker Face, finally has been able to
yeah, let's check in. Yeah, let's check in with the interview with Arrow.
Congrats on your win.
네. 자, 어쨌든 포커페이스 팀으로 는 이제 리그에서의 첫 경기를
So this is your first Overwatch League match as Poker Face, and you won that first match. How do you feel?
사실 처음 딱 맵 했을 때부터 저희가 완성도가 더 높은 것 같아서 그냥.
Well, I mean, when we had the first fight, I think we had a very higher level of understanding on the games and how we're gonna fight. So I think it went pretty well.
오히려 오늘 여러 가지 영웅들을 들었잖아요. 제일 내가 오늘 한
You played a variety of heroes today, and out of those, which were I really feel good about this hero.
저희도 그 얘기 했거든요.
Definitely the Torb.
지금 포커페이스의 나머지 멤버들 저희 얼굴 잠깐 보니까 그냥 침착하니 정말 말 그대로 평온하니 그렇더라고요.
So when I looked at your face cams, you guys were all really calm all around the board. Now that you're going against actual Overwatch League teams, what did you guys like? Did you have like an internal conversation about this, or do you have any like special thoughts or
저희는 사실 처음부터
backstories about that?
매드니스 갈 생각으로 그냥 스크린 준비를 했었어서.
Well, I mean, even from the scrim stage, we were definitely aiming for the mid-season madness. So I don't really have any special feelings about that. So what you're talking about is that you already are at Overwatch League plus level, right? Of course. So out of Group A and the knockouts, which teams do you think will be the biggest obstacle for Poker Face to reach the mid-season madness?
이제 다음 경기는 광저우 딱 그 한 팀만 있는 것 같아요.
So the Guangzhou Charge is our next opponent, and to be honest, I think the Guangzhou Charge is the only test for us. So apart from the Guangzhou Charge, do you think you can beat everyone else?
I
think so.
인터뷰
Wow, I really like interviewing this guy.
하는 시대잖아요. 그렇죠? 예.
Very, very honest answers.
에로우 선수가 받았는데 요 대답도 기대가 돼요. 본인이 당연히 받을 거라고 생각했습니까? 아니면
So you got player of the match today. Did you think that you would get the player of the match today?
누가 있습니까?
Or do you have anyone else that did
그
well?
오아시스 맵
in your
끝나고
opinion?
나서 블리자드 월드 딱 공격 이것점까지 밀고 나서부터 얘기를 했었어요. 저희끼리. 아 이거 오늘은 미석이 형이다 이렇게.
So after Oasis and coming into Blizzard World, everyone on the team said, "Oh, it's gonna be Arrow. The player of the match is gonna be Arrow." So I mean, we had this one coming.
좀 팬이 많이 늘어날 것 같습니다.
I think you'll pick up a lot of more fans after today's interview.
확실하게 좀 각인을 시켜주세요.
Do you have anything that you can say to appeal to the fans?
사실 2021년도에 1년을 쉬어왔었는데 이렇게 저를 믿어주시고 이렇게 응원해주시는 팬분들이 있었기에 이렇게
I really want to thank the fans, especially because I had a year off in 2021, and I'll definitely try to repay that. Please give me your support. Looking forward. Thank you.
그 이상까지도 바라보십니까?
So how far do you think you guys can go?
사실 제가 그냥 디스코드에서 저희끼리 말하는 걸로는 우승하고 싶다고 얘기를 했었는데.
So like in our Discord, in our team Discord, I just said we want to win everything, but we'll definitely have to see how we look and other teams look.
알겠습니다. 충분히 또 그럴 만큼 열심히 준비하실 거라 믿고요.
I mean, I definitely believe that you'll prepare to achieve your goals. Thank you for the interview,
네, 고맙습니다.
and that concludes the interview. Back to you.
에로 선수 인터뷰.
Okay, that was Arrow, our player of the match. Thank you, Unknown, for the translation. Great to see him just so confident even after the break. He's looking forward to his next match. Guangzhou Charge, though, the #1 seed coming out of OWL. Best of luck, but Poker Face are one of the most hyped up teams coming out of Contenders.
Yeah. Only one team gets to get to our mid-season madness out of Group A, so we're going to do it one way or another. We're going to see another 2 teams who are ready to try and make that happen coming up after our break.
계속해서 좀 변수를 만들어줘야 되는데
이거
진짜 막아줬죠?
야, 근데
그래도
앨리스는 못 막았어요.
네, 이게 킬벤이 들어가 버려가지고
예.
근데 제스? 잠시만요, 이거 좀 봐야죠. 근데 에벤스리가 없어서 1킬로 좀 애매하거든요.
맞아요.
배지문세를 써서 숫자를 어느 정도 줄여줄 필요 있습니다.
자, 돌진 해냈고
배지문세! 몽크 잡았어요!
잡았는데 와, 그러면서 오히려 숫자를 앨리스는 바로 가지.
자, 랭사 직접 키자마자 터졌죠?
네.
이거 타격 있는데 이거 리브가 펄스 부착하는 거 아니면 근데 비트도 있어서 자, 이거
리브가 해결을 해준다면 근데
자, 원시의 분도도 빠진 상황이라 터치 어렵고요.
자, 이러면 거점은 다시 넘어갔습니다.
자, 이거 리브가 와서 부착할 수 있을까요?
그거 아니면 힘들겠는데요?
그거 아니면 너무 힘들죠.
맞아요.
부산 빼놨어요.
자, 심지어 MS가 석양도 들고 있습니다.
자, 근데 빅사와 두쉐가 교환이 됐고 그래도 포커싱.
근데 잘
근데 빅사! 그리고 제스트까지 이거 끝났죠.
벌스를 손에 들고 갔고 아름에 밟을 수 있는 사람이 쉽지 않습니다. 끝나네요.
오늘 서울 임페리얼 강력하고 제가 봤을 때 픽사 선수 아까 그 1인칭은 오버워치 그 역사상 가장 루시오를 오래 잡아준
그러니까요.
점이 아닐까.
네, 손을 재보지 않아도. 근데 리브 입장에서 지금 상황이 얼마나 어려우면 지금 펄스를 거의 붙이지를 못해요.
이게 방벽에 픽사 사실 틀에 하지 마. 펄스로 변속을 생각하지 마 이런 느낌의 조합이거든요.
오죽하면 이렇게 계속 들고 있냐고요.
자, 불사는 뺐고 이제 붙여야 되는데 팀원이 없는데요?
이거 봐요. 이 펄스 썩어요.
아, 이거 그래도 붙여
알아요.
알아요. 아, 불사가 스위치가 그렇죠. 불사 빼면 이제 다음에 방벽이 오죠.
그쵸. 예, 어디 펄스를 그냥 하면서 완벽하게 서울 이페리나의 첫 번째 세트를 잡아냅니다.
차이 선수도 너무 손부라마하다 보니까
예.
내일 것도 사실
펄스?
킬러 쪽에 안 쏘고 마음 급하니까 탱커한테 쓰다가 터지고 바로 일어나서
자, 나노를 매그에게 줬고요. 제스트는 살았죠.
나도 차이 잘했어요?
나노?
근데 이거 일어나 샷봤다가
그렇죠.
EMP 다이브 EMP 다이브
EMP를 채웠는데 자, 오버클럭 차이.
이거 오버플로우로 게임 쳤으면
네. 하나가 또 안 돼요. 하나 더.
와 차이 돼요.
그럼요. 이거 하려고 소전 들었는데 야, 이번엔 정말 시원하게 꽂혔습니다.
자, 누가 됐을까 고민 중. 매그가 소통 중입니다. 뒷라인 힐백 보세요. 거의 무슨
정확해요.
이거 제가 봤을 때 오버워치 오랜만에 오신 분들 힐백이 되게 생겼나 보다.
같이 딱 왔는데
사륙이랑 비슷한 건가? 이런
그런가
생각 할수
보다.
있어요.
새롭게 패치가 됐나 보다. 와, 지금 포커싱 이거 뭐죠? 저 진짜 입이
와.
안 다물어.
게다가
와.
템포도 빠르다 보니까 지금 스큐드 선수와 픽사 선수를 도달할 수가 없어요.
맞네요. 그러니까 오히려 편안하게 계속해서 케어해주면서 제스 이번에 펄스는 들어가지 않았습니다.
자, 정리하러.
아니, 뒷라인들.
자, 허물을 밀 수밖에 없어요. 9시에 눈물 나죠. 근데 1m 더 밀어야 돼요. 미래를 위해서.
자, 근데 시간도 다 됐고.
구시.
이거는 정말 그냥 얻어 터졌다라고 표현을 하는 수밖에 없어. 이거는 그냥 뭐 얻어 맞았다 이 정도는 깐 아니에요. 와, 정말 숨가쁘게 그냥 맞다 끝났습니다. 아니 그러다 보면은 정말 A거점 완막도 항저우 입장에서는 뭐 장난 아니거든요. 가능할 수도 있습니다.
이거 마디 MP 늦게 누른 쪽은 크게 손해 볼 수도 있습니다.
네,
자,
양쪽 다 나눠 준비돼 있고요. 뛰었어요. 많이 보이네.
MS는 지금 EMP 날라온 거 아닌가요?
올리기는 거의 같이 올렸는데.
네. 근데 문제는 나노를 좀 잘 버티고 오히려 리브를 잡았어요.
네.
자, 이러면 리브 없을 때 밀고 들어가죠. 트레 없으면 확실히 자리 차이가 좀 힘들어서. 자, 항저우 이거 힐렉돼서 아주 힘듭니다.
스키드.
어.
자, 그래도 제스트는
제스트한테 갔고요.
예, 자 지금 올렸어요. 맥으로 재워놨습니다만
뒷라인 다 올라가서 이건 고칠 수 있고 이런 리브가 오죠. 이러면 트레 있고 없고 차이 나올 수 있는데 매그. 자, 서로 교환. 근데 트레가 해킹. MS리 해킹 너무 컸는데요 이거?
자 그래도 뒷라인이 없는 상태예요. 이페리나는
근데 이거 항저우 이거 힘들어요.
구시가 제스트가 마무리까지.
그리고 이제 제스 왔어요.
네.
제스에게 잡힌 제스 왔습니다.
그러네요. 자 결국 이렇게 합류가 되면 게이지 올라갑니다.
정말 중요한 순간에 MS 선수가 한번 리브 해킹 잡은 것도 컸고.
예.
그래도 터치 계속 자, 이거 해킹 안 닿으면 계속 터치할 수 있거든요. 리브.
자 안에 있어요.
자, 아직 한 칸에 여유 있고.
네.
자, 해킹 무서워가지고 계속해서.
자 그럼 다시 펄스 채울 수 있죠 리브?
포커싱에 터졌죠.
포커싱에.
이게 지금 자리를 다 내준 상황이라 이 부분까지 확실하게 씁니다. 서울 이페리나.
네. 이게 만약에 다른 라인에서 구시가 조금 더 버텨줬으면 리브가 펄스 변수 볼 수 있었고 이러면 조금 더 버텨보나 요런 기대를 했는데 그 전에 이거 해킹 포커싱이 너무 날카로워요.
그래도 시간 많이 채웠어요 항저우. 저 EMP를 던질 수 있을까요 항저우? 오늘 지금 EMP 힐배는 거의 동시에 들어갔고 동타임이에요.
그러니까요. 자
자,
어디로
자,
이번에는 사인이
스큐드
어디로?
올라올 때까지 기다리고 있어요.
예? 사인이 어디로? 어디?
스큐드 기다리면서 왜냐면 이게 각이 혼자만 써도 되는 게 아니라서
자 여기. 근데
힐배 근데 투시 원시분들 버티고
그러게요. 자 이건 포커싱이 안 됐어요.
자 펄스함으로 가는 거죠. 제스냐 리브냐
리브가
안 들어갔어요. 그래도 투시가 네.
자 제스 펄스.
안 들어갔어요.
예.
자 그래도
근데
픽사가 버티면서
중요할 때도
포커싱.
픽사가.
네, 윈스턴 이 피가 좀 많은 게 크거든요 확실히.
맞아요.
이거
게다가
했는데
원체부터가 매고 오죠?
오졌어? 와 이거 견뎌요?
집결 강대?
사실 지금 솜브라 아나불이 가장 중요한 윈트가 없어서 포커싱이 좀 어려울 수 있었는데 랭서 선수가 그냥 뒷결 끼고 순간 포커싱으로 녹여서 한 번 막았습니다.
이게 이번 패치 때 그 브리기테이의 전체 궁 전체적으로 같이 데미지를 주는 야 요게 한 3명 정도 맞았던 것 같아요.
윤 선수 앞에 방배선에 깔아주고 안에서 샤이 선수가 또 15% 빨리 당기려고
네.
마지막 카타인데 선의 EMP로 끝내고 싶어가지고 자 최대한 EMP 당기는 작업을 해봅니다. 아 이거
하지만 빅사가
이
직격을 또
정도의 스킬 안
채웠고요.
써주죠.
자, 시간을 달립니다.
방배선에 아직 계속 차이 5% 나왔어요. 자 수면총 쓸 줄
직결
알고
올렸어요.
아 너무 침착하네요.
네.
수면총 한번 페이크 넣었는데 그냥 안 속았어요.
야 근데 구신 체력 90.
EMP 근데 봐야 돼요. 근데
나노를
나노가 너무 완벽했죠. 와.
야 결국 이렇게 서울 임페르날이 두 번째 세트로 잡아냅니다. 예. 자 항저우가 오히려 자 뭐랄까 루트를 바꾸고 포커싱을 바꾸다 보니까 현재까지는 그림 괜찮고요. 어느덧 시간이 20초예요.
그래서 앞라인 이런 자리 싸움에 확실히 디바가 윈스턴보다 강한 모습을 보여주기 때문에 갖고 온 건데 문제는 항저우 스파크 윈소프트 외기를 걸었기 때문에 디바 대처법은 그 누구보다 잘 알아요.
그렇죠.
자 이번에 그래서 보면 또 EMP 당기려고 무리 안 하죠. 코너 끼고 버티면서 자 EMP 오면 EMP 나노 다이브로 터트릴 텐데 그걸
MSD가 먼저 걸었어요.
킬이 나왔으면 근데
자,
좀더 봐야 돼요. 좀더 봐야 돼요.
펄스를 펄스 안 들어갔고
아 이거 이런 밀었죠.
네.
이걸
EMP를 썼어요.
이건 힘든데요.
네.
네,
나노까지
킬이 안
쓰고.
나오면
아하.
디바 상대로 안 돼요. 안 돼요. 먼저 가는 게 아니면 힘든데 이건 좀 너무 과욕이었죠.
그렇죠.
네.
욕심을 좀 부려봤습니다.
완막 직전이라고 지금 궁 다 썼어요.
그러니까요.
이 선수가 이제 디바를 엄청 잘해도 살짝 힘든. 이걸
야.
이겨요. 이거 크죠. 바로 가야죠.
아니.
바로 가야죠. EMP 차이 보여줘야죠.
왜?
아까처럼.
우린 있다.
자.
니네는 없지.
한정우는
해야죠.
빼야죠. 마지막 킬 납니다.
자, 그래서 찾고 있어요. 어디 EMP 여기다. 근데 나노를
자,
무시해 줬어요.
넥타는 근데 사실 없어도 돼요. EMP 나드가
예?
윈스턴, 소프트 하나만 있으면 되거든요.
근데 재웠고.
쉐가 없으면 안 돼요.
재우고 힐맨까지 스키드.
이거 밀었죠.
와.
오늘 샤이
가네요.
선수 EMP 턴마다 계속 사고가 납니다.
참 이게 마치 누가 저주를 내리는 건가요?
자, 이러면 누가 먼저 EMP 쓸 건데 궁은 항저우가 훨씬 유리합니다.
맞습니다. 그리고 시간이 없어요.
아, 네, 위치 배달기도 봤어요. 이거
여기.
부수고
예.
샤이 펍을 가능하죠? 근데 샤이도 지금 EMP를 채워서 무리할 필요가 없어요. 자, 집결 올리고 자, 거기 말면 혼자 펍을 펍을 터치하기로 약속됐던 제스트가 가는 게 사고 나가지고 지금 뒷라인 눌러가지고 우리가 가야 되는데 구시도 그걸 아니까 원시문으로 밀쳐버렸어요.
화물 주인이 잠깐 자리를 비웠거든요.
저는 임페르날도 시간 많이 태웠기 때문에 이 구간에서 코너 끼고 디바가 뒤에 아나브리 힐 받으면서 버티고 MN3가 머리 쏴주면 되거든요. 근데 항저우는 무조건 EMP 힐맨 바이브로 그걸 그냥 빠르게 한타를 끝내고 싶을 거고요.
맞아요. 자, 근데 MSD 손에서 이게 머리가 안 싸지고 있습니다.
자, 방벽 선수 위치 너무 좋았어요. 힐을 못 받았죠? 앞에.
네. 이러면 항저우
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring Stage 8-pack knockout second match, but our first one where we get to see an Overwatch League team face.
Up against Rhodes.
Okay, hello. Sorry, just got confused with comms. Yeah, it's the first match where we get to see an Overwatch League team face a contenders team. Up next, we have Rhodes versus the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, it's going to be a very contentious match, actually. In many cases, we'd assume that Seoul Dynasty were going to run away with this, but Seoul Dynasty have had an ignominious couple of weeks since their first win against the Seoul Inferno in a 5-map banger series. The Seoul Bowl went the distance, but since then, it's been trip after trip for Seoul Dynasty, and not only that, they have lost the GOAT. Unfortunately, Prophet is out at the moment on health issues, and all of us here at the Overwatch League wish him both a speedy recovery and future good health. However, that does mean that Prophet is the last remaining one of the mononyms who will be moving from a PH moniker over to Prophet now, and Sonjun has joined this roster. He's a very young talent who turned 17, our new low age for the Overwatch League, about 2 months ago. So there is certainly a lot of potential here, Lemon, for this player to come up, but the rest of Seoul Dynasty is going to be staying the same.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty have started to make some changes to kind of improve themselves. I don't think anyone really expected Seoul Dynasty to be in 5th place out of the 6 teams. Even the Dallas Fuel, who had a rough start, have overtaken them in the standings. So that's how Dynasty finds themselves against Rhodes, the number 1 team coming out of APAC, or the 3rd seed coming out of Group B. Seoul will still have the first choice of map, being Yishang. I'm blanked. Antarctic. I know it's a rush map. It's Antarctic. But I still believe in Dynasty. And yes, you have to incorporate a player last minute, but there's so much experience. And speaking of those changes, Void has been having a lot more playtime as of late.
Yeah, pivoting away from Belos Ria, who was a later addition to this team, to the recently unretired Void, who, of course, in terms of the legacy, far more of an off-tank player, but has been leaning into a lot of a rush tanks recently. Junker Queen and Ramatra both were part of Void's repertoire, particularly successful on Shambali Monastery. Over the last couple of matches, Seoul Dynasty have been kind of a one-map team. They're good at Shambali Monastery and very little else. However, there's been time since then to try and make this work. So we're hoping that Seoul Dynasty have been able to try and integrate Songjun into this roster and try and make him play effectively. Of course, losing Prophet means you can try and reallocate some of the resources that potentially Prophet was demanding as one of the superstars who could get things done. And are they going to go towards the tank line? We're going to try and make Prophet a little bit more effective on those hit scans that he so much enjoys. Or are we going to try and push more into the rookie player to make sure that he can stand up amongst the titans of both Overwatch League and contenders?
Yeah, Prophet or PH, he, I think, was a very capable, I think, Sombra and Sojourn player. Prophet kind of filled the gaps around it, but clearly this team just, DPS-wise, couldn't withstand against other teams, and it was sad to see. Belos Ria even getting boomed by Piggy, but Void steps in, and I think Dynasty have looked good behind Void. But we're going to make sure everything looks good on the technical side of things. We're going to throw you to a break. When we get back, we'll have map number 1. We will wait a minute for doing that.
And here's the break!
And break time!
Hopefully.
Hey everyone, welcome back from our little technical break. We still have match number 2 ready to go on Antarctic. It's gonna be nice and cold, but the competition's just warming up. Our first OWL versus Contenders match for knockouts.
It is indeed, Lemon, and this gives me a little bit of time to give you the lore drop on Seonjun, who our lovely colleague Pausable from the Contenders Korea broadcast gave me the lowdown. Plays a lot of the flankers, very much a specialist on Tracer, also got a pocket pick on the Echo and the Genji, so filling a very similar hero niche, of course, to Prophet, going to fill all the same kind of roles that Prophet did beforehand. And he has been able to play up against great teams like Top Dragon and Heesang when it comes to going up against O2 Blast and Sin Prissa when they had Top Dragon on the team, and play a very close Tracer against them. And this is definitely going to be filling in a bigger pair of shoes. It feels like on some middling teams, he's been a standout player. But finally, he's not going to be the one who has to carry the team, just has to play serviceably. And of course, going to be going up against a very known quantity on Tracer in a Pritta, who's been tearing up Chinese contenders for as long as we can remember, and had a fairly unrecognizable stint in Overwatch League. Playing as an understudy to leave is always going to leave you feeling like a second fiddle, and certainly that was the case with a Pritta last year. But might be much more manageable to go up against Seonjun here and have a Tracer versus Tracer. I'm expecting a lot of the same kind of Prophet hero pull out of this.
On this team, actually, Pritta plays a lot of the Sombra, and Pineapple plays a lot of the Tracers, so that things have changed up just to play a lot of double flanker on this team. What's interesting, too, is the tank matchup. Odium has been this ultimate flex tank. Flanks is what I'm gonna call him. Diva, Winston, Hammond, Queen. He can play it all, and then Void will be starting for the Dynasty. I wonder how long he's gonna stay in terms of the maps. Yes, he starts on a lot of control, but they've been incorporating him on almost the entirety of the matches as of late over Belosria, where Void is very much known for his Zarya, Queen, Ramatra, a lot of the rush tanks. So I think this is what's gonna bode well for the Dynasty going on to Antarctic, where the majority is these rush tanks.
Yeah, the rush tank's definitely going to be a mainstay of Antarctic Peninsula every single time. And of course, we've seen a lot of teams leaning over, even pre-buff, over to Junker Queen. She brings a lot to the table with the commanding shout, speed boost, and overhealth to try and have those quick and brutal engagements that don't allow for the longer kind of fights where you can really get more value out of something like a Ramatra with multiple cycles of the Nemesis form cooldown. But Ramatra definitely seems to be the more consistent of the two tanks. Of course, you don't get a huge amount of protection for the rest of your team. No shield from the Junker Queen, and that can leave them fairly vulnerable. On the other side, we have Belos Rhea, who doesn't play as many of the rush tanks, but is a notable ball specialist. On Philadelphia Fusion previously, Belos Rhea almost carried them to a mid-season madness run with the Wrecking Ball, and over on the side of Soul Inferno, as they're now called, they're still leaning into the ball. Mag is playing it incredibly well. Alas, against, like you said, a Pritta playing a lot of the Sombra recently, I don't think we're going to see as much room for ball shenanigans in this particular matchup.
And Pineapple is an interesting flex, too, because he plays a lot more Echo than your usual DPS. So if they want to take to the skies and be that tank buster, Echo is something uncommon to see and may demand more hit scan attention from someone like Prophet or Sunjun, the new player. I wonder kind of how those rules are going to be. This is our first match, witnessing the Seoul Dynasty with this new player and how they're going to adjust without the experience of Prophet. Former Prophet, I guess, on the roster. There's new Prophet, old Prophet, retired Prophet, I don't know. But we'll be heading into match soon for Antarctic, 1-3. And I'm excited to see if we're going to have a contenders team kind of close the gap in terms of skill with another OWL team.
Yeah, this is probably the closest that we're going to get, as a stricken OWL team is currently in a little bit of a freefall. One of the things that does concern me is when I was talking to Pausable about Seonjun, didn't mention a Mei. That's something that Prophet's been filling, especially if we look towards Void's rush tanks. In our previous matchup, we saw a lot of Mei being played in conjunction with both Rhine and Ramatra. If the Mei is not as much of a viable option for either Prophet or Seonjun, that could be a very big hole in the armory of these rush compositions that might be patched over with something like a Genji, but you still can't fulfill the same kind of slowing role that Mei brings to the table, as well as the battlefield control that access to a map editor with the wall gives you.
And then the next match after this, so we have Rose versus Seoul Dynasty. The winner of this faces the Hangzhou Spark, coming in, I believe, as the 3rd seed from Owl. So we'll see if Rose, the number 1 team from APAC, is able to withstand Seoul Dynasty. Rose have been able to beat maybe the middle of the pack Korean teams like a Panthera, but not able to touch, I believe, Poker Face was a match that they lost 3-0. So a lot of potential behind Rhodes, but where do we set our expectations when they struggled against the top of contenders? But where does Seoul Dynasty fall into those power rankings, considering they just made a roster change and they find themselves in the bottom 2 of Owl? And that's what's been so interesting about the APAC Open. You compare the regions, now knockouts, you're comparing contenders to Owl, and how everyone's going to match up. Yeah, I wouldn't automatically predict Owl all the time.
Yeah, and Seoul Dynasty in particular have lost to the Shanghai Dragons, who many would consider one of the weakest teams in Overwatch League right now, right up there with the Vegas Eternal, kind of a battle of the 19th/20th place in the power rankings. And Seoul Dynasty having lost to that is it is a big stain. I'm not gonna lie, it's a huge stain on their competitive history with this particular roster, which, while not very long, has been incredibly distressing for a good number of Seoul Dynasty fans. I don't think anyone was expecting Seoul Dynasty to do better than last year as they shifted up their roster, but they certainly weren't expecting the free fall that we're currently expecting, and it would really be kicking them in the bruises if they were to be the first Overwatch League team to be hoisted by a contenders roster. Even with Rhodes being a roster that does have a significant amount of former Owl players from China, this is a high caliber team. Remember, with Chengdu Hunters currently not participating / fielding a roster, a lot of these high tier players have spread out amongst the other teams, including many in contenders. Kaneki, you might recognize as a name, previously played DPS, I believe, for the Chengdu Hunters, is actually playing support on this roster, and that seems to be an increasingly common transfer for DPS players, especially flex DPS players, to move over towards the flex support role, which is so heavily stacked on aim. Here's a quick look at the Rhodes roster itself. Odium, possibly the least known of all of these players, but seems to be very, very versatile and playing a big selection of main tanks as well as off tanks.
I love the Kaneki haircut. It's even anime-esque in the pictures. You got the black hair. It's very protagonist of them. We'll see if they're going to be the main characters after this. Because of their seeding, they face an Owl team, which is a tough challenge. Obviously, you have a lot of tape to study the Seoul Dynasty from the qualifiers, and in terms of scrimming them, in terms of how you match up against them, it's yet to be seen. But some of the best Chinese representatives are on your screen for Rhodes. Minus, I guess, Ligue finds himself on another team. We witnessed him lose just now. And Dynasty is their opponent, where yes, not a ton of hope behind them because of the whole 5th place, but I just gotta say that APAC is really stacked right now. So I don't fault for Dynasty struggling against the talent that we have.
Yeah, a lot of teams coming out of a woodwork like Guangzhou Charge, but we did not expect to dominate as hard as they have. Here's a quick look at the overall roster. Remember, Prophet is still on this Seoul Dynasty roster. He's waiting to recover. It's not going to be missing forever, but in this incredibly important knockout stage, he's not going to be showing his face. Sonjun, the new kid, are still up here on the webcams, and of course, Void is a former world champion. This guy has been at the highest highs, but right now, Dynasty are digging a grave in the lowest of lows, and this is for chance for Prophet as the new kid on this roster in terms of their mainstay 5 to prove that he belongs here, because he has had to play second fiddle to Prophet thus far on a bunch of losses. This needs to be where Prophet proves his value to the Seoul Dynasty.
And then Void, see how long he stays in the series. Usually he's subbed in for 1 or 2 maps. Belos Ria had most of the playtime. And then after kind of the Belos Ria versus Piggy matchup, it's just a lot of confidence lost in Belos Ria, or maybe he just needed more time to improve. And it feels like Void has been taking a lot of that charge as the sort of new tank leader for this squad. And I think you call the best man for the job when it comes to Antarctic Peninsula, where Void does specialize in Zarya, Queen, Ramatra, all the best tanks for this map. We'll see if maybe they'll want to flex to any kind of dive for a sub-level in particular. but our players are playing online right now, and it's cool that in the WDG studios, they host watch parties for fans to stop by and have cool signs up. So hopefully the players return soon.
I heard that there are some French fans around at the moment, having traveled all the way from France, possibly on a long trip to stay for the mid-season madness, watching some Overwatch League in the studio, which is awesome to them. That's it's an interesting pilgrimage to take. Obviously, esports pilgrimages have always generally moved towards Korea, a cultural center for esports, whether it's StarCraft, Overwatch, or other esports as well. Antarctic Peninsula on your screen right now, and if we are going to be starting off on Icebreaker as the current vista suggests, then this is certainly going to be one of the places where dive is least likely to happen, and instead the rush will be movement. I've been pranked, but still the dive remains, and I'll have to see if Seoul Dynasty have convinced Sonjun to bring out a Mei here, which could be incredibly important.
Yeah, it will be the Ramatra rush from Seoul with the initial Symmetra TP for positional advantage. Mei Sojourn with the double flanker Doomfist. I don't think I've seen Odium play this in the opens. Of course, I didn't study the millions of tape in the regular season. But this is how you dive in and out very quickly. You can be vulnerable to sleeps and slows, but no Ana from Seoul Dynasty as Lee Soo-min was hacked by Pineapple and collapsed on by Aprita. Quick execution by Rhodes, as Odium was successful at punching one member of Seoul Dynasty off the high ground, but is looking for more of a group up. And man, it's Aprita, who is just disgusting, has killed 3 this fight alone, 74% to a pulse bomb.
We talked, Lerman, about how Rhodes like to continually rotate Pineapple and Aprita between the Tracer and the Sombra, and I do think that Aprita has a greater pedigree as a Tracer, certainly proving so here, but it's the speed and aggression of Rhodes that's really going to confound a newly generated Seoul Dynasty in terms of their comm structure. They're so fast. Lee Soo-min's going to have to respond to these very quickly.
Oh, Aprita got punished. Sonjun able to show himself off for Seoul after I was getting kind of worried. I don't want to be a first fight Fernando or anything, but Rhodes' execution right out the gates was deadly. Sonjun with 2. That fight gives Seoul back the point.
Hey, what a way to prove that you belong on this roster than carrying the first fight, but your team wins. Prophet slept, executed. Seoul Dynasty now going to peel a little bit back. They will, of course, be able to contest the point when Rhodes start to pressure it, but they need to give Prophet as much time to return as possible.
Oh, Void. Very present to help Sonjun contest that point, too, instead of just trust the Tracer to do just that. Aprita did bring Seoul Dynasty low with the early pulse bomb, but it's Seoul Dynasty that stalled it out, got all 5 members back. EMP from Pineapple. Only hits Void, I believe, if anybody. Not sure what happened. Seoul Dynasty counter with the Kitsune rush. Pineapple will translocate out as Rose hopes to run away from this fight and counter with their own. Kaneki with the Kitsune rush plus the nano onto Odium. Soundbeer in response from Krillin only hits the 3 as Void hopes to hold the wall at the front. Rampages through Odium and Pineapple. It's ult after counter ult with Seoul Dynasty benefiting from the point capture this entire time up to 62+.
Rhodes still fighting that. Oh no, a flip! Void took his toesies off the point, and that was enough for Rhodes to turn it around. Prophet dying to Opossum as well means that now all of this is not in Dynasty's favor. They need to try and turn this around quickly, but have no ultimates to do so.
I think Rhodes can definitely chase Seoul Dynasty down, who are hanging around, but now that Void is back, Rhodes overstayed their welcome. Sonjun able to win the Tracer duel means backline pressure. Kaneki feeling it, trying to teleport away. It is unable to. Seoul Dynasty axing their chances of coming back that fight. And you pulse a dead body, Sonjun. I know you're new, but that's kind of BM. But Seoul Dynasty, 1 fight away from taking round 1.
Ego early, ego often. Quiet shout out right now to Lee Soo-min. Actually playing excellent spacing from Void. Has managed to Suzu away both the effects of an EMP on Void and a stuck pulse one from Aprita. Void is currently the main target of Rhodes. They feel like this Jungle Queen is fragile and exploitable, but they need to swap away their targets, get on Lee Soo-min instead. And they do.
EMP from Pineapple. Sonjun able to blink away, but Lee Soo-min a victim of Rhodes. 99% for Seoul. Will have to give this up. Void Might as well just die on this one. Prophet didn't get the memo. Let's feed more ult charge to Rhodes instead of escaping, and Rhodes will get the point back.
But hey, Seoul Dynasty, they're fairly happy with this loss right here. Going to be able to re-engage with 4 fight-winning ultimates in the EMP, the Rampage, and both support ultimates. If you can force out something early, like a nano boost onto Odium, using something like Kitsune Rush, you're going to be well set up for a fight on the point.
Rampage available. Odium nanoed first, though. Rhodes pull the trigger, hoping to collapse onto Dynasty, who counter with the Kitsune Rush barrier EMP. The Rhodes backline simply evaporates, and Sunjun, well, the sun is shining bright for this young player as Seoul Dynasty will be taking round number 1.
And I don't want to disparage Prophet here, but Seoul Dynasty look like they have a much more clear sense of purpose right now. I don't know if it's because they've reallocated resources. Lee Sumin is putting so much more into Void right now. Almost every Suzu is used to try and rebuff the aggression that is placed onto that Junker Queen. But maybe it's Void playing the Junker Queen instead against a team that feels that she's fragile, that feels that she's exploitable. I believe this is a sleep here from Coldest, and indeed it is, leading to a summary execution. But unfortunately, it was not enough to turn this map in favor of Rhodes. Seoul Dynasty coming out with a new player looking absolutely hot.
And Seoul Dynasty just out-tempoed Rhodes. I think right out the gates, Rhodes were able to get a hack, an execution with their Tracer. But then once they started losing members, Odium had to swap off the Doomfist to the Winston, and he'll be returning on that once again against the Queen of Void. Or King, I guess? Either way. Seoul Dynasty on the high ground. Have to fear these random arrows from Pineapple. Hanzo can find these first picks off a headshot alone. Seoul Dynasty taking up a lot of this high ground space. Knife into Odium to bring him forth into the fight. Gets healed back up by Coldest as they hope to just avoid Void and jump into that backline.
Remember, that knife is having its timer pulled out here by Void, making sure that Odium can't make any jumps while it's stuck within him, because he'll only be pulled back and his momentum cancelled. Void just needs to continue putting that into the Winston to make sure that he can't make any effective jumps onto his backline.
For now, not a lot of people are dying. Rhodes do jump in, able to take some space back from this corner. Seoul taking her time to disengage now, fight for the point. It's been unlocked for some time. Void not able to ask him a question and not be able to get heals either. Seoul only down by 1. Rhodes still fighting for the cap as Odium jumps back up to his supports to heal. And since Aprita is dead, he can't contest this cap, so Seoul will get it first.
By the way, Sonjun, on his first control map with the Seoul Dynasty, deadlifted the first point. 7 out of 12 final blows. Certainly looking impressive on the Tracer. Big pickup. A young prodigy. So young, in fact, a big scout.
Oh, Odium nanoed. Focusing a lot on Void. Pulse will finish him off. Sunju not as lucky, but an even trade. Kaneki removed. Coldest, the only healer, has to play in line of sight, is on the high ground with Pineapple and friends, as Rhodes managed to take the point back, but Seoul are hanging around looking for picks as Prophet gets collapsed on.
Brutalized there by Aprita. Seoul Dynasty now building up once again to a critical mass of ultimates. The overclock here might be difficult to shut down, but Odium needs to save his Winston barrier for that. Remember that while those railguns do penetrate through bodies, they do not penetrate through barriers, and Odium can definitely make Prophet feel very unsafe in any position using that shield.
Odium feels pressured to use the Primal, and he was in Seoul Dynasty territory, so you might as well. You throw Void off the point, land him into an ante, but Coldest and Kaneki land themselves 6 feet under. Seoul Dynasty quick to remove the support around Odium and take the point back. Seoul Dynasty have 20% away to close the gap.
And doing it for free as well against a pair of ultimates, both the Primal Rage and the Dragon Strike expended there. Pineapple's going to swap over now. Instead, onto the Sombra, hoping to get more damage onto Lee Sumin once again, I imagine, to try and once again attempt these traps, these pincers onto a vulnerable, squishy backline of a Seoul Dynasty and hopefully avoid Void.
Seoul Dynasty command the high ground, ready for a rampage, but Pineapple shows himself into the backline, removes Krillin, no sound barrier for Seoul, as they hesitate to use ultimates. Kitsune Rush call being made, 3v5, now 3v4 in favor of Rhodes. We're more occupied with trying to get the point. Pressure from Rhodes to exist and remove Seoul so they can build up towards that objective time. Soundbear from Krillin hits 3. Sunjun is slept, but the Soundbear keeps him alive enough to recall as Aprita chasing down these squishy targets. Sunjun exposed, but in range of his healers. Krillin, Lee Soo-min right behind him. 75% plus for Soul. Giving up the point though. Rhodes, they cap, and they hunt for more.
Krillin a microsecond too late with that soundbar. If it had hit, Void could use the Rampage against the Kaneki, who'd already been able to use the Suzu. There would have been no recourse for the antis that would have been attributed to Rhodes' roster. And now Pineapple. The EMP of Damocles will soon be hanging over Seoul Dynasty, but Void can still strike first with the Rampage. They gotta force the Suzu out.
Oh, Void is looking for a moment to use this Rampage, but he's got to worry about sleeps and antis. Presents himself to try and get Odium out of the picture, who didn't jump fast enough. Prophet gets the last laugh. Soul 5v4, point capped. Prophet with the second pick too at 80% plus. If Rose gets staggered anymore, they'll give up the map.
Can't afford anything further. And Seoul Dynasty know it. They're moving forward. Coldest is down to a beautiful stick from the new boy on Soul. And 12% remains. It'll be a mad dash to the point, but certainly can be made with this many vulnerable, or rather mobile players. And the Kitsune Rush is going to be available as well to try and facilitate a brawl on the point against this deadly Junker Queen.
Soul Dynasty, I mean, Void waiting to rampage till Overwatch 4 at this point. Pulse misses from Aprita. Kitsune Rush from Kaneki, but he's not alive. Lee Soo-min uses his Soul Dynasty 5v4 Rampage right through Odium to slow down his Primal Rage. But Rhodes starting to overtake this with the deadly assassin duo of Pineapple and Aprita, killing 3. Soul Dynasty slowly losing grip on this point as Rhodes will flip and bring this down to 1-fight territory.
Void trying to back off here to maybe get a teleport in from Lee Soo-min, but simply can't make the distance work. Kaneki with the perfect timing there. And Aprita lies in wait. A hunter smelling out their prey. Soul Dynasty have Void move over onto the Winston. One last touch from the dive tank. Krillin's sound barrier here could be everything. Coldest is going to beat them to the punch when it comes to the Nano, ready to be pushed over onto Odium.
Great shots by Coldest to force out that recall from Sunjun. Jumping in is Odium with Nano. The call is made by Rhodes. Dynasty's backs against the wall, who invigorate with the sound barrier. As Rhodes losing bodies fast. They drop so low but haven't died yet. Aprita half HP into the backline. But Sunjun missing. Dodging the sleep from Coldest gives Soul a chance to trade backlines. 99% and away! Soul Dynasty didn't touch. We go to round 3.
So close yet so far. Rhodes strike back with the Winston against his direct counter in the Junker Queen. But it feels like Coldest is just untouched for so much of these fights, playing up on the high ground, and that's exactly where the Ana wants to be. Odium demands so much attention, and now it's a full change of the strategies. Getting a weird feeling of deja vu from earlier. We had Dreamer who wanted to opt into that Reinhardt, going up against the Ramatra, who could just do so much damage through the barrier. Pineapple and Aprita, though, both heroes of this one.
Yeah, just comparing Sunjun and Aprita's stats. Aprita's winning by 1.6k. Similar eliminations, though, but you can tell that Aprita's putting on the damage towards Void. We go to sub-level, or, Icebreaker. Big rush map. Reinhardt versus Ramatra. Remember, Ramatra can shred that Reinhardt shield very quickly, so Odium and Friends of Rhodes have to be decisive and speedy with their approach. They can't afford to take that poke. As Aprita's looking for a first pick, that could be a win condition in itself. Odium taking some pressure. His main not really beside him to wall and protect him as Rhodes divided and picked apart.
Yeah, Aprita on that off angle was not able to put in nearly as much pressure as Void could place onto Odium. Ramatra is so good for getting this first control in these initial fights, because you can force the Reinhardt to give up that space using the Nemesis form. And Odium now acknowledges the differential between the two tanks. Goes over to Ramatra, much better suited towards this brawl. Can protect himself a lot better when he gets walled as well by just popping the Nemesis form and crossing his arms, refusing to take damage. Still, Rhodes have to move into enemy territory, and that requires resources that Soul are going to have a significant advantage on when the fight comes.
Yeah, we haven't seen Odium play this in the open, so kind of on-the-fly adaptations from Rhodes. Sunjun low, ice blocks, Void right there to protect him. Pineapple doesn't have Maywall, just used it, but Blizzard could be on the menu. The Rhodes want to make sure they're healed back up, and now you've given a chance for Sunjun to get this Maywall back, just split up the team. Rhodes throw their Blizzard down. Sunjun and Void are frozen. The immortality from Lee Soo-min only buys them so much time, and not enough for Profit to make a big dent into Rhodes. But it's a big dent in the score. 60% plus for Seoul as Rhodes flip the point.
Excellent counter window there from Kaneki. Lee Soo-min put down his own in order to put double healing over on to Void. Still double damage coming through that. Too much to bear for a single healer. Now, though, a differential when it comes to the generation of these annihilations could be everything. Void can try and take all of this space in a quick rotation around, but decides to simply try and LOS a Prita.
Okay, Prita is behind them, so Seoul Dynasty kind of paused. They said, where's that overclock coming from? Now they know it's behind them. Blizzard in their face. Sunjun throws it into Rhodes. Soundbear from Coldest almost got frozen up by that. Able to drop it to possibly save his team. Forcing Seoul to make a decision to invest more into this. The annihilation from Void is the cherry on top. Rhodes had the point. Will slowly lose it. Seoul back in the driver's seat.
And Krillin critically has held his ult here, which is going to be very important when Pineapple brings the main tool to bear. Rhodes have to try and retake this in the Blizzard. We've seen how those are often centralized on the Ramatra, trying to remove that presence before the fight comes in earnest, and Pineapple's got it ready.
Blizzard. Pineapple throws it down. Void is frozen, extended, but saved by Krillin. Soundbear potentially. All the healing is going into him. The Nemesis form block keeps him up. Ant Matrix strikes fear into Rhodes, who have one last chance to race to the point to contest it before game one goes to Seoul. Maywall right at the door. Does Rhodes have another answer? Coldest is booped off. And that is all she wrote. Seoul Dynasty take game one.
A May wall and a Ravenous Vortex make sure that even a freed May from the wall simply is too slow to touch. But we've got to give credit to Krillin and Lee Soo-min for responding so well to that Blizzard. Not only using the Amplification Matrix to get double healing from a Baptiste onto that vulnerable tank, but Krillin hitting a clutch sound barrier to make sure that Lee Soo-min had time to set that up. In order to try and kill Void there, we saw Rhodes get too aggressive, get too punishable, and that sealed the fate of Icebreaker.
Even sub-level was just pure chaos. The one round that Rhodes did take, I mean, it came off of Seoul stepping off the point for half a second at a 99 to 99 scenario. This was just who could trade a backlines quicker, but on Icebreaker, you're exactly right. Void showed his experience and his comfortability on Ramatra, but you gotta also praise the fact that Rhodes are trying to adapt on the fly. A lot of contenders teams aren't, brave enough to make these big decisions, and imagine the nerves going on in the Rhodes camp that you have to face an Owl team in your very first match. But Seoul Dynasty lead this one 1-0, and after the break, we'll find out where Rhodes want to head to next. Seoul Dynasty are up 1-0 against the #1 team coming out of the APAC region, 3rd seed coming out of Group B. It's Rhodes! But we've called in some reinforcements leg day. Bellows Ria's coming in for the Seoul Dynasty.
Bellows Ria coming in. Of course, more of a main tank enjoyer than our good friend Void, who prefers the rush tanks and often the off-tank preference of the Ramatra. Odium, of course, going to be staying in as the only tank on Rhodes. But Dynasty, how is their comp going to swap up now? And of course, Dynasty, they just beat the Shambali one-track allegations. They managed to win a control map, which is a great start for Dynasty. Admittedly, they are against contenders competition rather than the Owl teams that have mopped them up and down the garden path for the last couple of weeks. Alas, still, Pineapple and Aprissa, this is a difficult duo to get past. And of course, it was a close control map as well, with Coldest being able to essentially free cast for most of sub-level, allowing him to dominate on the Ana. Bellows Ria's had a tough time so far on the Seoul Dynasty, I think it's fair to say. And while we know this player has immense talent, he proved it on the Philadelphia Fusion last year. The integration of tanks onto Seoul Dynasty has not looked amazing today, though. That's where it's all changed. I feel like Seoul Dynasty playing much more cohesively because we're seeing tanks survive attacks. And previously, that was nowhere to be seen on Seoul Dynasty. Tanks were dropping like flies in front of Lee Soo-min and Krillin, who were just caught flat-footed and lacking so many times. But in our little break that we've had for Seoul Dynasty, it feels like Krillin and Lee Soo-min have finally been able to reconstitute how they're applying their resources to keeping Void alive, and hopefully the same for Bellows Ria.
Bellows Ria has grown a lot from his Philadelphia Fusion days. There was a lot of coordination, kind of hesitation, uncertainty around just mostly his Winston. And I thought he really shined bright for Philly when the ball meta was prevalent. And then in this season, I think kind of took a back seat to Void in some matches. I think it was maybe 1 or 2 where Seoul Dynasty had fully subbed in Void to see what their chances were like. Where Seoul Dynasty's only win in the qualifiers was against the Seoul Infernal in the very first match, where they caught him lacking. But Rhodes will be catching a map pick, heading over to King's Row, where they haven't learned their lesson. They want to go to another rush map.
They do want to go to another rush map, Lemon, but curiously, if it does work, go and change it, say Dynasty. Not going to be playing the classic rush tank in Void, Bellows Ria. Like, are we going to see more Winston on King's Row? It has become kind of the de facto tank now. Classically, King's Row's been very rush favored, as you talked about, and honestly, maybe they're trying to bait Seoul Dynasty into playing a more rushy style of King's Row, or they'll be able to play their hyper-aggressive double flanker that's previously been their bread and butter.
King's Row, strong, but after you get rid of Void, who was kind of their rush star, you bring in Bellows Ria, who's been playing so much Winston. You're expecting the dive, but what is going to be the answer to Odium, who has played D.Va? He's played every tank under the sun of D.Va, Ramatra, Ryan, Ball even. Odium can be the counter pick guy, but can he make the right call? And being the jack of all trades isn't necessarily a great thing either if you can't be the master of a certain tank. But out the gates, it's Seoul with the dive.
Going to try and get a little bit more mastery on the Ramatra at least here. Pineapple on the Ashe. Certainly a pick with increasing relevance all across Overwatch League, but no pocket behind it. Rhodes' support line is certainly more aligned with something that we'd expect from, say, the Florida Mayhem, where they have 2 very heavy aiming supports who try to get the most value possible out of the high damage that we put out of both the Ashe and the Kiriko.
Oh, Prophet, body shot on the Pineapple. Gotta be wary of that first pick potential from Hanzo. Pineapple on the Ashe. You know, the Bob presence is a good way to allow Odium to step off an objective and have the Bob be present and rain down the dynamites. But really, you want to use the coach gun to dodge Bellows Ria as best as you can. Which, speaking of Seoul, they just haven't put any pressure on the point yet. They're busy trying to win the fight into the backline. Sunjun goes, gets Odium low. No finish yet. Seoul Dynasty start to surround the Rhodes defense as Seoul begin the capture of that first hit. Kaneki exposed, unsure how to connect between Odium and Pineapple at different sides. And Odium gets to just simply beat Krillin to death. So the Rhodes defense maybe no longer chilling after losing Coldest. 4v4 though, Seoul are taking their sweet time moving.
Brigitte has such a sad time against the Run Marcher. There's no two ways about it. The pummel goes through the shield, a speed boost you get while in Nemesis form allows you to run down the Brigitte if they get too close, and the whip shot doesn't really move tanks as much as it used to. Now Coldest has access to the Nano, and that's going to be brutal when applied to Odium. What Soul Dynasty are doing here is they're forcing Profit to take away these angles from Coldest and Kaneki to try and shepherd Odium out of the LOS of his support so we can be beaten down by Seonjun.
It's almost like Seonjun is following with Belos Rhea and just being a tank buster rather than that objective anchor that Soul Dynasty clearly need. Because as soon as you give Odium space, you nano him and he just is simply too much to handle. Soul Dynasty need to take high grounds and get out of range of a rush. That's what the dive composition is for high ground control, and I've seen so little of that from Soul.
Yeah, very little high ground control, especially considering that Prophet should be able to threaten so much with the headshots that can be brought out from the Hanzo. Still, once again, questing together. Seonjun and Belos are an adventuring party that wishes to get onto these squishy supports. It's Pineapple who's going to catch most of the aggression to begin with, but Seonjun's still up on the high ground, waiting for someone to come up.
All right, the Bob did get slept from Pineapple, but it is anchoring the point, so Odium was able to step back, kind of regenerate some health, go back in. That's a cycling that I love to see from Rhodes. Speaking of which, they brought Soul Dynasty down to their last minute of pushing. Belos Rhea, primaling, just vibing, I guess, not really doing anything. Rhodes, Kitsune Rush, it puts the fear in Belos Rhea's eyes, who tried to dodge to sleep, unable to do so, but Seonjun makes up for it, pulse bomb into Kaneki. Rhodes, the Annihilation slept, woke it up, Seonjun says good morning, and Soul Dynasty should be able to capture the first two ticks. We'll see if Rhodes can recontest.
Min doing excellent there to manage to sleep Odium, who instantly swaps over now onto the Winston. Could even be angling through a recontest here as 4 members of Rhodes still stand in the gateway, and of course won't take long for the Winston to make that jump. The Pritter's already dead though. That's going to call it Lemon. And now Rhodes, they are going to be in a very exploitable position.
The Ashe is maybe not great if you can't get to that top window as easily. Pineapple didn't even try to get into that position to support a Pritta on the recontest. And a big momentum swing for Soul Dynasty. See if they can stagger out anyone else. Won't be threatened at the choke point. But Belos Rhea versus Odium. If Belos Rhea can't win the tank matchup on Winston against Odium, I would be very surprised. That would be a red flag for the Soul Dynasty camp.
Yeah, Belos Rhea definitely needs to be having the advantage in this one, but remember there's a huge amount more healing going into Odium as well. The raw healing, there's consistent healing from the Kiri so high.
Yeah, Coldest got antied. Suzu by Kaneki responds with a nano onto Odium, who pushes Soul away from them. Once Belos Rhea's healed back up, reemerges to that back alley, forces Rhodes off that high ground and all the way to the back of point B. Soul Dynasty just owns so much real estate.
This car is still schmoving, and remember, Belos Rhea doesn't get knocked back on their engagements. They have to be Suzu'd if the cleave starts to come through. Meanwhile, Krillin can control Odium a lot better. The Brigitte brings so many more tools to try and stop Odium from getting a big engage, so Odium's forced to sort of slowly crawl forward and try and force out that whip shot in advance.
Big ult advantage for Soul, including the sustain of Belos Rhea. If you want to be aggressive with it, this is the time to do so. Pineapple blows himself up, and Pineapple's dead too. Soul Dynasty didn't even have to invest that much. Rose will take themselves out. Soul Dynasty will be capping B and maybe even getting some exit stagger kills. Good disengage from Belos Rhea, and that'll be point B for Soul.
I really hope we get a replay later, Lemon, to try and figure out the mystery of what happened. Oh, last moment engage with a Kitsune Rush, but Nano could rebuff this fairly easily.
Well, Kitsune Rush plus a double blade from a Pritta. Now he's finally supported when he wants to recontest something. Not like how the point went for Rhodes. It's 2 meters away, 41 seconds for Soul. Gonna need to use that nano. Lee Soo-min holding on to it. Dragon Strike from Prophet. And he's getting beat down by a Primal. And then Lee Soo-min is hoping that there's gonna be another fight with 28 seconds left. Belos Rhea gets staggered here. He will. This is gonna be not possible for Soul.
Bro, is he on Lent or something? He's given up the nano for Easter or something. Why didn't you use it to get the last point? Lee Soo-min, I'm terribly concerned, but hey, at least you'll be able to try and get a nano engage happening here to make sure that Belos Rhea has staying power on the cart, but now Coldest can match it. Your door has closed. Seonjun finally gets the touch. Now you have to wait for your Winston to arrive as Sonjun continues to waste his blinks, or rather use his blinks to keep this going.
Veloceria is now front facing. Bubble is popped. Only physically, maybe not morally. He is nanoed by Lee Soo-min. And a pick from Prophet. And 2! Well, if Veloceria takes up all the space, Prophet delivers on all ends. Seoul Dynasty surely can't be this time, right? Well, Aprita taken out before he could deliver the pulse bomb to Lee Soo-min, and Seoul Dynasty do in fact cap point B this time, but with less than 90 seconds for C.
Credit to Veloceria there, perfect shield to block the incoming sleep from Coldest, putting it down a little bit before the landing so it would form in the path of the sleep dart. That's the kind of expertise we expect to see from an Overwatch League tank like Veloceria, and finally coming to bear in these matchups that are so important. Rose don't have much in the way of ultimates to try and rebuff this push as Sonjun gets slept.
I'm surprised Sunjin didn't get blown up by his own pulse bomb like Aprita did, but still blown up nonetheless.
We can dream.
Defense. No, Dreamers are in lower bracket, but it's 5-4. Looking for more picks. I think being more aggressive here would be ideal, or at least focusing on taking Seoul Dynasty off that corner high ground. Successful at doing that. Prophet, Dragon Strike, down to the right side. Roads are split up, but Roads are not too aggressive. They're kind of hesitating.
Yeah, Rhodes don't want to be the first one to be picked and give this over to their enemies. Veloceria going deep in the backline, of course, as the Proud to keep himself sustained if need be. Odium's getting far more proactive with this as Veloceria's on the other side.
Don't wake him. Oh, someone woke him. Krillin thought he was safe to come out with the rally. Veloceria is even surprised himself. Now goes after Coldest. Kaneki, the only healer. And Rhodes are already missing 2. This defense has respawn advantage, though, but Seoul Dynasty, they strike. And it's lethal. They'll go for the full cap and in overtime.
Unfortunately, overtime just ticked over Lemon, and that might have some lasting consequences for Seoul Dynasty if we see a cap with more than a minute come through from Rhodes. But look at this, Lee Soo-min. Isn't it so nice? Don't we feel so successful and so vigorous on our Winston when we actually use our Nano? That's crazy, Lemon.
That is Seoul Dynasty, especially Prophet, really turned up in the second half of that. Veloceria and friends just look a little dozy, a little sleepy, as Aprita put to permanent sleep there with his own pulse bomb. But Seoul Dynasty just were so passive on the point cap, just kind of not as confident on taking high grounds, almost too dependent on Prophet. But Sunjun has really impressed me on the Tracer and is putting Aprita against the wall.
Oh yeah, Aprita certainly has had it brought to him multiple times. I'm wondering if Rhodes actually commit once again to this Ramatra lemon. It's going to create a big test for Seoul Dynasty's cohesiveness of play, as they're going to have to continually rotate contests on the point between their more mobile players and keep Lee Soo-min safe on a high ground that could be easily assaulted by a Prisser on the Hanzo. Prophet, of course, going to be able to do some early scouting here of the incoming composition, and likely that's going to inform Seoul Dynasty's game plan if they react to it well and start doing a cycle contest to just try and find an opening to take out Coldest.
Rhodes have Pineapple this time on the Sombra, although Aprita and Pineapple have been able to exchange roles. Assassination in the back from defense. Good job by Prophet this time. Double flanker of Seoul against Aprita, who's going to be taking a lot of pressure if he decides to remain on this Hanzo.
It's incredibly important that Prophet continue to bring that down, because that's the only person who can really threaten Lee Soo-min with Odium's lack of vertical mobility here on the Ramatra. Krillin playing on low ground could be a real big problem. He could just be ran on.
Okay, Aprita guns down Krillin. The rest of Rhodes very low. A great immortality from Coldest while he's sleeping too in Hotel. Makes it so difficult for Seoul to finish off those kills and the immortality. The ceiling that exists. Now, almost 2 ticks for Rhodes. Recontest available. Prophet not able to hack that. It'll be up to Veloceria to contest. Sunjun presents himself from the corner. Recalls. He's gonna need some help. And if this caps for Rhodes, that's gonna be a big time advantage.
Gonna be a huge time advantage. Krillin doesn't want to be the one to put themselves on the line. Veloceria instead soaks up all the heals from Rihanna, and now no one's touching. I can't believe Krillin was playing that low when they knew they were up against the Ramcom. You've got the scouting from the Sombra. You can't allow yourself to be run over, but credit too to Odium. Putting that shield up there in the path of Lee Soo-min is something that I didn't anticipate as a means to really force the Ana to do a less than ideal rotation and really cut off the heels from Belos Ria for too long. Seoul Dynasty lose that in record time, and now the cart's going to start moving, and there's going to be a huge advantage for this Reaper moving through the tiny choke. Big stick!
Oh, the pulse actually missed.
Was that a Yeet Suzu from below ground?
I don't think that sticks, but we'd have to trust the replay on that one. Seoul Dynasty also on their attack. It got down to the last minute before the Cavs, so Rhodes have a big advantage in terms of time. Kitsune rush. Rhodes taking so much damage from the initial EMP blast of Prophet. As the exchange happens, Rhodes go back to the point. Emerging, though, is Belisari on the defense with Nano close to Primal. He can play as aggressive as he wants, especially with that Reaper removed. But he doesn't want to go past the choke, at least not yet.
I want to see Belos finally have a Primal Blade. Thus far, they've been very passive, mostly playing to survive. Allow someone else to be the star. Prophet in the back, forced out. And Belos now will have to hold down this cart for a little bit while the rest of Seoul Dynasty make a quick disengagement. And it seems like they just want to give away for space now. They're going to allow Rose to move this way for free with Reaper and force Belos into a close quarters battle, which isn't ideal.
Rhodes are good at kind of engaging, disengaging, playing the tango. Seoul Dynasty around the corner. It's their turn to strike. The Primal, Rally, Pulse Bomb by Sunjun. Seoul Dynasty are so focused on playing passive and contesting to draw out time. Aprita, Suzud, and Wraith out. Important cooldowns used. Seoul Dynasty, Rhodes, Soundbearer engage in. Krillin can only stun and rally the team so much. Seoul Dynasty give up the space, but the ranged damage is so much for this defense. Rhodes fall apart.
The kite so strong, and Krillin just breaks the momentum of a well-placed double stun coming through from the rally. That 21/9 ultra-wide shield catches many in its path and slows them down to a point where that sound barrier dissipates and their health bars do as well. Rhodes simply took a fight they thought was opportune but didn't have the resources to back it up. Now, you got to think about the ways that this Death Blossom can be countered. A well-placed whip shot potentially, a sleep, or even an EMP to try and shut it down with a minimized cast time on the hack. If a Britta can account for all of these, he can destroy a backline pretty quickly.
Brita's Reaper has to be used to blow up Belisari with the mobility of the rest. It's tough to catch. EMP catches 3 of Rhodes. Kitsune rush in response from Kaneki. Brita is sent forward to blow up the Seoul Dynasty, but Belos is simply too much to handle. The Suzu teleport disappears into the shadows, so Belos only gets 2 in that fight. 2 minutes left for Rhodes.
Finally, the aggressive Primal Blade we were hoping for from Belos. Peter passive has evolved. And now holding at this corner. Gives space for Sonjun to try and find something out of Pulse Bomb. Alas, nothing to be given over instead. Now Pineapple is just fighting his hands with the overclock ready to go and little to try and stop it. Maybe a well-placed sleep could shut it down.
Overclock from the top. Lee Suman down. No support for this defense. Rose can't choke this now. That'll be all she wrote for Point B, although the cart still has to move quite a bit. We'll see if Rose can get any more stagger kills. They've used all their ultimates to make this work. Seoul Dynasty can recontest and potentially win this off support ults.
You can see Prophet on the crossfire here as well. A quick blink in, a translocator elsewhere to grab the high ground, and now you can see Belos come in. But Nano's at the ready if Belos wishes to get aggressive, but they need to continually dance on this cart, and that's likely going to be Krillin's job.
Yeah, just playing passive to contest seems to be the recipe for success for Seoul Dynasty. The Nano engaged, waiting for that to pull the trigger. Speaking of which, Pineapple headshot to Sunjun. Good start for Rhodes. 5v4, 2 meters away from capping with only 1 minute left. Zapritis Pulse Bomb needs to be big, but it gets all the healing of the rally of Krillin. It's too much to bear for Rhodes. They don't want to sacrifice more than they already have. 44 seconds left. Last attempt coming up.
Both support ults forced out, but Seoul Dynasty continue to hold on. Now they look to Prophet and to Belos to be the ones to stop. Cole disengage with the sound barrier. Kaneki can force this out first, though. Utilizing that Kitsune rush. Remember, last time we saw this, Belos was very nervous to engage into it. Belos can't afford to be nervous again.
Kitsune rush from Kaneki, but Coldus jumps to try and soundbear Odium, who jumped in, and Coldus just jumped to his cold death. Rhodes have Odium slept right before the Primal. A big win condition removed, and the EMP on top. Rhodes can't even re-engage as the sound barrier hitting Aprita and the other support. A touch happens, but the road ending on King's Row, unable to get point B after investing so much. Seoul Dynasty, we go into match point.
And we saw a microcosm of growth from Belos3 over the course of that entire map. Belos3 is not used to getting this much from the supports. Seoul Dynasty before, they were losing tanks left and right in the Owl qualifiers, just to nothing at all. Just the Krillin and Lee Sumin being AFK essentially. But Belos3 are starting to learn to trust the healing that's there, starting to get more aggressive, leaving behind Pizza passive and become beast mode Belos3. I don't know who's going to be in for the next map, Lemon, but Seoul Dynasty have certainly recaptured a little bit of cohesiveness and a little bit of vigor in their gameplay.
Yeah, just waiting for nanos, and that being the point of their engage it's a good plan for Seoul Dynasty, although the generation can take some time. But Seoul Dynasty, the plan has worked out so far. They're on match point. We'll see y'all after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to Knockouts, our first Owl versus Contenders match, and it's going Team Owl's way with Seoul Dynasty on match point against Rhodes.
Yeah, we thought this one might be a little bit closer with Seoul Dynasty recently losing Profit to a brief absence for illness instead bringing in Sonjun, but seem to be playing fairly well today against Rhodes. To look at your Rhodes roster once again, of course, a Predator and Pineapple, a DPS duo that many people know, and Coldest as well, definitely one of the more highly regarded names in Flex supports when it comes to China. A lot of people a couple of years ago were talking about Coldest as one of the best to ever do it, an incredible Zen player. But it feels like with Kaneki as a support duo, Coldest is having to kind of do the Violet thing and move over towards Lucio instead in these rush compositions, and that's not where Coldest is getting the most mileage out of his experience. They're allowing Kaneki to play on the Kiriko, which is a little bit more aim-based, of course. For DPS players, when they flex over to support, they often are moving over to those flex supports like the Ana, Zen, and Kiri.
Sitting in those seats will be a different name. We were told that Void was coming in, so who's that tank player? We'll find out once he sits in his seat. But new guy Sunjun on the Tracer has been incredible. Our next map will be Rialto, where we will have the Widow off between Prophet and Pineapple. Ah, there we go.
Confirmed!
Void. Confirmed!
It's real! The one tank
I don't know
is
if he
real!
Once he sits down, maybe?
He's
Void, it's the Void!
He's giving Sonjun a quick pep talk. Of course, Void is, he'd be a bit of a leader for this team. Being a world champion, being one of the most veteran players with Prophet elsewhere, Void's definitely going to be someone that you look to as a leader amongst what is essentially now a team of mostly rookies, with the exception of Krillin, who of course had a pretty good run on Washington Justice last year. I think definitely proved himself as an Ana player, but also, like we saw Coldest doing in this matchup, is having to fill quite a bit of the main support roles. A lot of teams rolling this year without a main support, and I'm not going to lie, a lot of teams are also kind of suffering for it.
I'm surprised that Rhodes picked wanting to go to Rialto. This was the only map they dropped against Panthera, who's a Korean contenders team. So a lot of weight on Pineapple's shoulders to be competitive against Prophet, who was the Widow, or is the Widow player on the other side. And Prophet was very competitive against Jimmy, who's one of the most feared Widows, sitting on the Guangzhou Charge, of course. Now that Void is in his seat, we'll be going to map 3 shortly, where Seoul Dynasty are 1 map away from sending their contender's opponent to the lower bracket and putting themselves up against the Hangzhou Spark next.
Now let's talk about what that bracket is leading to. We have our spring stage knockouts, Lemon. We're separated into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, both double elimination. And the winner of each of these brackets will be going to Mid-Season Madness to represent East at our big mid-season LAN that's going to be happening right here in South Korea. It's so important to these teams to be able to represent their country, their region on home turf, especially in a big LAN. Remember the last grand finals we had in Korea was done almost entirely remotely. I believe that was back in 2020. We had the San Francisco Shock shipped over there. There hasn't been as many opportunities to play in front of the home crowd with these big stakes matches. And for Seoul Dynasty, a team that's been representing the capital of South Korea for 5-6 years now, it would mean so much to finally do that for this franchise. But
Yeah.
Seoul Infernal are now also bargaining for that spot as the hometown heroes.
Seoul versus Seoul in Seoul. There's just so much Seoul happening. And for $1 million tournament, the Mid-Season Madness is gonna be nuts. And the fact that APAC only gets 2 spots and it's the winner of each bracket. So out of Guangzhou Charge, Spark, Seoul Dynasty, only one of those OWL teams have the potential to go unless Poker Face, Rhodes, or Dreamers have something to say about it. And Poker Face being the most likely contender, being the #1 seed out of Korea to pose a challenge. And that's been the big conversation, right? Even the contenders fans versus the OWL fans. Which side is the most skilled? Who is the better team? And now we're comparing the lower-ended OWL teams versus the top-end contenders teams. And that's where the argument can be made for both sides.
Yeah, that's where the line begins to blur, Lemon. But right now, it's looking pretty defined. A line where we're definitely seeing Seoul Dynasty stand on the right side of it. And Rialto, it's a map that I'm very excited to see here because it's going to mean that Prophet can finally play his favored hero, the Widowmaker. This guy coming in as a hit scan prodigy. We've not been able to see much value out of our hit scans thus far in the meta. A lot of teams opting into the Sombra, opting into the Tracer. The slower paced style of those primary hit scans, the Cassidy, the Ashe, the Widowmaker, often an afterthought, replaced often by the Hanzo as well. But this is one of the few places in Overwatch where Widowmaker can still reign supreme. We've seen Jimmy do it. We've seen Prophet do it before. And it's likely going to be doing it again right here.
And this is going to be the diva off between Odium and Void. Both teams have really liked that double flanker. The difference is I was expecting to be in the support line where Coldest has played Zenyatta on Rialto before. But obviously, if you're expecting some crazy dive pressure or you're scared of the other tracers, Zen is a risk. And Coldest likes to swap to Brig. So instead, he'll just stay on the Brig and Rose will be attacking first. Taking over this high ground is important. Try to make that Widowmaker uncomfortable. Prophet is waiting for comms from his team to see kind of where is everybody set up, but isn't getting good vision. So Prophet might have to just fall back to a secondary location because Pineapple is right behind them ready for a hack.
Yeah, and Pineapple's also reporting the position of Prophet here, so that Rhodes can be very careful about avoiding those potential sight lines and being able to manufacture their engage without risking too many picks coming through from the Widowmaker. An unfair 1v2 here will force a recall out of Aprita, and that's Krillin's job right now. Just make sure that Aprita can't make the dangerous commute onto Prophet, and that if Prophet gets hacked by the Pineapple, they can keep it as a 1v1.
This is the kind of cycling playstyle that Seoul Dynasty have. Although it was with Bellasaria on King's Row, they just like to stall the cart and not hard engage. And you expect that more with a D.Va than a Winston, but they're doing that again with Void. Waiting to build up towards that Nano and then pulling the trigger. Seoul Dynasty are wasting so much time. Wishing Sunjun was anchoring this a bit more, and he just gets fragged by Pineapple. Big opening for Rose, who also have the Nano available. Anti hit the back line, and the call is made. Odium is nanoed, trying to confirm that kill into the Krillin and Lee Min. Unable to, but forcing them off the high ground, forcing that Prophet Widow all the way back is still a win in Rose's eyes.
Aprita can try and put this to bed now with a pulse on. The same could be said, of course, of the self-destruct, but Sonjin strikes first. Looks like nothing to be gained from their own pulse. From a counter slap from Aprita, could find a mark, especially onto Krillin, would be super valuable. Lee Min even better, so that they can't be nano to rebuff the damage.
Self-destruct, Void should be able to get back into mech and keep this fight going. Half the time bank left for Rhodes with an EMP at the ready. It's an important win condition. It hits Sunjun and Void. Nano given to Krillin for the sustain at the front. Void goes past the cart to get some more kills, removes 2 from Rhodes, and wins the fight for the defense.
Overall for Rhodes, this has been expensive. Yes, Sonjin used a pulse bomb. It's already been mostly recouped, though. Prophet and Sonjin both doing plenty of damage here. Aprita, once again, unable to have used the pulse bomb in the fight previous, was taken out early by Prophet. And Krillin can be the real sticking point with the rally on the cart here, but Rhodes actually have a little bit more space to move over onto Prophet now because Krillin hasn't been able to it's been taken out as he tried to get in between Prophet and the rotators here.
5v4 for Rhodes. That's an opening. Aprita doing his job. Odium will get the cart to the choke point, but this is the stall potential of Seoul Dynasty's comp, or at least how they like to play it. And Prophet is safe in the back. Coldest and Kaneki have to be careful of exposing themselves, and I thought Aprita would have been fine with the mobility. Was not expecting him to hit that shot. Prophet delivers, but harassment at the back. Kind of seeing where this Sombra is, has to turn around. Meanwhile, Odium can take the fight at the front with the Nano, pushes Void away. Odium takes care of the pulse bomb too, but where's the progress? This is the stalemate that never ends. Rhodes are not getting much progress past 1 kill.
Seoul Dynasty have all been herded onto this bridge row. There's not going to be too much to hide from when the self-destruct finally comes out, as Odium has been able to earn it with the help of that Nano. Seoul Dynasty still, they can hold fast here. The Nano and the Rally both available. Void taken out of the mech, forced to... Oh no, Krillin died in Rally! Oh, for some
Yeah, no Rally for Soul. 7 seconds. Rhodes with the self-destruct right at the doorway. Void is able to hide, and the self-destruct wasn't deep enough from Odium. Pineapple EMP. This is the final straw. You've messed with Rhodes long enough. 3-man EMP Min. But the anti from Lee Soo-min hit Coldest and Kaneki, and Sunju jumped into the back. But as the dust settles, Rhodes still prevailed and were able to cap A. Oh, okay.
You don't get away with those in front of Prophet, I'm afraid. This guy only aims for the DPS, but boy, he do hit those shots. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Krillin getting booped off by Odium in the rally. Almost unforgivable. That could have been a first-point hold for Seoul Dynasty if not for the absolute bottling of it. Getting completely fried by the Diva. And now Coldest has the rally advantage. Kaneki, of course, coming up on the Nano. But Pineapple able to control this high ground very well with the Hanzo because of the unlimited access you get from those constant wall climbs, which Prophet knows about too.
Yeah, if you keep peeking that door, gonna get shot. Prophet doing just that. 5-4. As Rhodes still hanging around the corner, Pineapple's gonna go back to the Widow, so maybe he can win that ranged duel. It's gonna be tough. It's a little tougher at super long range for Hanzo to hit that shot with the arrow fall off. So Rhodes did manage to climb back up to the high ground. They have the support ultimates. Kaneki usually gives this over to Odium, but the kills have been so difficult for Rhodes to confirm. Pineapple back to the Hanzo is slowing things down for Rhodes, but that first pick potential still available. Rhodes fighting for the high ground. 1 minute left for their push.
Boyd being careful not to get slapped there, simply putting a little bit more pressure onto this back line, trying to force him out that back window, but good attention to detail here from Rhodes. They get their positions back, and now Odium's on the chase to try and take out Prophet. Oh, Coldest!
And Odium got slept and I guess woken up while he was nanoed. Coldest and Kaneki doing everything they can, but Aprita's the one who's putting everyone in his backpack. He's killed 3 this fight. Sunju trying to do that impression, but Void's gonna get demeched and Seoul Dynasty removed from this cart. But they did cost Rhodes so many precious seconds on this push. Only 30 seconds remain to get to point B. And Rhodes are not even getting progress despite only 1 or 2 people from Seoul left.
Yeah, those respawns ain't far away, Lemon. And remember, with this vision granted by the Sonic Arrow, Prophet can definitely rack the nerves and the bodies of any less mobile Rhodes players who dare to present themselves over here. Odium, a well-placed self-destruct could end this all, but you know that it's not going to be given over for free.
Odium can't even remove these supports from the high ground. Lee Soo-min's in a dangerous position to throw an anti-nade down. Odium self-destruct. Seoul still barely dropped. Odium allowed to get back into mech, pushes Krillin back, who reemerges with the rally. Seoul Dynasty have just built a wall in front of this cart, and Rhodes just can't kill anything. Pineapple at least proves me wrong this time. Dragon Strike to push them off the high ground. He climbs up to deal with Krillin and Lee Soo-min. As long as he can hit that shot, Prita will go clean that up. Rhodes still aiming the cap point B.
Still moving forward, and remember in overtime those respawns take so much longer to get there. Sonjun clocked in the back and now is going to likely have an ignominious execution here. Oh, wait, Prophet went in for the 1 versus 1, or rather, Aprita went in for the 1 versus 1. Sonjun gets the better of him. That is a risk that Rhodes should not be taking at this stage in the map with only a minute to play with.
Yeah, they'll get them back soon. I tell you, this cart moves like molasses, so you can kill 1, 2, 3 people and it feels like you're not getting very far. The contest game from Seoul has been so good. Now they're on the high ground. Kind of give that up, and if Pineapple stays in this position, get those first picks, those first bloods that Rhodes desperately needs. If that can be out to Lee Soo-min, deny the nano would be huge. Rally starts first for Coldest as Rhodes force their way through the choke point. The nano given to Krillin to fight against Coldest, who's now been slept. It's Seoul Dynasty's Tracer, Sunjun, doing so much, but Pineapple at range needs to receive more pressure from Void or Sunjun, or Pineapple can try this comeback for Rhodes. 20 seconds left, and not much progress for Rhodes.
Tools to make it work, but still Sonjun is a thorn in the side of Rhodes. He might have to expend something here. They see Void, no mech. This will be an optimal time to use the bomb, but still can't even get the reach there, as they have to use the recall instead. And now we're going to head into overtime. It has to be one push the whole way.
Self-destruct from Odium. Able to get back into mech, but behind Odium is Seoul Dynasty, who are just surrounding this team. And picking them apart like piranhas, and it's just not gonna work out for Rhodes to get to the end of C. But to get halfway there is still a very good showing for this Contenders team. The win condition will be set for Seoul Dynasty to get to that box of victory and have a sweep.
I want to talk about Sonjin staying behind that long on point B of Rialto and how it works so well with a Seoul Dynasty playstyle. We talked earlier, Lemon, about how passive they are. They simply try and stall the cart and essentially almost lose slowly, waiting for Prophet to find a pick. And Seoul Dynasty are a fairly passive team, especially when they're playing with fellow Sria as well. And the way that Sonjin helps that is that they take a Pritter and they force a Pritter to go hunting for Sonjin. That means that there's less pressure on the support of Lee Soo-min and Krillin, and when there's less pressure on those supports, that's exactly what the passive team wants. They just want to sit there, free heal, and have Void sit in the way, and Sonjin does so much to make that happen by taking away a Pritter, which is a major flanking weapon.
I think Pineapple's done a really good job on point B to open up opportunities for Rhodes. It felt like it was just never going to get capped with how many minutes they had. It was like I wanted to melt my eyes out of my face watching point A. But it just felt like no matter what Rhodes did, first or second blood, it was never enough. Seoul Dynasty are so good at contesting and wasting time. Rhodes eventually win fights once they get ults, but won't be able to cap in that case. We'll see if Seoul Dynasty are going to be able to be aggressive enough to push Rhodes off of the cart and not allow them to do the same thing.
Prophet leading final blows right now for his team. 7 out of 8 eliminations. Plenty of final blows for them. Krillin at the moment, 6 deaths. Has certainly been a major target for Rhodes, and that may well continue here on their defense as Pineapple's going to scout these locations. And Prophet, will they be staying? No. Over onto the Sombra themselves now. This allows a lot more damage onto that tank, especially with the hack.
Yeah, Pineapple and Aprita tried to follow up with each other and got punished by Seoul. And especially as an Ana, that's so difficult to do. The Brig by your side, it's like a babysitter. It's great to have. Rhodes, with that opening, just are falling all the way back. Odium losing that mech is critical, especially with Seoul Dynasty already halfway to A. You don't even need ults to pull this off, but Rhodes need to generate this mech quickly.
Good combination to try and use that hack to shut down the defense matrix, meaning that Odium just has to reset here. But I'm not sure if it's even going to be enough time. Good block on the hack from Coldest, but it does mean that they're not looking at the Diva coming in from behind.
Yeah, it might have just thought he had enough time to get the mech back, and maybe thought Coldest, Aprita, Pineapple could contest, but you could tell the structure, right, just falls away without Odium in the lineup. Would have liked if Odium just took an L on the cart, even as Baby Diva. Would have taken more time away, but oh well.
I think seeding that one over, you're exactly right, Lemon. Bad call, and now 5-minute time bank for Seoul Dynasty here. And they've got plenty of ultimates here, but Rhodes are not going to be able to manage for a while. Sonjin, you can see, he's looking for a stick.
And gets it done! Seoul Dynasty, halfway to point B. This is a speed run. I feel like we should start reading donations right now. Game's done quick, Overwatch style. Seoul Dynasty dive even further and further to infinity and beyond. Rhodes need to not lose this mech. At least Odium will have the self-destruct, able to get back into it. And Seoul Dynasty do a bit of cart surfing.
Reload all the way down. Pineapple still yet to get the EMP. It's only onto 2 points for core.
Rhodes are getting staggered. You don't have your Brig, you don't have ults, but you got a Prita and a Dream. And he's an A+ Tracer. Odium self-destruct forces Seoul around the corner. And some room to breathe for Rhodes, all thanks to a Prita.
Yeah, Prita certainly putting this team on his back right now. Oh, 10 final blows out of 19 kills on a current deadlift for the Tracer. And he's going to have to continue doing this for 4 minutes, Lemon. It's such a big time bank, but Pineapple can help out. The EMP. Oh, no. No. We all move away.
And almost died. Flailed by the Brig. Brought down to 50. EMP from Pineapple hits. Lee Soo-min and Krillin misses the sleep. Rally keeps them up. Void at arm's reach to peel for his supports. And Seoul Dynasty punish the dive of Rhodes, removing Odium. Now racing back to the cart is Seoul, who are meters away from capping B with so much time remaining. And that box of victory just on the other side. But Rhodes, they start to invest. They don't have their star player of Aprita, but they got Coldness with a rally. Just trying to stun and protect this room where Kaneki sleeps. Odium doesn't have a mech. And Seoul Dynasty are just simply too aggressive and too much for Rhodes to bear.
Aprita returns, but shut him down no matter the cost. Twice in a row. I want every resource aimed at that battle station. Aprita broken. Odium swapping to Zarya. It's a desperate gambit from Rhodes as they're stagger after stagger delivered by Prophet.
4 minutes. And one fight is all it takes for Seoul to send Rhodes to the lower bracket and to go up against the Hangzhou Spark. Odium back on the Zarya. Can late scale this damage, but an EMP is just the kryptonite, and you deny the pulse from Aprita. You can't get the hack on the pineapple, but it doesn't matter. He disappears into existence along with Rhodes into the lower bracket. Back-to-back sweeps on broadcast today.
Unbelievable. Aprita, 11 deaths. He was being so heavily targeted. Sonjun, the new kid, 12k damage compared to Aprita's 10, went 19 and 3. 6 of them final blows, yes, but this guy is surviving. And unfortunately, Rhodes kind of threw that map away by having that really weird EMP after Aprita had to double blink back to stop the Prophet backcap. There was no way that your Tracer would be able to join you in that fight. Odium barely managed to get there with the Diva thrusters. It was a bad comm, a bad decision, and Seoul Dynasty took huge advantage of that by keeping their backline alive. Excellent cross heals from Lee Soo-min and Krillin, and this backline not falling over is something that we've not come to expect, but I'm happy to see.
Yeah, and keeping the fans' hopes alive. Seoul Dynasty fans just in shambles after losing, you know, a big fan favorite of Prophet. Now PH taking over that name now, and replacing him with Sunjun, who has been incredible for this roster. A very reliable tracer, a star, a playmaker, exactly what the Seoul Dynasty needs to give themselves a fighting chance for a knockout spot. There is only one in the Group A bracket, a total of 2 for APAC. And Seoul Dynasty, I think, really impressed me today. Yes, it's against a contenders team, but Hangzhou Spark will be the true test for them, and that'll be in the semifinals.
Yeah, they were by no means guaranteed to beat Rhodes with a form that's been presented over the last few weeks before today, but Seoul Dynasty, they're looking like they have a plan. And that's exactly what I love. Previously, Seoul Dynasty were kind of caught in the camp of Prophet. Can you win this fight for us? And if the answer was no, Seoul Dynasty didn't win a fight. But now they've beat the Shambali one-trick allegations, winning on so many different maps and so many different styles, even winning with Belos Ririn, who previously had a very poor track record with this team. And I think that a lot of it comes down to the support line being so much better, but also the new kid popped off so hard. Sonjun went so mad, and he's only just turned 17. He's so young. He's a developmental talent with a huge amount of room to grow, and that is bloody exciting.
That is a really exciting player, and exciting to see the future of Seoul Dynasty. Your player of the match is the new kid on the block. The Tracer Man himself was just an absolute carry performance, forcing Odium single-handedly to just remove himself off Doomfist. Yeah, the hacks help and all, but just how he's able to mesh with Prophet. New Prophet, I guess. And just synergize with this team after just entering is insane.
And it's a lot to stand in the same place that the GOAT did. To come in at short notice on a high-stakes match, a knockout match, where you want to be the team to go forth and represent your own country in home territory, finally. You know what? Sonjun didn't break under the pressure. The high-pressure scenarios of Al mean nothing to this kid. He just comes out, frags, plays what he knows, plays the Tracer that we all knew would be his best hero, and hey, he hasn't had to swap off it yet. Why start now?
It's always good to have a Tracer this capable on your team. And the only thing left to question is, what is his hero pool? How flexible is he? And how is he going to match up against owl level talent? now emerging from the contender scene and obviously making a huge splash. Obviously the Aprita versus Sunjun Tracer matchup was, I think, fairly close and very entertaining. Although the playstyles sometimes put me to sleep, but if it gives them a win, you know, stalling out the cart forever is how you're supposed to play these double flanker diva teams. Let's go check in with an interview with Sunjun and Unknown.
안녕하세요.
네네, 마이크 나와요. 잘 나와요. 예. 자, 선준 선수. 네. 서울 다이너스티의 유니폼을 입자마자 POTM으로 선정이 됐습니다.
So you got the player of the match as
네.
soon as you had the Seoul Dynasty uniform on. How do you feel?
3대0으로 이겨서 기분이 좋네요.
Well, I mean, before everything, I'm just glad that we had a 3-0.
인터뷰도 익숙하지 않고 이렇게 카메라가 비추는 것도 익숙하지 않고.
I mean, cameras, interviews are all
모든 것이 다
probably
굉장히
very kind of
익숙하죠?
awkward and new to you. How does it all feel?
적응해야죠.
그럼요,
I mean,
그럼요,
it's
적응해야죠.
a little bit awkward, but I'm a
아무래도
leaguer now, so I
프로필
should be
선수의
used to this now.
대신해서 내가 뛴다 하는 게 좀 부담감이 좀 많았을 것 같은데.
I mean, yeah, you are filling in some big shoes and the former prophet. Like, how does that feel?
솔직히 부담감은 별로 없었어가지고 그냥 편하게 게임한 것 같아요.
To be honest, it isn't that much of a burden. I'm just doing what I can.
아니 어떻게 그럴 수가 있죠?
I mean,
상관이 없는
it's
건데.
profit. How can you not feel the pressure? Like, do you not feel anything?
안 하는 스타일인가요? 아니면 에라 모르겠다인가요?
Is it something like, hey, I'm really composed, or is it like, I just
긴장도
don't
안
really have
하는
any thoughts
것도
about it?
그냥 제 실력에 자신감이 좀 있어서
I'm just pretty confident with my mechanics, my play. I think that's pretty much it. Not anything else to it.
06년생으로 18살이요.
How old are you? I was born in 2006, so I'm 17.
제가 알기로 보이 선수랑 거의 10살 차이가 나는 걸로
네.
알고 있는데.
Wow, that's
네,
like
같은
10
팀원들이
years
잘
of a
지내서
gap
네,
with
형님들이
Void.
좀 어떻게 해줍니까?
How are the older brothers treating you?
아직은 다 안 친해가지고 잘 모르겠어요.
Well, I mean, I don't know really yet because I haven't had much time with them yet, so we'll find out.
그래도 선중 선수를 제일 좀 이렇게 조금이나마 그래도 좀 더 다정하게 이렇게 해주는 선수가 있습니까?
So, is there anyone on the team that tries to kind of color you the best?
이승민 선수랑 프로필
리스맨.
선수랑. 그러면 그 자리에 있는 프로필 선수는 어떻습니까?
So, how is Prophet treating you, the man that you trying to fill in the shoes for? Well, to be honest, I haven't talked with him that much, so.
18살 학생이랑
You know.
얘기하려니까 참 힘드네요. 네.
Wow, it is actually very hard to talk with a 17-year-old kid, huh?
네. 그런데 경기에 나서는 것에 대한 당연히 또 부담이 없었다고 하겠지. 잠깐만 질문을 다시 바꿔.
So, I need to change my questions a little bit. I was about to ask about the pressures of getting into the match, but let me change the question.
그래도 지금 흐름으로 계속 연승하지 않을까.
So, how do you feel about the team chances?
하긴 하는데.
네.
I think, I think we can keep on this winning mentality going on.
그래서 이제 리그 데뷔해서 첫 번째 POTM으로 가져갔는데 개인적으로 뭐 좀 약간 리그 보면서 약간 이 선수랑 좀 붙어보고 싶다 이런 선수.
So, this is your first player of the match performance after your OWL debut. Is there like a specific player that you want to play against?
붙어보고 싶다. 그러면 리그에서 나는
I think I want to go against Zest.
나의 롤 모델은 누구다 있습니까?
Well, is there like a specific role model player that you're looking towards to?
프로퍼 선수.
프로퍼 선수.
Proper.
또 여기서 이제 같은 팀원을 바라보는
제가 지금
I thought you would mention a Seoul Dynasty player, but oh well.
그래요. 아직 사회생활을 안 해봐서 그러잖아요. 그죠? 선수 선수
I guess you need a little bit to get used to well, team play. Maybe next time for PR purposes you might want to mention Dynasty players.
다음번에 웬만하면 팀원 됩시다.
네.
Just a little life advice. Next time, mention Euro team.
이런 선수가 되고 싶다. 마지막으로 한 말씀.
Also, do you have any plans or
그냥
I guess plans to how to play or what kind of player you want to be in the future?
선수가 되고 싶네요.
알겠습니다. 선준 선수.
Well, I mean, I want to be a player that everyone can remember and
네,
can
감사합니다.
follow.
예, 고맙습니다.
That's the end of the interview. Back to you, Lemon.
이렇게
Thanks so much, Unknown Sunjun, a man of, I guess, a kid. I don't know, man, kid. Of
A
few
fragger.
words. A fragger. Man of few words and few deaths. A true star. And I think a light in the Seoul Dynasty camp as they move on to face the Hangzhou Spark in the semis.
Yeah, certainly demanding respect from the big brothers, Lemon. But also interesting that he said that his role model was going to be proper and not profit. Hey, sometimes you just want to go for the former MVP and really play that game.
Well, Group A is all done for today, but up next, Group B, Bracket 2, first match, O2 Blast versus Panthera. Do O2 Blast have what it takes to go up against Owl? Panthera cause an upset? You'll find out after this break.
이거는 정말 그냥 얻어 터졌다라고 표현을 해야 하는 수밖에 없어. 이거는 그냥 뭐 얻어 맞았다 이 정도는 깐 아니에요. 와 정말 숨가쁘게 그냥 맞다 끝났습니다. 아니 그러다 보면은 정말 A 거점 완막도 항저우 입장에서는 뭐 장난 아니거든요. 가능할 수도 있습니다.
이거 마디 MP 늦게 누른 쪽은 크게 손해 볼 수도 있습니다.
네,
자,
양쪽 다 나눠 준비돼 있고요. 뛰었어요. EMP 많이 보이네. 타임에
MS는 지금 EMP 날라간 거 아닌가요?
올리기는 거의 같이 올렸는데.
네. 근데 문제는 나노를 좀 잘 버티고 오히려 리브를 잡았어요.
네.
자 이러면 리브 없을 때 밀고 들어가죠. 트레 없으면 확실히 자리 차기가 좀 힘들어서. 자 항저우 이거 힐랩돼서 안 힘듭니다.
스키드.
어.
자 그래도 제스트는
제스트한테 받고요.
예. 자 집결 올렸어요. 맥으로 재워놨습니다만
뒷라인 다 올라가서 이건 버틸 수 있고 이런 리브가 오죠. 이러면 트레 있고 없고 차이 나올 수 있는데 매그 자 서로 교환. 근데 트레가 해킹! MS를 해킹 너무 컸는데요 이거?
자 그래도 뒷라인이 없는 상태예요. 이페리말은
근데 이거 항저우 힘들어요.
구셰가 제스트가 마무리까지.
그리고 이제 제스 왔어요.
네.
제스트에게 잡힌 제스 왔습니다.
그러네요. 자 결국 이렇게 합류가 되면 게이지 올라갑니다.
정말 중요한 순간에 MS 선수가 한번 리베키아 잡은 것도 컸고.
예.
그래도 터치 계속 자 이거 해킹 안 닿으면 계속 터치할 수 있거든요. 리브.
자 안에 있어요.
자 아직 한 칸에 여유 있고.
네.
자 해킹 무서워가지고 계속해서.
자 그럼 다시 펄스 채울 수 있죠 리브.
와 포커싱에 터졌죠.
포커싱에.
이게 지금 자리를 다 내준 상황이라 이 부분까지 확실하게 씁니다. 서울 이페르나.
네. 이게 만약에 다른 라인에서 구셰가 조금 더 버텨줬으면 리브가 펄스 변수 볼 수 있었고 이러면 조금 더 버텨보나 요런 기대를 했는데 그 전에 이거 해킹 포커싱이 너무 날카로워요.
그래도 시간 많이 채웠어요 항저우. 저 EMP를 던질 수 있을까요 항저우? 오늘 지금 EMP 힐배는 거의 동시에 들어갔고 동타임이에요.
그러니까요. 자 어디로 이번에는 사인이
스피드
어디로?
올라올 때까지 기다리고 있어요.
예? 사인이 어디로? 어디?
스피드 기다리면서 왜냐면 이 각이 혼자만 써도 되는 게 아니라서
자 여기.
EMP
근데
힐배 근데 2시에 50분들 버티고
그러게요.
자 이번 부분
포커싱이 안 됐어요.
자 펄스함으로 가는 거죠. 제스냐 리브냐
리브가
안 들어갔어요. 그래도 2시가
예.
네, 자
제스 펄스.
안 들어갔어요.
예.
자 그래도
근데
빅사가 버티면서
중요할
해킹
때도
포커싱.
빅사가
네, 윈스턴 이 피가 좀 많은 게 크거든요 확실히.
맞아요.
이거
게다가 원시부터가 매고 오죠.
그리고
전투
와 이거 견뎌요?
집결 강대.
사실 지금 솜브라 아나불이 가장 중요한 윈트가 없어서 포커싱이 좀 어려울 수 있었는데 랭서 선수가 그냥 뒷결키고 순간 포커싱으로 녹여서 한 번 막았습니다.
이게 이번 패치인데 그 브리기테이의 전체적으로 같이 데미지를 주는 요게 한 3명 정도 맞았던 것 같아요.
유세 선수가 앞에 방배송에 깔아주고 안에서 샤이 선수가 또 15% 빨리 당기려고
네.
마지막 카타인데 선 EMP로 끝내고 싶어가지고 자 최대한 EMP 단계는 작업을 해봅니다.
하지만 빅사가
이
집결을 또
정도의 스킬 안
채웠고요.
써주죠.
자, 시간을 달립니다.
방배송이 아직 계속 차이 5% 나왔어요. 자 수면총 쓸 줄
집결
알고
올렸어요.
너무 침착하네요.
네.
수면총 한번 페이크 넣었는데 그냥 안
And hello and welcome back. It is time to go into our latter two matches here of the evening. I'm Achilles alongside Avril. We'll be guiding you guys through our next two matches. Already some fun stuff, having the contending teams into the mix. We still walk away with the Soul Dynasty coming up with a W. Now we get ready to go into our next matchup here, and this should be a very interesting clash of two fairly well-known orgs.
I was going to say as well, this is your first time casting anything adjacent to Contenders Korea in how many years, Achilles? It's been a long time.
Since the Gauntlet, I suppose, would be the last time.
True. I was gonna say like you were officially on Contenders in 2018, but you did do Gauntlet, so 2019, and O2 wasn't at Gauntlet, but O2 did exist in 2018, but they were I think O2 Ardiant back in the day.
Right.
So I don't know what kind of memories you have about O2, but you're about to see 2023 O2.
Yeah, and something tells me that it's going to be vastly improved compared to what I was casting back then, because also just meta differences, level of skill has gone up considerably across the board since then. So I think it's going to be a very different look. But that was still an O2 Ardiant that did have some surprises back in the day that I can recall. And I believe they also made it to that first season of Contenders Grand Finals versus X6, and then ended up losing it. But anyway, we're going to focus in and see how they do fare against another very aged and storied name in Contenders and in Overwatch in general, with Panthera.
Panthera, I think, are one of the clear standouts coming through from the Contenders Korean region this time around. It's basically this team, O2 Blast, and Pokerface, the three big giants from Contenders Korea you got to pay attention to. Pokerface is in a really interesting spot because they haven't played anybody from the other group, and the people that didn't follow Contenders Korea this season, they split 10 teams across 2 groups to qualify into basically the open and the knockout that we are in now. And across those 2 groups, they never played each other. So O2 never played Pokerface, Panthera never played Pokerface, and Simpreza never played those 2 teams either. And now you see Panthera face up against O2 Blast again, 2 teams that were in the same group in Contenders that have already played, and the only team to take O2 Blast to a map 5. In fact, they required O2 Blast to reverse sweep. This Panthera squad put O2 Blast to the sword, 2-0 up, and O2 Blast to the reverse sweep Panthera to make that comeback happen.
And obviously, plenty of names here that are going to be familiar to long-time viewers. Fate, in particular, definitely going to be one of the standout names. But you also have Nice, you've got Becky, and then Slay and Youngjun are going to be 2 players that are a little bit after my era in Contenders. But a lot of these guys were in OWL, you know, as well as getting their starts in Contenders when I was casting this, you know, way back now 5 years ago at the beginning. So it's good to see these familiar faces. We'll see how they're going to be faring as they get ready to go up against O2.
Fun fact about Slay, and I bring this up every single time I get a player like this, he actually started his Contenders journey, not in Korea, but in Contenders Australia, home of the Maccas, because he debuted there. I'm claiming him. I'm going to claim him as an Australian Contenders player, because Honeypot didn't make it through the knockouts. They lost to Dreamers, they lost to Simpreza, but various individual members, Opener as well. Opener also played in Contenders Australia. I'm also claiming him. So both supports, you got a flex support and a main support. They both started there. Opener already played on Washington Justice, so just like Panthera, you have a slew, a large quantity of ex-Overwatch League players here. Irony was on Hangzhou Spark. Marvel played for Valiant. He also started on Boston early last year before he switched teams. And on the other end, you have, you know, the 2 non-Overwatch League, ex-Overwatch League, I should play players in Knife and Probe, where Probe has actually been with this O2 Blast roster for a long time. This guy was even playing on O2 Blast in Proper's era, and that was in, how many years ago was that? That was 2020... 2021 was Proper's last year, I believe, because he was a rookie last year. So 2020, 2021, Probe was on the team. But he was benched like the whole time. He never really got to play because he was behind Kilo, he was behind Proper, he was behind Merit, he was behind all the other starters of O2 Blast that eventually made the Overwatch League. And now that they're all gone, Probe's taken the forefront. He's now the starting hit scan player for this O2 team.
It's his time to shine. We'll see if he's going to be able to shine bright enough to open up Andy Miller's wallet a little bit wider. Maybe he'll get a late addition to the squad. But obviously, you know, high expectations given that he's been on this team. We know what kind of talent O2 Blast has been able to churn out over the years. Very much, you know, following in the footsteps of Runaway, who were kind of the first ones to really start having excellent scouting, and O2's kind of taken that mantle and run with it. So the fact that he is still here means that there's still a lot of faith from the organization in his performance, and that should be backed by ability. So looking forward to seeing these 2 teams clash. And also, always happy to see Marvel. I mean, you listen off a couple teams that we have seen him on in the past. Another one, of course, going to be on the Dynasty right there. So has been around the block. Now finds himself here with O2 Blast.
You have to excuse me, I do a little bit of counting, but O2 Blast currently are sitting on a ridiculous win record. I'm just going to really quickly, I should have counted while you were speaking, but I'm just going to go through it now. 20, I believe it's 30. I might have to do a recount, but my extremely quick count says it's about 30. It's a lot. I'll count it properly when you talk it. Why don't you just talk right now? So okay, but it's a lot. Basically what I'm trying to say is this team has not lost a match in Contenders since, I'll give you the date since that's something I can accurately do.
Sure.
2020, April 22nd, 2022 was the last time O2 Blast lost a series. That was the last time.
That's a good long while. That's over a year ago. So yeah, whatever imaginary number you want to plug in there, it doesn't really matter because it's still an incredibly impressive figure. As
30.
For a second,
It is 30.
I thought Becky's
30.
camera just completely flipped over, and yeah, 30 wins. Okay, yeah, those are
Since
streaks
April
that you,
last year.
Those are streaks that you do not see typically in any esport as far as dominance is concerned, not dropping a series. The closest that I can really think of, I guess there's one, Valorant, but otherwise it's the inverse from the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah.
So they're on their road. They're looking for that 40-0 rather than the 0-40.
So the only two games that even came close to O2 Plus losing in any sort of recent history was versus Panthera in the Spring Series Contenders season that's just been. And that was a reverse sweep that O2 Plus had to come back. So that was actually a reasonably close game, which is why I'm excited about this one. Right. And I think the Panthera squad's even leveled up because they got Fate on the roster. Not that I don't think Bellastoria is any good, but Fate is legendary. So I have high expectations here for Fate on this team. Beyond that, there was the O2 game in the Pacific Showdown last year versus SPG that went to 3-2 as well before the finals, which was in a 4-0 versus SPG. But aside from that, I mean, it's a lot of 3-0s, there's a lot of 4-0s, single 3-1 versus SLT, you got a 4-2 finals versus T1 as well. Back when T1 had a contender squad, which a lot of current contenders players, the good ones, actually did come from T1. So essentially what I'm saying is, man, this O2 squad is a 30-win streak. Doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. It might end in this knockout finally when they go up against a team like Infernal. Maybe it'll end here. Maybe Panthera can finally give them the first loss in 30 matches.
All right, well, it would be a monumentous occasion if they could do so. First, they're going to have to try to get through, I believe, O2's selection of Li Xiangtao. I'll get confirmation on that. But either way, it is, of course, going to be losers selects from there on out as we move through this best-of-5 series. So, not sure where we're going to be going. We saw, Kings Row in the last map, moved over onto Rialto as well to round things out from the side of the Dynasty. We're able to get that victory. Let's see it, though, how Panthera fares and whether or not they can take down these Titans that are O2 Blast.
And O2 and Panthera, no strangers to this venue either. They're not playing in venue today, but Contenders Korea in the past year or so has had plenty of live matches in the WDG studio, the arena. So once again, they'll be playing online, but with the broadcast still there to try and make their way into the Overwatch League. And we'll see if either of these teams can do it. They would have to go through Overwatch League teams to get there. Infernal is in this side of the bracket. Out the gate, we're going to have Fate on the Winston, Marvel on the Ramatra here. Probe starting out on a Soldier, which is a little bit unusual for this type of composition. Usually you'd expect more like a Sojourn instead.
Yeah, given the flavors that we've been seeing so far in the Overwatch League, it definitely is a bit of a breath of fresh air, let's call it, as Knife is going to be taken down, but not before Fate falls to Marvel. So the Ramatra going that first blood. Probe now trying to really get a beat on Becky, but he takes back up to the skies. Probe just going to tuck away here onto the site already, though. Knife is just going to be swapping over onto the Tracer. Point unlocked. First cap going to be coming through. It's going to be OT in control. Is nice there for a moment. Having to jump back.
Good kill by Knife. Straight away coming back on the Tracer. Already finding some impact. And the point alive as well with the 5 versus 4 there. Obviously, it seems likely that O2 Plus considered that Panthera was going to roll out on a Brawl composition. That's why Knife started on the Mei. If it was a Brawl mirror, the Mei would have been really good there. But you're up against a dive. Tracer makes way more sense, especially on a control. Irony follows up with the second kill here for O2.
Yeah, and that just completely cuts this push over towards the point now in half. Can't really proceed forward, and Youngjin's actually just going to forego everything he was building up towards the rally. Swaps over to Lucio to at least be able to match. Knife in the meantime does get the better of Becky, takes him down with a melee hit, and the rest of the team just backpedaling as much as humanly possible. Probe going low, grabs the Mega Pack, joins in with the rest of the healers, and that is just going to be shoving forward all the way up towards the dropship now. Fate struggling, trying to leap out, going to get cut down, and this is looking like a bit of a wash here. O2 Blast completely and utterly in control.
And Probe making the most out of the Soldier pick here as well. Now that Becky's no longer on the Echo, Soldier is not going to find as much value, but still doing a decent amount of damage here. Marvel popping the Annihilation. Great charge time on that. So quick to find that ultimate. Marvel having another Renaissance here. I felt last year on the Valiant, he was already kind of making that comeback happen, and now on O2, he might just secure it.
Falling low, will get taken down. Fate able to confirm the kill off the back of the EMP. Probe Nano does have that tack visor, but with no supports, and slow as he is wisely going to have to hold on to this one. Still though, point has not been surrendered. Irony going to be swapping over to the Kiriko, looking to join back in. Probe still just waiting patiently. Drops down
Marvel?
from healing, and Marvel, he brings out the big guns. Nice, going to be taken out of the fight. Now the tack visor is in. Fate with the primal, batting him around, takes him down 4 HP, and eventually Becky's able to find the headshot to finish the job. Point, however, still in control of OT Blast and approaching 99%. They need to get this right now. Fate, however, still getting chunked lower and lower.
Opener's got bait.
Across Marvel, getting taken low. Nearly has that next annihilation. Now they have the sound barrier. Opener's going to drop that beat. Manages to get the shielding out onto Forest. Probe looks to rejoin. Youngjun dead. Slate out of the Fate. Fate now taken down. And that is going to be 100% to 0 coming through as Becky. He will be able to grab the health pack, but there is no survival for him. Very bold statement here set as O2 Blast take the first round. Gardens is theirs.
Speaking of 100 to 0, there's 0 deaths for Marvel, so he cleans up deathless on the Ramatra, doesn't die at all. Also, the kill leader in the lobby currently sitting at 6 final blows on this Ram. Super fast ult charge. The first annihilation timing was insane. So, yeah, he's having a field day at the moment. And this is what I expect out of Marvel. You know, I remember back in the day, he was one of the first players to pick up that Sigma, even as a main tank player. Now, on the Ramatra here as well, as we take a look at the replay, this is where Probe got a decent amount of damage done, but that was also when the annihilation ran through from Marvel to force Panthera back. What I'd like to see here is, as we move to the control center map, obviously it's far more favorable for Brawl type compositions. Fate, with his main tank background, is going to opt over towards the Rhine, and this time Knife coming out on the Mei, he'll get the mirror he was looking for.
Pushing forward, wall goes up. Going to zone them back is nice to stick with that Symmetra. Have some good beam power to try to take down that Ramatra, give Marvel his first death. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. For now, Bro taking lower and lower, goes leaping away. Wall comes up for a little bit there, but then Becky eventually will be able to find the kill. Into the ice block he goes as the punches are just coming across. Marvel desperately trying to break somebody down. It's going to be Fate actually who ends up falling. And finding the elimination, keeping O2 Blast in a solid forward position, but tries to get around the backhand side for a little bit more value. Knife will fall, but then Marvel gets in close, finds one. Becky going to be taken down as he's just punching away. And what we're talking about is ult timings. That annihilation just 19% away as finally the point can be capped, and it seems it's going to be O2 Blast once again establishing control first.
He's just doing so much. He's, again, still hasn't died so far. You know, credit to Open and Irony for keeping him up. I think he's about to find annihilation again. Watch him just walk foot. He's going to pop it now. Yeah, why not? Go for it.
He's just in there. Immortality field's going to be forced. Becky going lower and lower. Can't quite clear the field with relative ease, but eventually it will expire, and they are just completely locked out. They have to back away from this chokehold just to allow that annihilation to expire. And Marvel's still playing forward. Now he's going to
nade as well.
He's 40%. The next one. Youngjun now going to be taken down. Probe with the Storm Arrows finds the kill, pushes over, catches nice as they TP across the opposite side. Fate falls, and blink and you miss it. Marvel, he's basically got another ult. 62%, 32% established for O2 Blast, and there's not really any end in sight because Fate has only got 50% of the shatter.
Everybody just throw your resources into Marvel, give him the nanos, give him everything, pocket heal him as much as possible. He's doing it all. I mean, it's this. A second annihilation in this fight will be insane. He's definitely going to have it. If nothing else, they're going to have this Blizzard. Both teams will have a Blizzard indeed.
Punching away, Blizzard comes in from both sides to freeze them up into the ice block. Goes Knife to try to stay alive. Sound barrier did come through from Youngjun, but there's an anti on the back end, catching out onto 2, and they get walled in completely. Dragon Strike will find 1. The annihilation is rolling. It takes down Becky, and Nice cannot escape. No one can, it would seem. And look at the smile on Marvel's face, just absolutely guffawing at the havoc he is wreaking.
And now he's forcing Fate to also go over towards the Ram as well. I don't think Phil built a Shatter, by the way, which I don't blame Fate for, because what chance are you going to get to swing? When do you get to swing your hammer when you're constantly under pressure from Marvel and the rest of O2? Yeah, Nano coming through from Marvel again. Yeah, just cycle the ults.
The ult cycles. That beat gets dropped as well. Opener keeping everybody alive. They pay attention to the flank. They catch Becky.
Final fight, by the way.
Out. And Youngjun as well, desperately trying to stay alive. They need to make their way over to the point. Fate finally touching. The question is, can they get this flip? Can they get any percentage, actually, for that matter, in this map? Because Marvel, again, is punching his way through the enemy team. Fate as well going to get taken down. And no percentage going to be found. No quarter given. O2 Blast absolutely demolished Panthera in the opening map.
Yeah, look, listen, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I think Marvel might be my early favorite for player of the match for this series if O2 Blast continue annihilating this hard. 12-0. He ends the entire map of Lee Jung deathless. Infinite KD, 12 final blows, 0 deaths. 42% of his team's total damage at 10,577. Obviously, no one else broke 5 figures. The next highest is, let me take a look, it is Nice on 5,239. So he damn near had about double Nice damage. And Nice had comparable, well, I think Probe and Knife had comparable damage to Nice, so all the DPSs hovering around 5k. Marvel casually just double that on a tank, 0 deaths, fully pounding, absolute Giga Chad, annihilation after annihilation, give him all the nanos. This dude just holds the entirety of Panthera at the gate.
Man could not be denied. That is for damn sure. Absolutely destroyed them. And we say single-handedly, but obviously the support staff doing a damn good job of enabling him. But let's see if that reign of terror is going to be able to continue, or if they will finally be able to shut him down, give him a death here in this series. The onus and map pick are on Panthera as we look towards their response. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll get into map 2. And we are back. One map out of the way, and O2 Blast showed up to perform. Marvel, in particular, absolutely took over the lobby, and it's 100% to 0 in both of our rounds there of Lijiang Tower. Now, we do have Panthera getting map select, so we'll see where they want to take us for hybrid.
And no substitutions as far as I know, and you wouldn't see Marvel subbed off for attack unless it was going to be a Diva favor map, or I would have in the past said Sigma as well, but we know Marvel could also play Sigma. He's a Sigma male himself, so don't even worry about it. This guy's unique hero pool includes, you know, all the main tanks, and then on top of that, also a Sigma. Just why not? And that's actually strangely extremely useful, so keep him in.
Okay.
Marvel is
Hollywood.
pounding his way through at the moment. Sorry, say again.
So we got Hollywood, so
Okay.
probably don't need the Diva. Can just stick in with the Winston if you have to.
Yeah, this will be a Winston map, I think, especially on B point. I think you can force the Ram on A and then swap to Winston for B and then probably back to the Ram on C is how this map usually goes, unless you're so good that you just steamroll your entire way through all 3 points of Ramatra and you never lose a fight. That could also be possible. Did O2 lose fights? They did lose a couple, I think. Because some players did end up swapping from deaths. And I believe Panthera did cap a couple times, not on Control Center, but Gardens. They got a bit of percentage point, right? Unless I'm mistaking my memory there a little bit. So it's
Panthera didn't
it's not
get anything.
it's not a 200-0, basically, is what I'm saying.
I could have sworn it was.
Was it?
Have I misconstrued? Either
an
way,
old
it was
man?
dominant. It doesn't matter. It wasn't. It frankly
I am an
wasn't
old man.
close. I'm looking back at it right now on my other monitor, and it was
Okay.
100-0.
And another 100-0.
Yep.
Right? Okay. See,
I
in
get
my
it.
mind, in my narrative, I'm trying to throw some bones to Panthera. I'm trying to give them a little something, like, surely it wasn't that, like, okay, it was very one-sided, but, like, Panthera put up a fight, right? They did something apparently not. Apparently, you go back and check the score lines, 200-0. So, yeah, that was sadly not pretty from Panthera. And Panthera are arguably the second best team in Contenders Korea, if not Poker Face. So one of they're top 3 for sure. Could be second, but they're definitely top 3.
Well,
As we
it's
mentioned
gonna
here,
be-
we are going to be Winstoning up for this map.
And first on the attack here is O2. It's nice around the back. Just going to be doing a little bit of scouting here with this Sombra. Seems like O2 Blast kind of conforming to the Guangzhou Charge side of things. Say, you know what? We've got a Hanzo. We don't need a Sombra. Just stick probe on that. See how much value he can get. Nice, barely gets out with his life, and probe
How does
manages to
Fate die?
pursue around the corner. Fate was so low, but the healing just didn't come in fast enough. They managed to get line of sight. They take him down. Now everybody else just corralled inside of the cafe, and it's just a matter of time. And there he goes. Marvel jumping in. Slay immediately taken down. Youngton dead as well, and that's just going to be a point cap on A.
It will be because the 2 supports are dead now. If they didn't die, they could have had a retake here with Fate respawning. I don't know why Panthera stuck around in Cafe, knowing that their only hope of defending A after losing Fate, which is probably one of the worst things that can happen out the gate, is you have to wait for the respawns, give away 2 takes, play for the retake, and hope for the best.
Yeah.
There's no ultimates available, but it is possible to get the retake in there, but not if you hang out in the cafe and get farmed.
Farm, they did in fact get, I guess. I'm not sure where I'm going with these words. Either way, we'll set up. They're looking to go ahead and
We
gain some
love our
high ground control.
agriculture
Yeah.
in this cast.
Support your local farms. Shots going across. Fate again, just going to be the focus fire, but then manages to get in on top of Probe. Does take him down before the Dragon Strike can come through. Still hovering around the low ground. Looks like widely. O2 Blast happy to go ahead and pull back a bit as the cart does get inched forward slightly by Knife. Eventually will make his exit, and Probe is now going to be swapping over to the Sober as well.
Okay, so giving up the Hanzo here. I think the Hanzo is actually pretty decent on this part of the map, but if you want to make good dives happen, especially on the attacking side, I can understand why the Sombra is there. However, super far behind Nice, who, as mentioned, is very far ahead. How about the stick, though? Saved by the Nano.
Nano comes across, Youngkin managing to survive, but obviously not the ideal target. A necessary use, but not where you want to direct that. It does come down, Marvel going to get antied out, but in the meantime, Nice goes into the back line, EMP comes across, opener going to fall, Marvel ends up just Goomba stopping him from behind, goes back up onto the high ground, isolates Slay for a brief little moment. Snipe will find Becky, and the cart can continue to glide forward. So about a minute and a half now gone from the initial time bank, still making neck-break pace at the moment.
I don't think the payload's really stopped, has it? I mean, this has just been continued pushing the entire way through. Contenders O2 Blast, that's they're all contenders. O2 Blast have just repeatedly pushed forward on tempo. Okay, Irony dying here is a problem with opener following. O2 Blast have officially lost the fight and they have to reset.
It definitely slows them down. EMP was committed
Unless,
to the fight here
hang
by
on,
Pro.
unless-
Now, yes, Lane Youngjin going to be traded up. Becky as well traded up. That's going to be a 3 for 2. Support's now respawning. Obviously, slightly faster run back for the cart. Does continue to glide forward. It's going to be on Fate to try to get himself out here to contest this one. He's going to use the primal just to get it. And now Nice has to jump away. Goes in, just looking to bat Marvel off the card as best as he possibly can. Pulse Bomb nearly online here for Knife. Now does have it. Go ahead and finish off the Winston if he can get the stick across. He's well farming as best as he can to try to catch up. Fate is going to fall. The Pulse Bomb not even necessary for it. Opener narrowly stays alive with the rally rolling. The whip shot, it's just an upheal taking down Becky. Who perseveres, they will lose Irony, but the cap comes in. It's 440 for the final stretch. Ults still banked, have not been push forward here. Knife can absolutely destroy with this.
I can't believe that the fight that O2 Blast looked like they lost was actually still a one fight because they traded backlines. That is incredible. Lose Open and Irony, no worries. Trade Slay and Youngjun, now nobody has supports. And off the back of no supports being available, O2 Blast then get another kill onto, I can't even remember who the next player that died was, but it's a 2v3 and it doesn't stop from this point onwards. Nice will be the one that first falls here.
It's still not
and
stopping.
Panthera can just not stop the O2 Blast push whatsoever.
Look how deep Marvel is right now. I mean, he's outside in this one. He's playing on point C. Pulse Bomb goes across here into the stairwell. Knife recalling away from it. Does keep himself alive, but doesn't find an opener. Marvel not going to be punished on the exit as well. Great hack, however. Nice will catch Probe. They managed to take him down, not being able to translocate out. And this might be the first real time that the card is actually going to grind to a halt.
Yeah, looks like it. Now we have to see where the EMPs come through. Nano does get
Nano.
applied. So the Ultra Blast don't wait long. They stop for a little bit with the Nano coming through. They're going to push forward.
I mean, EMP for EMP. They lose out on opener, but they're still looking to turn this one, but I don't think it's going to work. Slay still has so much green HP at the moment there from that rally.
Nano?
Going to be
Slay?
taken down, so it seems like it's going to end up being a bit of an overcommit here from the side of O2 Blast for the very first time. Getting punished for overstepping. Now they're going to have to go for a full reset.
Okay, so Nano gets saved there from Slay. They probably didn't want to overchase towards the O2 Blast spawn. That does make sense. Technically, you've already won the fight, but O2 Blast got away with a lot of alive members there. They didn't really fall too heavily at all. Still with over 3 minutes remaining for O2 Blast. They're not in a bad spot. Just have to work on the next ultimates. Ironing on 52, so looking at where the next openings can come through from O2 Blast. Rally's probably
scouted.
not quite enough.
No, an opener's dead. Doesn't even get the rally online. If he had, he actually might have gotten baited into using it and then would have lost it instantly. So at least we'll have it for the follow-up fight. But that is going to be 2 minutes taken out of the time bank here from the side of Panthera, who have a decent little foothold here towards point C. Knife as well, getting jumped on. He's far too isolated and away from the rest of the supports.
That's a sad death. Because if you notice, Marvel went down low there but didn't die, which allows Irony to farm up the Nano. And he's got it now, and Irony's about to die. Rally saves him.
Rally from opener, keeps him alive. Slay in the meantime does get taken down. Pulse Bomb goes across, however, cuts that rally shy. Opener going to be taken out. Knife gets a bit of revenge here for his support. Eliminates Becky. They trade up for the time being. Faster run backs, obviously in the favor of the side of Panthera. The Primal rolling. See, Youngjun just getting beaten and battered away, and he's going to get taken down before he can build up a rally. 7% shy. Now he might not be able to have it here for this fight unless Nice and the rest of the team can try to extend. It comes in, Knife going to be antied out, but Nice still does eventually fall. Becky looking to hold the card, recalls back over onto it, keeps it contested for the time being, but the EMP is available. It ends up getting popped. Fate comes jumping forward. He's completely hacked out, and Youngjun with the rally rolling is all on his lonesome, so eventually does die.
Oh my goodness.
With 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining, O2 Blast will get to the end of Hollywood.
Achilles, would you like another fun fact? A certified Avril fun fact for
Always.
our Overwatch League broadcast today. Okay, here you go. First fun fact of the broadcast coming from me. Marvel is still deathless after that half of Hollywood. Still.
Good lord.
Did not die on the entirety of League Jung. Has still not died on Hollywood. And yes, everyone else has died. Every other player in the lobby, bar Marvel, has died. He is not. This guy's invincible. He finished League Jung 12-0, 12 final blows, 0 deaths. He is currently sitting at 8 final blows and 0 deaths. And he is still the lobby leader. He was a lobby leader in League Jung on Ramatra. Now he's the lobby leader in Hollywood on a Winston, sitting at 8-0, no deaths. Why is Marvel not in the Overwatch League? Why?
Shanghai. This guy right here. Give it an investigation. Look,
Anybody
I love
need a
Flap,
tank player?
But at the same time, come on.
Listen, I don't get a commission for this, but anyone need a tank player real quick? Just
Take his,
I just gonna slap the roof. Gonna slap this roof real quick. There's so much main tank in this one player. Just so much tanking. So much heckin' tanking going on here from Marvel.
At this point, I think that's the most interesting storyline. Let's see how long this can continue. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Can Marvel go the entire series deathless? We're gonna find out.
I think that'd be a first. I don't know if that's ever happened before. That's like
Especially
league
for
record.
a tank player, that would have to be. DPS, a support, sure. I can see that happening in the past. For a tank, I'm not so certain. Either way, it's back over to Hanzo here for Probe. Knight's going to be taken to the sky with that Echo. This Knife just looks to hold the high ground. Maintains the back stairwell corridor. As Beat comes in, Irony falling very early on. Marvel jumping up into the sky to try to keep it contested, and he's falling very low, and there's only so much healing that Opener can do. Seems like it's just a matter of time.
Here it comes.
Watching the HP, he grabbed a health pack, and there you go. Fate drops in alongside Nice, and they deliver the first kill, and that should also be very nice establishment here on this point, if not the entire cap, because, yeah, still waiting on Marvel to respawn, so the recontest is not going to be available.
Just fell to my knees in the parking lot watching that. Not gonna lie to you. O2 Blast, yeah, okay. It was a decent pickup from Nice on the was it the Echo? Pretty decent pickup coming in. Instantly gets a kill. Low HP on O2 Blast. I believe they lost the healer as well at some point. So not enough healing to keep them up. See if Panthera can get some good movement. That was a really good fight from Panthera. And a lot of time on the clock now to try and match what O2 Blast put on the board.
Yeah, I think much needed, not only just in the sense of being able to actually grab that point, not get full health, but just as far as instilling some confidence here. Because like you said, they have played O2 Blast really, really closely. They forced them to have to pull off a reverse sweep in the past. But when you're just getting beaten and battered, you're going to start losing confidence in your own play, and that can have a very big exacerbating effect on the rest of the game. So being able to break through there, have a very clean fight, certainly going to help out.
Nano's available, by the way.
Yeah, Nano is there from Slay. Irony gets his, but he
not
dies.
Irony,
Nice, just absolutely dinks him. Recon arrow right through the face. Finds the opening kill. Now Nano going to be invested here from Slay. Goes over to Nice and really try to keep this Hanzo in the fight and eventually put up some additional kills. He's rushing forward. He's looking for a little bit more action, but won't find too much. So they at least keep him alive. They keep the cart rolling.
Oh, good find on Probe. Yeah, that's at 99 as well, so that's a critical time to get rid of Probe. He's got the EMP just about there. But the most important part is because he dies, he loses the entire setup on Sombra, so he can't come in from the back. It's going to get a little bit awkward for O2 Blast. Everyone's respawned now. Marvel forced to Primal.
It does pop
that's not a... That's a good force coming through from Becky.
Okay. Takes a nap. Nano still held. Now going to be invested. Has to come back down, but Ansi goes across. Slay managing to find Opener and Irony. Both under fire, but the kill cannot be found. Marvel again, instead rather, just going to be pushing forward. Gets the zaps across. Slay ends up falling. Falling from Youngjun, now expiring. Just trying to keep the rest of the team alive as Marvel goes on the hunt, looking to take down Nice. The rest of the team is there to try to peel. Pulse Bomb goes out. Marvel managing to find that kill eventually, but they like HP bars right now for O2 is so very low. Youngjun falling, however, that might just be enough.
Oh, Fate's dead.
The reset going to come through as Knife will find a second one, and the cart can be locked in position.
Fate was looking for health back there and the maybe jump away, but not going to be the case, and Becky has to make sure he doesn't follow through the same fate, ironically. That was an unintentional pun from me as Panthera. This is a massive slowdown now. O2 Blast. Don't really have much to work with either. Rally will keep them up for a while. It'll make it difficult for Panthera to really fight. It'll come down to the Slay Nano, so how quickly is that one going to be farmed up? That's the next question, and Fate taking a bio is pretty bad.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. And tried to
It's
drop
a
the
good time
pump
for
to keep
Irony, by
himself
the way.
protected, but they're too close.
Irony will get a chance to catch up now, because Slay could have converted that HP loss on Fate into a Nano. Irony hasn't done too much healing just yet, though, because O2 haven't taken a lot of damage. But off that back of the Fate kill, Marvel also catches up on Primal, so they do gain something.
Pulse from Knife, again. Nothing found, no stick, no kill. Rally from Opener. Start off the fight, hack on the Fate. Well, can't be used for now, but now is going to be alright. And again, it's going to be the Nano out on the Nice. Dragon Strike at the ready. Here comes Marvel diving into the back line, denies him the high ground access, gets the jungle across, puts Slay into the corner, but a nice sleep dart will keep him protected. Now the anti goes in. Marvel does manage to stay alive. Kill not going to be found. Drop down from Becky, trying to threaten this back line. Pulse bomb at the ready. Oh, lobs it over the dumpster. Throws Irony right into it. Nice as well with another headshot. Takes out Knife. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade up here in favor of the side of Panthera at the moment. Marvel leaps up onto the high ground, drops down, wants to be able to grab this mega pack, is able to do so, but Nice is on a tear. 3 kills, I believe, in the fight. Reveals Marvel, helps set up for the kill, and now the cart should be able to push into point B.
Super underrated player, man. We haven't seen Nice in the Overwatch League since 2021 when he was on Toronto Defiant. And he's been swapping time between T1 and Toronto since then, with T1 sort of no longer existing, having a team. He went to Panthera, and honestly, I felt like Nice was ready to be in the Overwatch League this year. He's kind of proving that right now. This Hanzo has been immense. You can start to see why Slay and the rest of Panthera are putting the resources into Nice. Hanzo is bringing up the results. It's getting those picks.
A huge volley to keep them in this. I mean, if they could storm their way all the way to C, they could finish with pretty much an equal time bank. Team not looking to have that happen, though. They want to get the hold here. Probe narrowly escapes, 15 HP remaining as he jumps back with the translocator. Just a lot of forward pressure being applied from O2. Waiting for their moment to strike, trying to find this pick. Knife down, Pulse at the ready. Tries to slap it down, but again, gonna go wide. Can't quite lock in Fate with that one. Not gonna find the kill, but Nice does. Right in on top of the Tracer. Arrow right to the forehead.
Becky,
But, yeah, Probe does catch him, so 1 for 1 on those damage dealers. Dragon Strike now going to be tossed through the right hand side of the map. Cart again advancing forward, looking to get through this last choke point. Storm arrows will be expiring. Any stray shot though onto the CPS, and that could be them going
Nano
down. So
again?
they have to be careful around him. Nano on the Nice once more. This seems to be the win condition here. Panthera banking on, but Slay in the meantime continues to go lower and lower. Knife is going to be able to find that elimination. Finishes with a melee hit. EMP goes across the sleep just a little bit too late from Slay to try to interrupt it, so the hacks still come in. Nice will find a parting gift before getting taken down, but the cart for now locked in. O2 Blast in control. Superior time bank at least guaranteed.
And the final kill to Marvel there, just to kind of seal the deal. So as Nice goes down, he still takes one with him. That'll just slow down
right?
O2 Blast from... That's
Second death.
2 Nice, correct. Marvel's like 3 now total. So 2 to Nice specifically that I remember. I don't know that Nice really needed to throw in the extra Dragon Strike a little earlier on. With Becky going down, it's a little bit awkward. He got that kill to, I believe it was Knife. They had the 5 versus 4. Once it got equalized, it got a little bit awkward. They needed to wait for 5 again. 1 minute left remaining, so things are getting a little bit tough here for Panthera.
Becky having the back away from the fight, but Nice again finds a kill. Probe going to be taken out, but Becky gets traded. Knife does this time get a stick. Takes out Youngjin. 2 for 2, but it's going to be the damage dealers for a damage dealer and a support on the opposite side. 48 seconds now remaining. Panthera, 3 ults to try to work their way through to the final push. Nothing at the moment for the side of O2 Blast. Opener going low, the Dragon Strike goes across. Irony. Pumping
Good
the
whip
bridge.
shot.
Full of healing, just trying to keep him alive. Fate occupying a forward position, jumps in, Primal at the ready. Sleep Dart not going to connect. Goes a little bit wide, so Fate still can go ahead, leap around at his leisure. He's looking for a little bit more, but eventually will get put down. Pulse bomb up from Becky, though. Not going to find the stick. No elimination found. Knife in the meantime, hovering around the back line. He's got the attention of both these supports. He's trying to keep them occupied. The heals come through. They manage to stay sustained. Nice and Fate now falling low. EMP comes across, finds 4. Anti out onto Youngjun, and suddenly it's just the supports left alive. The Nano using desperation to try to keep this Brig alive. But he gets put to bed, and it seems like that is going to be it. They're zoned away from the cart. They cannot get the touch. The hold will come through in front of point C. They get close, but not close enough to force us into extra innings. And O2 Blast will now move up to 0.
They bend, but they do not break. O2 Blast, they hold on to Seat. Was a really good attacking side coming through from Panthera, though, given how one-sided it has been for O2 Blast over the Lijiang Tower, over O2's attacking side as well, where they got a reasonably good time bank, had a lot of time going into C. Panthera got some damage done. They got a one and done on a single attempt. Nike started to really pop off. He caught up on a lot of eliminations there, on a lot of kills. Hanzo doing a ton of damage, consistently finding first picks. But as Panthera get towards the end of the map, they struggle to build up any sort of a lead. They can't get an ult advantage. They can't get a player advantage. Whatever player advantage they do get is instantly traded by O2. And they never have that tempo back in their favor after that moment. I think the moment you see the Dragon Strike come through, not that that was a mistake, but that was a turning point for me. Becky dies. Nice uses Dragon Strike. And Panthera never recover from that point.
That they do not. So now match point in the hands of O2 Blast. We'll see if they can seal the deal. Panthera again going to be having them map pick as we get ready to go to escort. Let's see if that's going to be good enough for them to go ahead and get a map online and try to pull off this time a reverse sweep versus O2 Blast. Would be catastrophic for O2, dropping their win streak, but right now it looks like they are firmly in control. We'll see what happens though and which map we're going to be going to when we come back from the break. Alrighty, we're back once again and going into what could very well be the final map of this series. O2 Blast on a warpath, looking for a 3-0 victory. Now just need to get through Panthera's potentially final map pick here as we get ready to go to Escort in order to pull that off. As
Someone's looking deep into Marvel's camera, and it's not Marvel.
they're looking at his post-game stats, and they're like, what the hell?
Damn, brother. I can also tell you the player in Knife Seed is not Knife. We're going to see Top Dragon coming in, my man. Good to see Top Dragon playing. I still think a super hyped up flex DPS. It's interesting that O2 Blast have mainly been playing Knife over Top Dragon, considering they're very similar hero pools. Possibly Knife has been better in scrims, or could be a team environment thing. Can't really argue with O2 given their success so far. Again, 30-0. A lot of that from last year, but plenty of that from this year as well with both Knife and Top Dragon. Really, this team is just an embarrassment of riches. We have Knife, Top Dragon, Probe. Behind Probe is also Proud, who's too young to play. Proud was actually in the Saudi E-Leagues recently because, well, no age limit there. So he's flown to Saudi to play for, I can't even remember what team he's on, but he's basically a mercenary there, still under O2 contract. The point is, if Proud was 17, I think he'd be playing this match as well. I think Proud is insane as a hit scan. But as mentioned, just underage, even with the age reduction. So Probe still gets to be the starting player for good reason. Got to see Attack coming in now to play some Diva. It's possible we're going to something like a Rialto or a Havana. In either case, you know, all good maps for off-tank players, Diva, Sigma, etc. Attack used to be on Talon back in the day, one of the teams that rivaled O2 Blast, and now he's finally on the O2 team instead.
All right. Stepping in some big shoes to fill, though. We'll see how he fares coming into this. The stage has been set up for him to just go ahead and exceed, as well as Top Dragon, who I must say, Top Dragon looks like he could be the younger brother of Fleta.
Honestly, he's got the skills for it as well. He's really got the mechanics that you see a younger Fleta. I say younger Fleta, like even a couple of years ago, like 2021, 2020 Fleta, 2019 Fleta. Top Dragon has the kind of flex DPS mechanics that really does remind me of that level of play. So good to see Top Dragon being fielded in here. And yeah, Top Dragon's been around for a while across a few different contenders rosters and now finally made it to the top one. So we'll see how this roster plays through now. I don't think they have any substitutes for supports. Not that you would want to, but O2 Blast. No, they only have Open and Irony, but they have a substitute. They have 2 extra DPS players and an extra tank player. So as I mentioned, just an embarrassment of riches.
Well, get to see 2 of them. For the side of Panthera, though, no substitutions coming through. Just going to be sticking with the same 5-man core. See whether or not they're going to be able to turn things around. We'll get ready to go back to the map select screen as well to see which escort they've decided to take us to try to turn the tides. But first, before we do that, let's go ahead and praise Knife some more as he gets, you know, substituted out because he had a well of a time. The pulse bomb attach rate might not, you know, be too fantastic, but the rest of the figures speak for themselves.
I think this, like, comparison to stat would be pretty much the same across the board for all 5 players versus all 5 players of Panthera, given how one-sided especially Lee Jung was, but how one-sided the first half of Hollywood was. Really was the second half of Hollywood that allowed players like Becky and the rest of Panthera to catch up. Honestly, Becky had some good moments there. You talk about the pulse bomb over the dumpster play that happened. That was just a nice 3-pointer shot from him to land that stick. I think the Becky Nice combo was really nice to look at here. And beyond that as well, you would normally expect someone like Becky to play the Echo. But Nice came through in the Echo and really got them that 8 point. We remember Becky fondly from his Ali Valiant run last year where I think along with Easy Han, both Easy Han and Becky were bright spots on that team.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's plenty of bright spots actually to speak of in hindsight about that team, even though we had no expectations for it going into the season. But it is actually going to be a Rialto once again, so it's in the previous series. Seems like it's going to be the flavor of the evening, as we will be diving into this for our escort map and see if Panthera can get a win.
I mean, this is one of the guaranteed ways you can force O2 to substitute Marvel out because you know this is an off-tank map.
Sure.
Yes, Marvel can play Sigma, but Diva really dominates the meta on Rialto, so this is where you want to get Attack in. There's not going to be any slouch. I don't know if this is going to help Panthera enough, but if there's a road to the reverse sweep, it's got to start one map at a time, and you got to try and pick away at whatever weaknesses O2 have, and one of them is to try and sub Marvel out so that somebody else plays.
Well, maybe that'll be a big enough boon, so perhaps that was the entire strategy. Maybe they've got something else as well cooked up here for Rialto. I'll have to just wait and see what does transpire as we get ready to go into the action, and I don't know if there's going to be any curveballs sent our way, but it seems like you probably got this one nail on the head.
Those that forget as well, O2 is also a San Francisco Shock's academy team. I believe, is that the only academy team available? I think Gen G is back, so Seoul still have an academy team as of 2023. There might be two. Uprising Academy no longer have one. And fun fact about Pokerface, which is one of the other contenders teams in Group A, the other side of the bracket, they're mostly comprised of ex-Uprising Academy players. So plenty of Overwatch League talent and ex-Overwatch League players across the board on all these contender squads. As we head into map, no surprise attack on the D.Va. Fate's going to start on the Winston, where, okay, well, Fate's not really a D.Va player, so I guess this is what you do. You have to play the Winston here if you can't play D.Va.
Alright. Attack on the D.Va on the defense. Not going to be confusing at all, as Top Dragon just going to be taking the skies there with that Echo. We're going to poke it broad where possible. See just how far Panthera can take us. Probe around the back, looking for a prime hack target. Does see Becky. He'll go his way. Right now he's just trying to play catch-up. Keep pace with the rest of the team. But yeah, DMAC does come across. Attack. Take it down and probe. Instantly slept and absolutely demolished. Youngjin with the whip shot finds the kill, and that's going to be effectively 3 kills because, I mean, the Baby D.Va hasn't been finished off quite just yet, but things are not looking good whatsoever. Top Dragon as well going to be taken down for some added pain as Opener tries to hug in behind the light post, but cannot stay alive. Attack miraculously, despite being the first one to really kind of get isolated, is the last one to get back into the mech and also stayed alive. I believe he just went for the spawn room reset.
Well, that kill onto Open is actually huge because it now, you know, forces O2 Blast to have a longer reset time. Look at the payload. It's already nearly at the archway. This is such an insane amount of distance for Panthera, who win the attacking side on both fronts. They get the D.Va D-Mech, and they also get the sleep onto Probe. O2 Blast still trying to recover from this fake, by the way, now is definitely on the D.Va as Probe is shut down again.
And that he is. Youngjin will get traded out. Attack able to find that kill, but once again, it's going to be D-Mech. Irony now in the back line, under fire, dashes forward, trying to join in with the rest of the team, but the tracking is there, and he can't run up the wall and get indoors. Fate manages to hound him down. Pulse Bomb committed to the fight as well by Top Dragon. It finds absolutely no value. The cap is there, and it's 4:48 time bank here for Panthera, who just steamroll their way through the cap on A.
Yeah, back with a vengeance. Becky doing a ton of work there. Slay, we noted the sleep darts coming on through, and we talk about, you know, who's got good KDs and all that, or at least I bring that up sometimes. The only player that's died of Panthera on their entire attack has just been Youngjin, so it's been pretty flawless for Panthera. Again, the opening was so insane. Probe and attack down at the same time, plus a late death on opener. You really couldn't hope for much better than that. The EMP quicker than Probe.
Aggro EMP does get used. Probe using one in counter. Trying to turn the tides of the fight here. Rally comes out from Youngjin just to try to keep everybody alive, and Fate eventually getting broken out of the mech. Does go for the self-destruct and will at least zone back the members of O2 Blast. Rush now going to be invested as well, slapped down just to try to keep himself alive, get that brief little bit of invulnerability. It works a treat, it shoves them away, but it's still only 40 seconds effectively gone now. His attack
good hack.
Hacked, antied, melted out of the mech, forced to use that self-destruct. Not going to find any value there. Will Becky with the pulse bomb. Drops down 7 HP remaining for him. Stays alive for a little bit longer, but Top Dragon eventually able to pursue deep enough to get the elimination. Probe dodging out, Sleep Dart not going to connect. Slay now going to fall. It seems like O2 Blast shaking things off just a little bit and finding their footing.
As a good initial attack onto attack, and again, that wasn't on purpose either, but the bio nade and the, the hack definitely was, and that gets the D-Mech instantly forcing self-destruct. From there, you'd think that O2 Blast were going to be in a really tough spot without the attack, but they hold on. Really well played there. Becky going down, and Panthera forced to reset. This is where they start to lose a lot of time. All of that bank that they built up on A starts to slip away now. Top Dragon on a bit of a mission. I think he's got to get out. He's really far ahead.
He is. Attack as well. Just plowing through. Just
attack.
Multiple players, but I mean the heals are flying his way from across the little canal. So overall, still in a prime position. Brings back in another self-destruct about to be online. Nano going to be committed here to Fate. He leaps up onto the high ground, looking to contest, looking for somebody to
position.
Yeah. Opener in a bad spot. Irony joins in to make it a little bit of a juicier target attack. The EMP is going to be used on either side, but it's going to be the side of O2 Blast who come up with the kills. Fate and Nice will take it down. Probe still at a sliver. Top Dragon as well. Getting worked lower and lower, but they just do not have the damage now. They cannot find these kills.
Yeah, as soon as the Nano's gone, I mean, the damage output from Panthera is really lacking at that stage. And Ultra Blast just keep pocketing openers out of position. He's under threat. Irony TPs to him.
So badly.
And they're running into spawn at this stage. I mean, O2 Blast, they're just so immense in the pressure they put onto Panthera. No supports. Fate's going to die as well. Becky invest pulse bomb. He's not going to be stopping. That was just a mistake.
Yeah. Opener taking him down. Looked like he thought maybe if he could get an opening pick on the back end right as his teammates are respawning, that could shift the tempo and get them right back into pushing. Is going to be noted. Nice. Looking for the hack. Finds it. Recall, however, still goes through. Top Dragon in a bit of an iffy position, but is able to dash out to safety, at least for now. And actually, no, with Probe joining in, they actually want to regress this.
Oh, Top Dragon on 1.
Oh, let's get taken
Down
down.
by Fate. But that's the start you need if you are Panthera at this stage. And let's see if they can make this 5v4 work. But if you're O2 Blast, you can just pull back. Or I guess you can just go for this as well. This is very aggressive from Irony. I don't think this is going to work out because Panthera just swap sides.
I mean, he's trying to keep Opener alive as he gets juggled into the corner. They beat him away to the opposite side, and Nice is able to pursue. Finds that elimination, and yeah, it seems like a bit of an overcommit, a bit of overconfidence perhaps there from Irony, using the ult, finding no value. Now right back into the push. Our Panthera cart can be locked in place for now with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining.
EMP's coming.
The cart, but they're falling lower and lower. Probe has to be Nano.
Nano
actually.
EMP.
Opener investing that one just to try to get this over in the mix. EMP still going to be at the ready. Top Dragon hovering lower.
It
EMP
missed.
comes across. Anti goes out onto 2. Probe down to a sliver of HP. Becky finds the kill. Top Dragon as well. It's an inevitability that he gets taken down. Now attack going to be broken out of the mech. The pulse bomb stick comes in. Opener taken out. And that is just going to be the extended team kill as Irony will fall. And the cap comes in onto B.
That was really bad to see, unfortunately. Coming through from the O2 Blast side of things, I understand why the Nano went into Probe. He's low HP. He's about to have Nano. You don't want Probe going down there. You also don't want him translocating away. You want him to commit in that fight and pop the EMP. Nano EMP does also do more damage, but it's super obvious what's happening. Nice probably knows the EMP is coming because he's almost got EMP himself. And so Panthera, they just split to the 4 wins and no one gets hit by the Nano EMP at all. That was a wasted ultimate combo, sadly. And O2 Blast crumble off the back of that one. And Nice gets to retain his EMP for this fight.
Nearly set up the kill here. On a Probe, who does narrowly stay alive. Relying on some of that life steal to keep himself in this. That's Nice. Scouting, does get spotted, sends out the EMP, finds 3. Opener going to be the first to fall. Slay, however, going to be answered back for on the opposite side. Top Dragon finding that kill nearly with another pulse online. Keep out from Fate, falls low. Nice now. Again, noted, spy checked, has to translocate the safety, and Probe gets Becky in the meantime. Add staggers. Found there on the back end as we go once again to 1 minute and 5 remaining.
That was a good Bionet from Irony. If it wasn't for the Bionet of the backline for Slay and Youngjin, I don't think you trade for Slay there. It also puts a lot of pressure on the Youngjin to not walk forward. Speaking of walking forward, Attack's going to try and do that with his own Nano. Can't find a lot of value, though.
He's mostly holding the door,
He's
but
losing
he's
mag.
going to be taking lower and lower, and yeah, doesn't get to use the self-destruct because the hack comes in. Probe as well.
Probably would have been a
Take it down
bad
and-
self-destruct anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. Top Dragon Slept surely is not going to be able to get out of here with his life intact. And he does not. So another extended team kill. As the cart can once again start moving forward, 28 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest thing, right? They don't have time. So despite O2 Blast kind of, losing a couple fights there, there's just not much left for Panthera to play through. This is the last fight. Attack's going to remake here. Good block from Opener's shield. Just a nano left to play through. You have to watch for Probe as well. That's a very early Baronet. It's going to force Panthera back and see if Probe can be put in a position for success.
Also forced the recall out of Becky, so he doesn't have that for the time being. Probe waiting for an opportunity. And ended up Winston. Definitely not the juicy target that you're going to be looking for, but with Youngjin taken down, I mean, he's just going to go ahead and let it rip. The target's already basically killed. Slave will still fall to the Death Blossom. Fate only able to find one in response. Now he's gone. The OT will go ahead and bleed away. And that is going to be the resting place for the cart. So a win condition does get locked in for the side of O2 Blast.
79-19 is a reasonable amount of distance. It is defendable is what I'll say there. But well played towards the end there by O2 Blast. Probe just locking up the double supports. Even if it's just a single player left, Slay's the only one alive for the support line. Just solo ult him, guarantee the kill, take away both supports. Panthera can't win after that. Take a look at Becky a little bit earlier on. This was the, if you see that, Probe just nanoed, didn't hit anybody, so that was the missed nano, missed EMP rather. And then Becky comes through with a number of good kills here. And we just saw the Becky versus Knife statistics, and well, Becky and the rest of Panthera were losing pretty hard in the first two maps, and definitely the first half of Hollywood. Here on Rialto, the attack has been fairly solid. They don't get to finish, but when you consider how attack started here, completely flawlessly, no fights lost, huge staggers, one push, cap A, and a decent amount of pressure for B and C, Panthera are starting to really heat up.
Yeah. Much needed. We need to see that same level of performance that we got, from start to A happening now on the defense. Looks like we're not going to have any real surprises. Fate going to be sticking with the Winston. Not looking to match
Just
that
weird.
D.Va. Saw him kind of go back and forth
Because
a couple times.
his D.Va was fine, and I think if you're getting an acceptable D.Va, you've already decided D.Va was fine enough to go up against attack on the attacking side, so... But to choose the Winston on defense feels a little bit misplaced here. Would have preferred the D.Va's flexibility with the boosters versus the jump on this, especially A defense. But no surprise on the O2 Blast side. They're going to be playing very standard stuff in terms of D.Va Tracer Sombra dive, attack under pressure again. It's the same thing that we saw on A last time.
I mean, such heavy focus onto him. Taking out of the mech, granted this time, obviously a bit closer. Doesn't have to run it nearly as far back to join in with the rest of the team, but we'll just be swapping off D.Va back on.
And doesn't lose ult charge either, so...
True. Point not going to penalize him. They're going to be anti-probe again, poking around the extremities here. Looking to build up towards that EMP, which nice is keeping pace, if not, slightly exceeding him in. Oh, attack again, trying to move up onto the high ground, just continues to go low. Irony can at least be happy that he survives, because that's going to be a hell of a lot of charge up towards the nano, but Slay's not far behind either.
And that's the thing.
End up having a nano fight.
Well, attack has taken way more damage, and despite losing mech early, the healing has transferred to Irony, so Irony's been ahead despite being on the attacking side, and I suppose the attacking side technically should be easier. Fate just hasn't taken as much, so Slay can't catch up. It's still fairly even though, so Slay can't catch up, and this is where Slay can get some decent damage healing in.
Top Dragon.
Nice though, nice is way ahead of Probe.
Yep, there he is. Finds two. Attack and opener, both getting clipped. Irony as well, going to be antied out. Throws the nano. Before getting taken down, it's Top Dragon will find Nice. 1-for-1 support for a DPS. Card, however, still going to be locked in place. Not much is going to be done with that unless Fate has to exit, which he does. Leaps back across.
Did they lose that fight? I mean, they EMP and they nano, and they are the team. Panthera retreating. They got two ultimates into that fight, and they're the ones having to back out. I understand Irony also popped the nano in there as well. And here comes the EMP for Probe now, and the rally does get popped in response, which is a good response from Youngjin.
Rally, going across. Opener. Looking for just that. Looking for an opener. Gonna find something. Self-destruct is available. Attack gonna be using it. Sends it across the bridge. The bubble is up, however. Fate keeps them protected for now. Top Dragon gonna be using the recall. Anti-on opener does expire. Now just contention right here in the choke, right in front of point A, trying to keep this cart locked into position. 2 meters left to go with 1:40 remaining on the clock. Attack taking a nap for a brief little moment. Becky goes in. Pulse bomb going to be let out. Doesn't find anything. Fate going to be slept. Now woken up. The primal's still there. The healing coming through. Stick from Top Dragon, however, finds Youngjin. Gets in behind the shield and manages to take him down. Nano build up. Instantly goes across. Fate going to be the recipient. Looking for Probe. Was antied out, but hasn't been able to quite hound down that kill just yet. Irony, with anti of his own, finishes off Slay, taking out the opposing Ana. Cart still 1:27 left to go.
Look at the HP bars. O2 Blast was so low there, but no one went down. They just all survive. Irony stays alive via opener. Probe gets away, and now that everyone's respawned, O2 Blast are winning the fight.
They do. Narrowly so, though. It was a lot of time out there from the side of Panthera. So 3.5 minutes. This is where they got slowed up on their own push. So if they can do very much the same to O2 Blast, and we might be going to a map 4. Probe going to get spy checked right off the rip as he tries to push forward and get into a cheeky little position. Has to translocate out.
Both Sombras should be setting up here. Another good bio nade coming through. Both Irony and Slay have been hitting these bios really well, and that's put a lot of pressure onto the backline, which will now be EMP'd upon.
And that's going to be a 3-man EMP. Catch comes through. Slay taken
down.
Kill.
It is.
Out of the fight. Nice escapes with just barely any health remaining, as Fate will also try to make his exit. Looking to really corral in around the Winston, and they find him for some added staggers. So good punish there from the side of O2. Cart again pushing forward.
That's going to allow them some free positioning now onto the rest of B. They should be making their way across the final corner of the straight now. Where's the payload? I mean, attack's far enough for that we can basically assume the payload's pushed up well and truly as Top Dragon just continues. I mean, how is this happening? Double supports down again.
It's just packed. One goes, the other does as well as attack finds
the EMP
three in the
didn't
fight.
even need...
Yeah.
Wait, why did Nice EMP? Is he swapping?
I don't know. I do
Surely
not know.
swapping. That was not a good EMP, Nice.
To what?
Hanzo? Unironically Hanzo, because it was literally Panthera had what, 2 members alive, and Nice goes for a desperation EMP. That was never going to work out. He would have really needed an EMP. These kills don't stop, by the way.
No, they don't. They're just diving in once again, playing right outside of the spawn rooms. Attack trying to make his way out of here. D-Matrix comes up, keeps himself protected for a little bit longer, and well, Nice is trying to break out the D.Va. Top Dragon comes around from behind, takes out Nice. kills continue, and it just feels like Panthera is struggling to even have a moment where all 5 players are alive and in a stable, in stable condition.
Yeah, exactly. They just haven't been able to fully reset. O2 Blast have not allowed them to. Probe now at risk of dying, but translocates away anyway. And why? This is 4 members, by the way. O2 Blast is still solo pushing on payload, while the other 4 members are pushed up. So Panthera being locked in spawn 4v5.
Okay, Primal popped. Probe getting juggled around just a bit, but he's using this very angry Winston to go ahead and farm up the rest of that EMP. He now does have online. It's nearly 5 ults ready to go. Nano opens up here onto Fate, though, trying to keep him alive, but Slay immediately dead in the back line. Irony going to be traded out, but not before he gets the Nano cross onto attack. And Opener builds the rally, pops it to go ahead and try to match against Youngjun. Now Fate crumbling. The Probe using the EMP sets up for the kill, and that is going to be the rest of them coming in as Becky is the last one playing forward here on the cart. Swap over onto the Kiriko, but they both get cleaned up. The push comes in. It's a celebratory self-destruct as O2 Blast will be able to get to the end. They will be able to get the win in 3-0 fashion.
It seems like A here was the best play for Panthera on both their attack and defense. Reasonably competitive there, but once we got to B, man, you just see the snowball pressure coming through from O2 Blast. Attack is no longer repeatedly demeched. You're starting to see a position now where, I mean, throughout the entirety of B into C, O2 Blast didn't lose a single fight. They just kept pushing on forward. As I mentioned, they essentially had 4 members of O2 spawn camping Panthera while 1 member solo pushed the payload. That's how far forward they were. That's how many kills they were repeatedly getting. EMP from Probe onto Slayer Youngjun collecting the double backline cool. Following fight, Slayer Youngjun dead again. This time no EMP from Probe, doesn't need it. Nice wasted an EMP. That would have been a very important EMP for Panthera to come back with to eventually get a retake in at some point, but they never got that fight going. Like you mentioned, Achilles, it seems like Panthera never had 5 alive at the same time.
That's just brutal cycle that they couldn't really break away from. O2 was just keeping them completely locked in and never really giving them a chance to, just gather their thoughts, gather a breath. Just kind of strangled them out of that game. So O2 Blast, dominant fashion. The win streak continues, now moving up to 31.
Yep, and it doesn't seem like a contenders team will be taking away O2 Blast's win streak at this point. If any team's going to do it, it's going to have to be one of the Overwatch League teams. And out of the Overwatch League teams, I feel very scared for the Dallas Fuel and the Shanghai Dragons, especially the Shanghai Dragons. But I think Infernal are the team to beat on this side of the bracket. Bracket B, Infernal should be king. So the Infernal versus O2 Blast matchup could be an absolutely deadly one. In fact, if I check the bracket in the schedule, O2 Blast will actually be playing up against Soul Infernal tomorrow. Yep. And I think to no one's surprise here, Kilios, Marvel is the player of the match. Checking through the contenders, not the contenders, just the Korean casters, everyone unanimously voted for Marvel. We did, all the Korean cast did as well. And it's just no surprise. I mean, the guy, despite only having played 2 maps, absolutely giga-pounded.
I mean, it's the most mild shock revelation that we could possibly have had. The Ramatra from him was just so damn clean. And then, even then, moving over to the Winston on Hollywood, still, a couple deaths found, but widely, a pretty much impeccable performance from him. So, nasty stuff at the hands of Marvel, and a very well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, I think so. This guy is just so underlooked. I mean, he really shouldn't be. You know who I really credit for this one? No Hill. Because the story goes for last year, in case you don't know the lore, Marvel was thinking about retiring, and No Hill, the coach for Valiant last year, currently the coach of Toronto, the assistant coach anyway, convinced Marvel to not retire and to play one more season in AL for the LA Valiant last year. And I truly believe that Marvel had a bit of a renaissance year last year where, despite being on Valiant, he, along with some, highlighted players that we talked about, the Easy Hans and the Beckys, and Dia obviously played well last year as well, really brought Valiant back from a pretty tragic 2021 season where Valiant was competitive last year, and I think Marvel was a big part of that factor. And, he was the guy that was even on 30-day contracts to play Doomfist for the Valiant, and he looked damn good. And now he's back in playing for O2 Blast.
Yep, and he's also going to be our little interviewee, so we will have Unknown take away with the translations and let us know what Marvel has to say.
You there, Marvel?
저희가 또 이제 뒷모습이나 앞모습을 보는데 옆모습을 보는 것도 처음이에요.
Well, I mean, we've been seeing
옆모습 인터뷰.
지금 뭔가 준비하고 있나 봐요.
네네.
뭔가 좀 가릴 거 가리고.
아까 본
Okay, looks like they might need a second to get him fully squared away.
You gotta cover up more sponsors. Gotta get more red tape, I think.
Getting his little interview room ready to go. Okay, so I'm being told he is ready now, so we can go ahead and throw over to Marvel. So Unknown will take it away, I suppose.
Let's see what he has to say.
Unless I'm mishearing, and he's not ready. There's a chance that I'm getting false information. Okay, interview is ready, so let's go ahead and hear from Marvel.
안 들리는데?
마블 하나 둘 셋. 예, 예.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, Marvel, can you hear me?
소리도 안 들리죠?
아무 소리도 안 들린다는 거 저희만 들리고 있어요.
So apparently he's not hearing us. We're the only one hearing him.
약간의 이슈가 네 있는 것 같아요. 저희가 다시 한번 잘 만져서.
We're
One day-
live.
one
He's
day
not
we will
ready.
hear from
So
Marvel.
okay, one day we'll get to hear from him.
The Marv 1 himself. I want to know what Marv 1 has to say about this matchup.
Yeah, how did it feel to just absolutely dominate your opponent?
And
then just
even
can't
beyond
respond.
that, yeah, and there's no response because he's muted. No, but I want to say the craziest part about O2 Blast is even when you start subbing players out, you bring an attack, you bring a top dragon. I mean, the team is still so well oiled. The craziest thing about O2 Blast when I talk about this 30 match win streak that is now 31 matches, they've done that with multiple rosters.
Sure.
Because it wasn't just when you think back to O2 Blast, one of the classic O2 Blast eras had both Proper and Pelican as a DPS duo at the same time. At one point they even had Kaiser as their main tank during GOATS as well, that was one of Kaiser's best years. He was a fantastic Ryan that year in 2019. But we've gone through multiple eras of O2 Blast, and during and that was even before the 31 match win streak. But during this 31 match win streak, it spans well over a year with multiple different players that have moved around. Some have gone to the Overwatch League. And O2 Blast, despite all the eras, you move past the Proper era. You get into the 2022 era with brand new players. Now they've moved over as well. Prophet, who has gone to Soul Dynasty, the Little Prophet that is. You've got their entire support line. You talk about Chio and Vindane being picked up. Finn as well in previous years. These O2's roster has been scoured over every single season for top talent, and still every single season they somehow end up being the best team. And you look at this team right now, the only returning member is actually Probe. Everybody else on this roster is new to O2. It's only Probe that's a returning member, and still they're the top team in Contenders Korea, and it's not close.
I mean, O2 Boss, he built a hell of a system, and it's been working pretty much flawlessly ever since. So, I mean, you can't give enough credit to that guy, which hopefully he's doing all right. But yeah, again, it's just kind of the original Runaway model, where it's just like, okay, Runaway scouts talent, builds up this team, they win contenders, they move on, and those players they join an Overwatch League team. I'll still never forgive you, Vancouver. And then they replace them with other talent that just are also incredible. You get these DPS duos that are coming out, like Gangnam Jin and Lee Jae-gon when they were together, and it's just like, wow, these guys are sick. And no matter what Runaway was doing, they always look good. They were always competitive. And O2 is kind of taking up that mantle just front and center and are the just talent development organization. They just know how to get value out of every single player that they could possibly pick up.
You look at teams like Shanghai this year, right? Yes, they're struggling, but one of the bright spots is Viper, their rookie Tracer player. He comes from O2 Blast. He had his one of the only real good season I've ever seen from Viper. I've never seen before, but on O2 Blast playing only Genji, and now he's pounding on Shanghai. But I think the interview is finally ready, Achilles.
Yes.
So we get to hear from Marvel, finally.
All right, let's
wanna
hear
know.
from him. Take it away.
네, 들려요.
Yeah, I can finally hear you.
많이 보고 했었는데 오늘 경기 깔끔하게 3대 0으로 컨테라를 상대로 승리를 좀 하셨는데 좀 어떠신가요?
So today you won Panthera 3-0. How do you feel?
제 생각보다 팀원들 너무 잘해줘서 그냥 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
Well, I think it was kind of easy because our teammates all did their part.
오늘 사실 2세트만 뛰고 이제 교체됐는데 본인이 POTM 받을 거 좀 예상하셨나요?
Well, you only played two maps and still got
네,
player of the match. Did you
1세트
think that you would get the player of the match?
0대스였거든요, 제가.
맞아요.
Well, I think I did because on the first map I actually won Deathless.
라와트라 딱 하고
And after Ramatra, I was like, okay, maybe today's me.
그렇게 생각을 확실히 하셨나요?
So you were certain
오늘
that you would get the player of the match.
데스수랑
Yeah.
10분당 질량 데미지를 거의 뭐 한 1분마다 얘기했기
맞아요. 계속
때문에
소리쳤어요.
Yeah, so even in the Korean cast, we were talking about your deaths and damage for 10 minutes all the time, and that's how good you were.
계속 연승을 달리고 있는데 팀 분위기는 굉장히 좋나요 지금?
O2 is on an undefeated run so far. How's the team atmosphere like?
웃으면서 게임하고 있어요.
I mean, we're always playing with smiles on our faces these days. It can't be better.
사실 오늘 경기 이제 깔끔하게 승리를 했고 많은 분들과 저희 중계진들도 기대하고 있는 바로 내일 빅매치.
So tomorrow's the big match. You're going against the Seoul Infernal.
서울 인페르날 좀 어떠십니까?
So how are you looking at the Seoul Infernal match?
굉장히 이제 강팀이고 연습할 때도 많이 해봤는데.
I mean, they're a really great team, and we've played against them in scrims. But I mean, I do have the confidence that if we can just beat the Seoul Infernal, we can just finish our group first. This is gonna be the only test.
이제 아무래도 이제 그룹 B에서 세 팀의 리그팀을 만나게 되는데 내가 좀 이 탱커만큼은 좀 그냥 이기고 싶다.
So you're potentially going against 3 Overwatch League teams in Group B. Is there a specific tank player that you want to go against?
어렵나요?
Is it a difficult question?
어차피 내일 인페르날 잡으면은 뭐 나머지 모르겠다. 약간 이런 느낌으로 보이는 건데.
I mean, I'm guessing that if you win against Infernal, the rest is irrelevant. But we'll go to the next question.
승리할 거라고 예상을 좀 하십니까? 몇 대면?
So how, if you're gonna win, how do you think the score's gonna be?
딱 그긴 것 같아요. 3대 0으로 이기거나 3대 2로 이기거나.
So I think it's gonna be like either side of the coin, right? It's gonna be either really easy 3-0, or it's gonna go all the way to 3-2.
그 팀은 사실 전체적으로 다 잘해서 그래도 뽑자면은 딜러 라인 되게 좀.
Well, I mean, everyone on the Infernal is really good, but yes, the DPS line is really threatening.
마블 선수와 오토블래스트를 응원하는 팬분들께서 사실 리그도 뛰어봤던 마블 선수기도 하고 이제 컨텐더스 무대에서 국내 컨텐더스 코리아의 최고 팀이라고 자랑한 오토블래스트에서 또 활약을 잘 해주고 있는 모습을 기대해 주시는 분들이 많기 때문에 이분들을 위해서 이 팬분들을 위해서.
So do you have? I mean, you've been in the league, you've had experience in the league. You're at O2 now, doing really great. Do you have any words to your fans that have been supporting you? I mean, thank you for all your support, high and low, and I'll definitely make sure that we can win against Infernal tomorrow.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you, and back to you, Achilles.
이렇게 오토블래스트.
Thank you very much, Unknown, for the translation as per usual. But there we have it. Some nice, humble words from Marvel. Can't even think about another tank that he wants to square off against. He's just happy to be here.
Where were you when Marvel said "I am me"? You know, I really felt like I was me today playing that rematch. I feel that. I really felt that. It's the "I am me" for me, Achilles. That really did it. Marvel, what can you say? Understandably, humongous a performance, deserved player of the match, but the real test is tomorrow. I wholeheartedly agree. Infernal is a real test for this team. Likely the winner of Infernal versus O2 is going to be the team that makes it through the mid-season madness, but if there is a world where O2 keep this win streak going and they beat Infernal, you might literally see the O2 Blast, which is Shock's Academy team, go to mid-season madness.
Very well could happen. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see those results. But of course, we're not done yet. We have one more matchup for you today. It's going to be SPG going up against none other than the Shanghai Dragons to see whether or not a contenders team can go ahead and take down one of the big dogs in the Overwatch League. We'll see how Shanghai looks as well when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a bit. Okay, and we are back. It's now time to go into our final series of the evening on this stacked up for match day. We got to round out the start of Group B. We have SPG getting ready to go up against the Shanghai Dragons.
SPG with more familiar names. I mean, every single one of these Contenders Korea teams coming on through, and even Rhodes, the Contenders APAC team, there's just Overwatch League talent on there. I mean, you see Although and 2U, players that have both been in the Overwatch League. Although last seen on Toronto Defiant, 2U, I believe last time we saw him was on the Seoul Dynasty, and that might have been a couple of years back now. Yeah, the 2021 season, back when we saw the 6v6 playing mostly the Diva here, so he's definitely expanded his hero pool. I mean, I even remember Hyunjae from the old Billy Billy roster when he was Irony support duo, when Billy Billy was the top Contenders team in Contenders China. That might have been 2 years back now as well, if my memory serves correct. So SPG still coming in with some decent talent. I'm going to claim another player on this roster, as I always do. Aid also used to play in Contenders Australia on the team Wilby with his brother, Milgaru, who is a tank player, who's also on this team. So you got two players that are brothers, related, both on this team. I think that's kind of cool.
That's always neat. Be nice if they were maybe add some drama if they were on opposing sides of the field from time to time. But Eight Brothers in Arms also just as good as a storyline. We'll see if that's gonna maybe crop up or if it's gonna be 2U the whole way throughout. But of course, this is yet another Contenders looking to challenge against one of the Overwatch League teams on the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
And I think Milgaru does get subbed in at some stage, but I can't remember exactly what maps that we've seen him on, but he's definitely had game time, so I expect that maybe he'll come on through. And of course, on the other side, we have the Shanghai Dragons, the Overwatch League team. So this is our second time now seeing Overwatch League teams play up against a Contenders team. A little bit earlier today, Seoul Dynasty made short work of Rhodes. Rhodes was competitive, but it's still a 3-0. We've had an entire 3-0-3 Overwatch day. Does that get broken now? Does the Shanghai Dragons somehow either, you know, win against Impreza, but it's a 3-1 or 3-2, or maybe lose against Impreza? Or is it going to be another 3-0 where, you know, Shanghai Dragons was, or is it a 3-0 with some Impreza wins? That would be really shocking. That would be kind of a bad look for the Shanghai Dragons, but Shanghai probably are the team from the Overwatch League side in both brackets, on either side of the bracket, that is at most risk of losing to a Contenders team if there was one.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of given the, you know, obviously recent overarching changes, particularly with Fleta stepping into the tank role. It has had its moments where it looks great, but it also had its moments where it just looks like, why in the hell is this what we landed on? So still have some fleshing out to do to see how this is going to continue to evolve for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. But one of the things that we have really come to expect is great things out of Viper in particular, because this guy, like Isu, very much known quantity. Viper, he's here in his rookie season. The guy's pulse bomb attach rate when he's playing the Tracer, absolutely terrifying.
By the way, I just want to say, this is the first time we've had player cams on for Shanghai this season.
Yes it is.
So I was just like, whoa, hang on a second. We got the Shanghai players on cams. Love to see it. But as you sort of mentioned, player second from the left, Mr. 83.3% himself, Viper with the gigantic pulse bomb attach rate. Unbelievable stats on the Tracer. A player that I already mentioned earlier today when we talk about O2 Blast. Viper came from O2 Blast. He played as basically a Genji one-trick during the Jotes meta for O2 Blast last year. Now he's in the Overwatch League, but likely he could be facing up against the O2 Blast in this bracket if that ends up panning out. We'll have to see how the bracket ends up falling. So there's that world. You see some of the O2 Blast alumni players on Overwatch League teams here, as well as the O2 Blast team itself in the same bracket, and we're going to go towards the Lijiang Tower. Shanghai, the highest seeded team here, has chosen this map.
Alrighty. Lijiang Tower once again to kick things off, and then from there, as per usual, loser will select. So we'll see where we do end up, with hybrid, of course, being our second map type. So time will tell. Also, we'll see who is going to be the person having to make that map selection. Shanghai Dragons, obviously, a bit more pressure on them. It's been a bit of a rocky start to the season. They've had their ups and downs. They got that win under their belt. But a loss here would be fairly catastrophic. Be hype as hell for SPG, but definitely something that Shanghai wants to avoid at all costs, because just kind of given the form that we've seen, the expectations that are set on a lot of the Contenders teams, you don't want to be the one that is actually able to get pushed. So even dropping maps, having them be dangerously close, would still be a net negative for the side of Shanghai.
Of course, as we, you know, saw in the pro-am earlier this year for NA, I believe Vegas and Valiant ended up dropping, but so far in the Eastern region for APAC, Solar safe. Shanghai possibly in danger as we open the first fight. 2U out in the Ram, similar to what we saw O2 Blast play previously. As the first wall does block out Fleta. Shanghai Dragons playing dive.
I think we've maybe seen Fleta play the Ram once, but albeit it would have been for a very brief period of time. Occupying the point, though, are SPG, but Gangnam Jin starts things off with a nice little cheeky headshot, which I'm now going to be taken down. Viper looking for a target. Slide across. They trying to stay alive. Cannot do so. 2U as well. Going to be broken down in the front line. And the brawl is just going to be absolutely dismantled.
A good patience shown by Dragons there. You know, they were kind of like the first fight. They got walled off. Shanghai Dragons held their composure. And on the opposite end, SPG do have swaps. Hisu's going to scout all of that. Jungle Queen from 2U. I don't think it's a surprise. 2U did actually play a lot of Jungle Queen during the Jotes meta last year as well. And we've seen plenty of teams bring out the Jungle Queen as a specific meta counter to the Winston. So that does track. Also, the aid Soldier. We've seen the Soldier come through on this map. But specifically, we also do see the Soldier paired up with the Jungle Queen.
Okay, well, it was fine. A nice opening kill. Flood as well. Going to be taken low. Tries to bring out the axe. Not going to find a target. Hisu eliminated to slow up that EMP. And it allows for a quick little flip here. Only 29% established for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Another kill as Iris will fall. Now Gangnam Jin taken down. Does find one. They'll go with him, but not nearly enough to play off of. Dragon's going to have to go for a reset.
Fleta taking a lot of damage but not dying is going to transfer the heal over towards Iris to make this nano happen. And as Shanghai sits at 29% overall for the cap, SPG won't be overtanking just yet, although that will be coming fairly soon. Looking towards Nano and EMP. Dragons still have a lot of tools to use here. Viper's already in the back line to kind of force pressure on the point itself. That should open up some angles for Hisu.
Uses Fleta goes low. This is cross as well. Viper, pulse bomb at the ready. Got to keep our eyes trained onto that one, but it's going to be Wuchun taken down first and foremost. Hisu as well will find aid. Looks like Iris does get enough healing to go ahead and stay alive. So just a further pursuit forward to get the punish. 2U going to get dropped as the last kill. We'll come back in with that ult online as we get a nice old pause.
I sort of examine the situation here. I mean, Dragons are actually in a pretty commanding position. They're only 1% lead in terms of 39 to 38, but when you look at the ults across the board, it's all in favor of Dragons here. Iris used a nano a little bit earlier that gives Fleta the confidence to walk on forward, and all he has to do as the Winston player is to stay alive against 2U. 2U's job is to chase down Fleta and make his life on Winston a living hell. As long as Fleta doesn't go down, which is not going to happen, nano up and primal available, Fleta's going to be fine. Good confidence shown by Fleta as well to chase further forward, drop the bubble on top of 2U and confirm that final staggered kill. And the fact that Shanghai Dragons get to hold on to the other 4 ultimates to play through, Kitsune Rush into EMP or the other way around, all very strong ultimates to play through for this next fight. And you're gonna need to see Hyunjae counter some of these with the sound barrier.
It's a quick fix, so we are right back into it. Dragons retaking the lead for themselves, up by 12%, now cresting over 50. Aid looking to push forward. Hisu as well, hovering nearby. EMP at
He
the
thought
ready.
about
Doesn't
it.
want to go for it. Yeah, you can tell he was finger on the trigger, but doesn't pull it. 2U gets himself over towards the point. Kitsune Rush comes in. Gangnam Jin going to be matching. Tac Visor going to be invested, but it's an instant sleep cut from Iris. Finds an elimination, but not before getting taken down. Thought it was set up for the alley-oop, however, so now going to be a 1-for-1 with the healing. Cut down significantly as Gangnam Jin tries to keep the rest of the team alive. Hisu still holding on to the EMP, wants to save it for a future fight as they do take in closer and closer to this match, this final fight territory, I should say. Viper as well, diving forward, looking to disrupt Aid on his way back in. Primal from Fleta will be expiring soon, knocks them all away. 2U, the only one at the moment that does have that ult. EMP comes across, they find 2. The antis are out, and Hisu will be able to scoop some kills. Iris again going to be taken down. Aid just seemingly having a beam there on this enemy Ana, but now will not be allowed to survive. 98%. Minor touch on the point to force out the OT, although trying to keep them in this one as best as he possibly can.
Rampage.
Flood is holding the door. Rampage is still online, as you say, 2U not given the opportunity to use it in the last fight.
Should be now.
Needs to have some good value, but 2U just absolutely melts. The focus fire comes in. He's hacked. He cannot use the ult. Everybody turns their sights towards him, and he just absolutely disappears. Hyunjae now going to be taken down as well, and it seems like it's going to be an inevitability, as Otto will get a nice pulse bomb. Pierce will fall once again, just kind of getting cycled back and forth between the spawn room and the point, but it's 100 to 38% as the Shanghai Dragons will be able to close the first round.
It was just so good from Hisu. He kept the lid onto 2U the entire way through. We saw from the silhouettes that 2U was going to go for the big flank there. The majority of the Simprisa Gaming squad went around to White Room. 2U went main over bridge. You're probably wondering, okay, well, why is 2U split from the rest of the team? The strategy there from 2U is he's going to do the rampage across the point and then reach his own team, and then he'll be grouped with his own team instead of doing it from his own team's POV and then going out of position, right? This EMP as well was so huge from Hisu. Held over the heads of Simprisa like the sword of Damocles and eventually swinging down, and it just connects big time. Simprisa were looking like they were in a fine spot. The real big force here was Hyunjae being forced to use Sound Barrier, not being able to counter the Sombra EMP with it, and that gives Hisu the full permission, the opportunity to just drop that EMP onto everybody and then win a fight.
Okay, well, it's going to be a full mirrored matchup now, so we swap back over to the brawl here with the Ramatras. Flood it. Going to be trying his hand at that as well as Viper forced into the ice block nice and early. You down low, and oh, they wall him in. Excellently done by Altho. Help set up for that opening kill. Viper gone. Leap up, trying to get through the window. Is Iris, but will not be allowed to do so as MJ goes forward looking for a boop, but instead will just go ahead and take Fleta out. Headshot found, and it's going to be Simprisa setting up for the initial cap.
Well, really impressive stuff there. Good wall off coming through from Altho to catch on Viper, and the rest of the kills comes through pretty quickly after that. Decent amount of pickups coming through from 2U as well. Fleta is still doing a ton of damage, though. You'll notice that despite SPG winning and 2U doing enough damage to get kills there, Fleta keeps up on the ult charge. So both should have Annihilation around the same time. You'll lose another fight, though, with Gangnam Jin down.
Yep, now Hisu is well picked off. That gives Aid an opportunity to overtake towards the overclock. And Gangnam Jin put that much further behind. Nearly 30% down now compared to Hyunjae towards that sound barrier.
That's going to hurt a lot. First opening ultimates will be the support ones for SPG, and you can definitely lock Dragons up with this. Even if Dragons somehow make it out, you instantly put the Ant Matrix down. Flanks are covered here as well. Fleta's trying to make some moves around the side. Wu Chan's going to play max distance, looking for window opportunity.
Still holding it for now. Although, gets the Blizzard online, could completely cut off this flank, and instead it's just going to throw that Blizzard straight down up into the forefront. Here's Immortality Field, gets cleared out. He will fall. Fleta a little bit late to try to save him, but eventually does get Aldo. Elimination is we just have Annihilation be Annihilation. Immortality Field used by Wu Chen, trying to keep 2U alive. Just getting pumped into him. They're trying to keep him sustained, and it's actually going to be an Aid there. The disruptive shot from Aid that does find him, takes him down. Hisu in the meantime gets a melee kill. Wu Chen now going to be falling, but Hisu's all on his lonesome here on the point. 2U making his way back over, big arms and all, rushing towards this lone Sojourn. He can go for the recontest moments before the flip would be there. So still in a very strong spot, RSPG.
I don't know if Gangnam Jin just wasn't in that fight or whether he was overconfident, but they needed the sound barrier in that fight because, as I said, I mean, you just can't be that confident versus 2U also popping Annihilation. Dragons lost so many members there. They have also played through, but SPG are on 99. The Dragons have to spend it all.
Out under the terrace, just looking to zone them back. Wall goes up, although, however, kind of caught in there. Walled Fleta in with him, ends up falling. Now Aid's going to be taken down as well. That's going to be the damage dealers off the side of SPG. So Shanghai Dragons looking to win out the fight here in overtime, and it looks like we are able to do so. The flip comes through, and Wu Chen just offering himself up once the faster reset will go down.
0 to 99 though. That is going to be a brutal start for the Shanghai Dragons with the Viper going down late as well. Wu Chen respawning. It'll be a 5v4. SPG need to move now. There's a window of opportunity where Viper's not available. And without a Mei, I mean, you're just going to lose the wall battle straight up. It does mean that Dragons can't hold this choke. SPG will get out for free and start rotating. And they'll maybe even make it to the point. Good boop.
Great boop. It's fine, Aid. All up from Aldo. Instant headshot takes out Viper. Shutting down that flank, but with 2U gone, unfortunately, the heroics there from Aldo are not necessarily going to lead to a flip. So for now, Dragons will maintain control, and Viper's going to go right back over onto that Mei, I should say. I was going to say Mercy.
But
the one that starts with an M.
He does giveth and taketh away there a little bit, so I think he costs Dragons a fight, but he also wins Dragons a fight there as well by some nice environmentals that'll help Dragons catch up. They really need that. As 2U has the first Annihilation. This time Gangnam just going to have to pop the sound barrier to counter that. Fleta still trying to catch up.
Wall the delay. Pulls them off. Fleta cut off from the squad for now. Blizzard going to be invested as well. Just looking to confirm the kill. And
it's too
can't
late.
keep him alive. Yeah, Gangnam Jin far too late, as well as that Immortality Field. Everything that they've done is just not enough to keep him safe. Now, Overclock needs to line up some targets. 2U, however, does find Viper. Chan tucking away into the corner. Stays safe. 2U comes to his rescue. takes him out. The flip is there. OT starting to bleed away. Gangnam Jin needs to be the one to go for the touch. He gets himself into the point, does get it, but then dies for it, and I'm not sure Flood is going to be here in time. The wall off, it's an attempt. They cannot quite make it happen, but with a sound barrier and everything else going their way, it seems like we are going to be extended into a third and final round. Just waiting it out.
There's nothing left.
Viper can do something miraculous, but as low as he is.
No pulse bomb.
Yeah, no pulse. Receives a little bit of healing, dashes back through, although takes him down. Flutter swaps to the Rhine to try to join in, and they clear the point long enough to go ahead and get that cap through. Control Center now going to be the final round, determine who's going to be walking away with map number 1. A great reply here from Sinprissa to go ahead and tie us up.
It's the long-awaited sound barrier from Gangnam Jin that is just so underwhelming. I don't know if he was too far away from Flitter, but Flitter clearly gets caught by the blizzard. As soon as the freeze starts coming on through and Flitter's like, I ain't making it out, sound barrier has to come down immediately. He actually waits until Flitter is fully frozen, then drops sound barrier. By that time, Flitter's dead. You can't save him at that point. You're just far too slow. Far too reserved on that ultimate. Should have been used way earlier to counter the first annihilation. Should have been used in the last fight there as well. So Dragons, couple of, I think, fights they could have turned around that ended up being just clear mistakes on the support line, specifically Gunland just Lucio to not save the team when he needed to. And Flitter had annihilation for the last fight. Really disappointing.
Kisu coming back through. He's going to have that Hanzo v Hanzo matchup. Going from the Sojourns down to the projectiles. Look for some targets, but has to be mindful about Hyunjin jumping around, but Ira's going to take it down as well. And honestly, it just feels like he's getting absolutely rinsed so far in this series. Every time you look, it seems like he's just in the spawn room. Kisu will fall. Viper got, although with the trade up, it's once again SPG getting the first lockdown.
Viper will try his hardest, but you lose 2. Eris copying another arrow, went down to 50% HP. A doing a ton of damage here, really putting the pressure on. And the SPG, as you've mentioned, come out ahead, but they're going to be 19-0 ahead, or just 1 fight ahead, because Shanghai Dragons can manage the situation if it's more like round number 1 on Gardens. Without a huge lead. This is a 2-use opportunity to build up a lot of ult charge. He's nearly on annihilation.
Weaving in those blocks, mitigating the damage taken. Pulls back, but he's so far ahead, and although catches Hisu right in the head, this will take him down, and now the rest of the team completely controlled here in this cornered in the control room. Fatality Field buys him a bit of extra time, but 2U eventually will not be denied, as he just burns through them with the annihilation.
And there'll be more ult advantages for SPG as well across the board. He's just swaps to the Sojin now, which I think is maybe a little bit weaker in terms of raw, what should I say here? Burst damage power. I think it's a lot more consistent on the Hanzo, especially Dragon Strike's probably better on this map as well. You're going up against a not quite spawn camp, but
oh dear.
Okay, Gangnam Jin looked like he was going on a mission and just gets caught by Aldo, who can lock you up. Oh my god, he's so accurate.
Good lord. I mean, Gangnam Jin, I get it. He's trying to make his way over to the point, draw some attention away from this choke in front of the spawn, draw them back so that the rest of the team can push through, but he's completely caught.
Watch the Blizzard come through this fight now. I was going to say Aldo has a pretty bit large lead on Viper, but enough time has passed, the Viper's caught up. Probably speaks more to Aldo that he hasn't been forced to use a Blizzard yet. Should come through this fight, maybe.
Flood is just dead! The Pete only catches 2! I mean, he's trying to use it to counter out that Blizzard, sure. But Flood is dead off the rip, and this is just not going their way at all. Ears can't get himself back into the dropship, and they can't touch.
This spawn camp.
90% is over. Hyunjae's just using the sound barrier as he pushes right up to the gateway.
I mean, they can't walk forward at all.
Flood is trying
Flood
to.
is dead here. Flood is dead here as well. No, it's just finished. It's finished.
Hisu can't get there in time. It's 100-0 to close that out, and Sinprissa are going to draw first blood by taking the opening map. Lijiang Tower is theirs.
I mean, if there is a world where Shanghai still win this, it's definitely not a 3-0. So 3 Overwatch is done, unless Sinprissa are the ones doing the 3-0ing today, and that would be exceptionally frightening for the Shanghai Dragons, who looked very good on Gardens.
Oh yeah.
A lot more shocking on Night Market, and then on Control Center, completely missing. I mean, yikes, that was gross. Although completely destroyed them on Control Center, repeatedly did that, and then at one point, Sinprissa literally complete the kiss the spawn doors challenge, just running up to the spawn gates, locking them in there, and the Dragons can't do anything. I mean, Gangnam Jin trying to fly out of spawn to apply pressure or to touch or to do something. He's pretending to be a tracer, but he's still a Lucio, and although just snipes him.
Well, certainly a bit of an unexpected result, but incredibly well played from the side of Sinprissa. Let's see if they can keep that up, because that was Shanghai Dragons' map pick, I do believe, which means that they're going to have another one. as we get ready to go into our hybrid map. We'll see where they want to go. But for now, you know what? Consider me intrigued. Consider me very interested. That match score is incorrect. We'll get that updated on the opposite side of the break because SPG absolutely earned that 1-0 start. We'll see if they can make it a 2-0 when we come back, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back in the scoreline, hopefully corrected, as SPG take map number 1 away from the Shanghai Dragons in dominant fashion in the final round of Control Center, going their way 100-0, meaning that the Wuchan clan ain't nothing to F with, because Dragons definitely going to be a bit rattled after that one.
Yeah, not just Wuchan. I think although to you, Aid, although especially on the main, oh, damn, what a performance there. completely dominating Shanghai Dragons with that last round of Control Center. It was not close. You want to see a little bit more of the Shanghai Dragons that came through in Gardens, and a lot less of the Shanghai Dragons that came through on that final Control Center map. I also think, like, matchup-wise, not a good matchup for Shanghai Dragons. When you consider the strength of this team, and I've said this about Dragons before, forget about what Flitter is and isn't good on. His hero pool is irrelevant here. He's Flitter, a DPS player on a tank, doesn't really matter. What you need to focus on, what are Hisu and Viper good at? Play the heroes that they are good at.
Sure.
Right? So you need to be playing comps where Hisu's either on a Hanzo or a Sombra, and Viper is definitely on a Tracer, maybe a Genji if Genji wasn't so bad in this meta. If you can do that, Shanghai have the best chance of winning. When you take Viper and Hisu off their best heroes, things get awkward because now the real carry potential of the team is in the drain. Again, forget about what Flitter's playing. He's not going to be the difference maker. You need to look towards the DPS line.
Yeah, we just didn't really get to see that value coming through. And I mean, I'm thinking back to first round of Garden, even Viper going in for a pulse bomb. Wasn't able to get the stick because Hisu actually took both of the kills away from him. But even then, trying to move over to the Mei was just getting completely outclassed by Aldo. It's going to be Hollywood once again, so it looks like we're trending in similar territory compared to our previous series between O2 and Panthera. So we'll be going to Hollywood once more to see who comes out on top. As SPG now looking to see if they can still, in fact, deliver some free Overwatch.
And this is a good choice because Hollywood is mostly a dive map, right? A, B, C, all pretty good points for the Winston to be played on. If you are Flitter and you are the Shanghai Dragons, again, and you want to cater towards the strengths in your roster, this is what you need. You can have a map where Viper can full-time trace here. You can have a map where Hisu can go between Sombra and Hanzo, both very good heroes on this map. So this is what you need if you're Shanghai. Good choice by Moon and the crew. But they're already one down, and you know you want to see a Overwatch League team potentially lose to a contenders team. I mean, this one's already starting to look pretty bad for Shanghai unless they can turn the ship around.
Alrighty, pressure certainly mounting here for the AL representatives. Let's see if they can turn the tide though with their own map pick of Hollywood and get themselves back into the series, because we have seen Dragons have some rockier starts, you know, drop a first map, kind of get, you know, blown out of the water, and then rally back after that. And memory does serve. I believe that the moment that I'm thinking of did happen on Lijiang as well. So we'll find out as we get right straight into this. As unsurprisingly, it's going to be Flood here on the Winston. Aid though will be coming through with the Ashe, and Hisu says, all right, I'll match.
And he's just happy to do that. As yeah, has been one of his heroes in the past. I think Aid's best heroes that I've seen based on his performance of contenders, as he just gets two dinks there, has been the Sojin, but that was when Sojin was hard meta and you couldn't really play anything else. So instead of the Hanzos, we're going to get the Ashe matchup. And pay attention, I think, at this moment anyway, to the nano charges. That will be what dictates the opening fight.
And for now, Iris going to be in the lead towards that. It's about to hit 40%. Gangnam Jin as well, getting beaten and battered. Sustained back up. 8 though, 40% towards that bomb. Hisu trying to flush him out, gets the dynamite.
Good dynamite.
Puts him very low, and Fleta manages to dive in on top of it to find the elimination. Anti out onto 3, but they need more to capitalize on. So far, it's just Iris that gets taken down. Fleta going to be taking a nap as Viper gets himself up into the stairwell. Seeing out Hyunjae, forces him off the point. Cap now coming through second.
Shanghai need more.
Established.
Shanghai need more. They're allowing these SPG members to stay alive. Here we go. The dive finally comes in. They got to clean up this backline. Both supports from SPG are currently caught out, but they need to die.
Take it so low, and there you go. Iris will be the one to finish up, getting some revenge, considering how rough things were for him on that opening map. Although now trying to exit, will not be allowed to do so. Gets taken down, and it's going to be 5 minutes plus now on the clock for Shanghai Dragons. A much better start as we continue moving forward here into the street space, and Hisu as well going to be matching Aid once again.
Yeah, both of them are just deciding, you know what, you don't want to play Ashe, I don't want to play Ashe, let's go to Sombra on towards B. I think Sombra is better on B than A, so I kind of agree with this because if you think about the map geometry on B, so many more areas we can hide your translocator, move around the map, farm from the high ground, etc. Whereas on A, limited spacing, so that part is, I'm okay with A-okay with that, but Hisu, that dynamite onto Aid on A was so clean. That put Aid on no HP, and Flitter just dives in for the alley-oop, and that's what sets up Dragons for success on A.
4 ults now to work with here for this attack. Shanghai Dragons Continuing to move forward. Another anti, this time connecting on the aid. Tries to get these scoped in shots across as well. Finally does connect with one and forces the translocate out, but that EMP is going to be here very soon for the side of SPG.
Halo moving, by the way. Actually not contested for a little bit there. I was going to say, Halo moving for Dragons is really good, and it is now free moving. SPG got to do something here. Nano. There it is.
Nano's going out on either side to you, receiving one as well. Actually, no, sorry, Iris didn't pop his. Just the rally from Gangnam Jin instead. So, Nano for rally, kill found. Aid back to the spawn room, has to reset, try to get set up for this EMP once again. Dive in, Viper, that one just a bit too soon. Letting go of the pulse bomb, and ends up going quite wide. Asking where Hisu's at. He's front and center. Answering EMP comes across. Viper going to get caught up. Finds one. Wuchen going to be taken down, but now Gangnam Jin is well going to fall. Support. A trade up here. SPG going to finally find some semblance of control, and with Iris getting cleaved down by 2U, it seems like they should just about get it.
And this is where having the rally to counter the EMP is very important. So Gangnam Jin had already used his rally, which is okay if you're trying to, you know, force 2U away on the Nano with the Winston. However, once we trade EMPs, the deciding factor was that Hyunjae survives, pops a rally, instantly heals up his team, survives against the EMP, and they get to be the ones really feasting in that exchange. Hisu pops his EMP first, and it's still not enough. Usually when you pop your EMP first, you should have first priority on getting those kills and getting the damage in. The Dragons didn't have a survivability without the rally.
Once again, back to the cart. So just showing for a moment. Get it moving forward. As Fleta trying to dive in on top of the supports. To you there to match. Whip shot kept them at arm's length for the time being, but Primal still going to be available here for Fleta. Going lower and lower. Now decides to pop it. Goes up here onto the high ground. The sleep dart not going to be connecting, and Wuchen getting juggled into the corner. But however, hacked. Pulls away. Breaks line of sight for a brief moment, but now finds himself maybe overextended and antied out. Yeah, will not be able to leap out to safety. Ends up getting taken down. The cart no further forward than it was previously. So although maybe frustrated to find that Mega Pack hacked, but instead will just take away the translocator in frustration.
I'm speaking of frustration. I think Fleta actually whiffed on one of his jumps there. During Primal, although it's got a 1 second cooldown, he actually missed one of his jumps, and that extra second cost him his life. Because he was anti-nated up on 300 HP, and by the time he did his final jump, he died in midair. So, very unfortunate. Pretty sure Fleta could have lived there.
Oh, the sleep.
Really good sleep. So nice by Iris.
Yep, A just hitting the floor. Great reaction from Iris. 2U, who's diving in to try to commit in with that, but they lose everything, and that could now cost him this hold on B. The rest of the team corralling back over towards the spawn, waiting for the Winston to rejoin. He's 3% shy now of that Primal. The EMP nowhere in sight. Hisu just 3% away from one of his own. It seems like Shanghai Dragons should have this in the bag.
They'll be forced to use it, though. The rally as well coming on through. SPG's goal is just to force the EMP here, even if they lose the fight.
This will take Gangnam Jin down to a sliver of HP, but Viper this time, this pulse does find value. Wuchen gonna fall, and TU will hold on to the Primal. So they buy a little bit of time off the time bank. They take him down to 240 now for the final stretch. So overall, considering how things began, this was good time buying for SPG, but now they have to finish the job.
Did Although use Pulse Bomb there? Because if he did, it's a 2-for-2 ult trade, which is not the best, even though Pulse Bomb does charge quicker than the other ultimates.
He did. He was trying to get Gangnam Jin when the rally came out.
The fact that, I think that's a little too optimistic. The fact that both the EMP and the rally comes out from Dragons was what you want as SPG. You accept that you probably lose that fight, and you just get the 2 ultimates and leave. But they traded 2 as well, which is not ideal. Still though, rally Primal means they can hold for a while on this corner. Play slowly, wait for the next ultimates to come through. Wait for the Natter to come through and then counter with the rally, unless it already gets popped. Okay, he's dead.
Yeah, it's popped, and he is absolutely destroyed. No value going to be found off the back of that, and in fact, it's just going to be space opened up.
And the Primal's gone too!
Yeah, push is moving forward. Nano now out, Fleta, forcing aid off the high ground to you. Antied somewhere off screen, trying to stay alive. He's trying to get this healing over to Wuchen as best as he possibly can. Is able to do so, it looks like.
Single Bionade.
Consistently leaping at this back line, just keeping him at arm's length, trying to break line of sight. To you now, playing on the corner. About a 9% away from that next Primal, although needs to have some value here with his pulse, and fortunately will not get any. It goes out, it goes wide. Pulse from Viper, looking for something as well. Stick, no kill. Tracers trading whiffs.
Isu being alive here is huge. I mean, he was down on 30 HP, no cleanup. SPG just can't confirm members. Viper's still alive in there. Dragon's now getting the Primal out rallied to finish off this fight. And I don't think Tu's doing enough. He slept.
I mean, the chase from Fleta onto Wuchen is great, but now Aid
Hang on,
to
Aid.
pop off. Does find 2, but answer back. Here's takes 1 down, although also going to fall to Viper. Now down to support, down DPS. Kente also taken out of the fight. To trying to stay alive. Wuchen dashes back in with the Kiriko. The Dragon Strike cuts across the cart to try to keep things contested here. For SPG.
Fleta disengage.
It buys them some time. Fleta does disengage. To however, leaping to the side, desperately needs some healing. He's so very low, and Viper is able to push forward, finds the kill. Now the Nano comes across onto him. 9% left to go. Another pulse about to be ready for him. Chen dashing out, trying to keep himself elusive. Paid around the back, going low. The heals coming across, and desperately trying to keep this Hanzo in the fight. The pulse bomb, however, this time finds the stick. It's going to be Viper helping to get them across the finish line. 21 seconds remaining. Again, considering how things began, this is not bad, but they cannot deny the finish of the map.
And I think Surprise nearly clutched towards the end there as well. The fact that the Dragon Strike coming through from spawn forced Fleta to disengage allows Surprise much needed time to get their members to respawn themselves and to then to have an actual last fight. Viper struggled to get that last kill and had to commit the pulse bomb, and eventually gets that. We see the replay here from Eris, and
Nasty.
this was nice. This is what I wanted to see. You know, double supports from Surprise caught out and dead, but Dragons scared me a little there because they waited a long time to clean up the supports, and I'm like, you guys are just letting these supports live at the moment. And if Surprise regroup and actually get a recontest and the supports are alive, that's a problematic situation for the Dragons. I actually wanted to zoom into a fight that happened several fights before the final one on C, where Tuyu and Hyunjae both have ultimates, Primal Rally respectively. Eris drops down a Bionet, which hits them both, forces out both ultimates, and then they both died. That was the key moment for me that changed the tide of this map for the attack for the Shanghai Dragons, which allowed them to get the tempo to actually finish the map. Because that was not a good moment for Surprise at all. 2 ultimates in the bin, completely wasted at that point, forced out by only a Bionade. Eris has done some really good stuff this game so far. I mean, the sleeps onto the Sombra of Aid, also really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just way
Sombra's
more
of
value.
although, I think. Who's been playing the Sombra? Why am I forgetting? Sombra.
Aid? As far as Sombra's
Yeah,
concerned.
on the SPG side.
Yeah, that would have
Anyway.
been Aid.
There you go. That's the one.
It's all good. Speaking of Sombra's up, he's not really making his presence known at all yet. Still just waiting for a moment to strike. That goes across. Chan not really able to drag him out of stealth either. Still going to be cloaked. Fleta looks to contest forward, and Aid gets jumped on. Fleta joining in off the back of Viper. And those are those synergies that we've been seeing built up over time here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Viper calls a pick. Everybody else jumps in for it. For now, they will go ahead and hold back the first volley.
Well, first minute gone. Eris happy to get that ult charge with no one dying just yet. 2 leapt up, dropped the bubble, and now has to wait for bubble timings before he can do too much more. Trying to take some more forward space, and there's a hack coming through as well.
Fleta gonna be nanoed already. Iris has got this online. Sends it out. Sleep not connecting. Now on cooldown, Viper finds Aid, takes him out. Continues to pursue forward, and 2U just cannot survive. Can't anything else at the back end of this is gonna be absolutely brutal for SPG. Oh, trying to exit.
Oh,
look,
good
they're
nade.
just corralled off the side of the cinema. And they even get Wuchen delayed. Nice stagger coming through from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, really pushing their limits.
Yeah, that ended up being good. It was a little concerning earlier on. I mean, we knew that Eris had a lead over Wuchen. That was confirmed. The nano coming through on the Fleta was good, but just seemed so passive, right? Dragons weren't pushing forward. They weren't really pushing the nano up to SPG to claim these kills, but eventually they get towards spawn. Huge number of staggers. That's exactly what you want to see out of the Dragons, as they're about to sit on 4 ultimates.
The rally nearly there. SPG as well catching up. EMP looks to take the tempo away from them, catch him off guard, and Hyunjae hits the floor dead. Nano still committed, goes over to Aid. He needs to find some value right now if they want to try to transition
Fleta no
this.
primal.
Fleta is dead. Doesn't get to use the primal, but they still might need a bit more to make this push work. Aid force off the high ground, looks to recontest once again. Viper's down in beneath him, wants to get the kill confirmed. Can't make it happen, and now Hisu actually going to get caught up in the fray. Tries to go in and finish the job that Viper set up for him, but Aid manages to respond in kind. Dragon Strike cuts off the retreat here from Viper. Brings back in, they take a moment, they surrender 2 ticks, but now they can set their sights back over here onto the point where Viper's got this pulse bomb and he looks to get into the back
Oh,
line.
good stick.
But it's going to be onto the shield. MJ keeps that shield raised, manages to stay alive, although now looking to try to turn the tide, throws it into the corner, doesn't get it, now going to be taking a nap. Primal's going to be popped. Fleta to open things up, but Iris will fall. Gets the cleave across. Gangnam Jin trying to juggle his way out of this situation. Actually, somehow gets Aldo with a whip shot while being pushed around by Tuyu. And Gangnam Jin gets Wu Chen as well. Suddenly, Shanghai Dragons are right back into the hold.
Yeah, had to spend everything, but totally worth it. I mean, Fleta coming through with the Primal has to go towards the point. Viper barely missing out on the kill into Aid, and because he misses out on the kill into Aid, Aid managed to get the Dragon Strike through, which puts a lot of pressure on the Shanghai Dragons. But they hold it because they just have the superior ultimates there. Ares built up another nano. He's 2 nanos to Wu Chan's 1. And that's a really big difference there. Gangnam Jin also, I think, much better on the Brig than he is on the Lucio.
Pulse bomb as well, back online. Viper building this up, although a couple of percent behind, but that'll certainly help him catch up. Viper taken out nice and early. Fleta gonna be the focus fire. A lot of damage being pumped over towards him. EMP cuts across, catches it. He goes down. Although Recall stays alive, Tuyu gonna be taking it out, but it's gonna be nanoed up at the same time. Now he's right back into the fight, and Fleta's been eliminated. Chain with the kill. The ticks coming through without a tank. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to contest this one at all. And it seems like they want nothing to do with it. Last second touch, but eventually it will be claimed. So 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank. Not done yet. SPG will get to go through the street space.
For a team that has to finish the entire map, that's SPG here, being forced to spend the entire first 4 minutes and half of your time bank on just A does not feel good. So for the Shanghai Dragons, this map is looking a lot more positive just based on that hold on A so far, even if it's not a full hold. So a lot of damage done to the time. Both Gangnam Jin and Ares now looking over towards ultimate. Wu Chan missing the nano. Aid looking over towards the EMP, but Gangnam Jin should hold this rally for the EMP coming in.
Nano as well, now online. Just keeping them in the back pocket, trying to bail Fleta out of a sticky situation, should it be necessary.
They confirmed the EMP now, by the way. You should got the hack onto Aid, so they would have seen that.
Okay, Pulse Bomb does go out, gets a bit of damage there on it to you, but with the Primal, he's able to survive. Jumps into the back line, up onto the high ground, wants to try to disrupt these supports, gets whip-shotted back down onto the low ground. Can't disrupt them. EMP, however, massive from Aid. Manages to find 4. Viper, first one to hit the floor. Then it comes across. Iris, keep Fleta alive, 8% away from that Primal. He should be able to sustain long enough to try to get that one online, but let's see if it's going to be good enough to try to win out the fight. Drops on the low ground. He actually holds it, grabs the Mega Pack instead. Attack out in his favor.
Oh, he's still holding.
Yeah, he's still holding. And now he's gone, and that opens up space for SPG.
And the problem there is, okay, yeah, his team has kind of fallen back. Yeah, maybe he doesn't waste the Primal, but now you guarantee that you lose that fight, which means you lose all of the map control that you had previously. If Fleta pops Primal, Dragons can maybe still go in. They still have Hisu with the EMP, still have a rally. I think it's perfectly fightable. You have to break out of spawn now. Hisu's got to be the one to bail you out of spawn. The EMP unlocks the way.
Nano through, although gets Iris
no
dead,
supports.
and yeah, there's no hope. You can't use the Primal here. It'd be a far cry home. Then again, the card is far enough, the respawns can come through, and with the DPS players staying alive, perhaps they can actually make this work. Hisu will be able to find Wu Chen, but now Viper is going to be taken down.
Oh,
so much of the damage
0.01.
taken out. Fleta falling lower and lower, even with the Primal rolling. He's trying to stay alive and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, but it's far too late. Gangnam Jin commits the rally to the fight.
Oh,
He
this is
actually pops
tragic.
it. He needs some heals. Although it's going to be taken down. Hisu doing God's work right now for the rest of the team, but the cap is there all the same.
Where was that all earlier? I mean, if Fleta's going to pop Primal, you just pop everything. By the way, as I screamed in there, the touch happened at 0.01. Like, you literally couldn't have touched any later than that. Which means no one can move from the payload. You have to commit to the payload. Everything needs to be spent there. They wouldn't even be in this mess if Fleta just popped Primal a full fight ago and stayed alive for the tempo. Aid, by the way. Yeah, I saw that. 1 HP was... That's pretty disgusting.
Okay.
Shanghai Dragons, they like their B point back, but there's at least a silver lining of there only being 110 left for SPG's time bank.
But no matter what, if they get the finish, they will get extra innings, just given that it's under a minute finish for Shanghai Dragons. SPG still just pushing to the end, and we'll have a win condition from there rather than a draw. Push into the corner, looking to try to finish off Hisu. He does translocate out the safety just in time. He waits for the setup. Could just swing on the corner. He's right up in front. Gangnam Jin good at the focus fire, and he is taken down immediately. The Bionade out from Iris is not enough to dissuade them, even clipping on the 2. Just a singular kill found, however, as I say that though, although will get Viper. And the card continues to advance forward. 30 seconds now remaining.
This is capable.
Shanghai Dragons need to lock this in place. It is capable, but
Payloads.
it's also holdable.
It is. I think this is the last fight. I mean, could go either way. A bit of a coin flip here. Dragons do have more important ults though. Nano plus EMP. If Fleta gets to stay alive long enough based on the Nano and then build a Primal, this is good. Nano Force.
Yeah, Nano Force, Wuchen has to push that over onto Kenjin. Tuyu absolutely gets destroyed off the back of the EMP. Look at the assist. Everybody taking part in taking him down and denying that Primal from coming in. Overtime is going to be forced through. Although, however, now eliminated. Someone's going to move up to try to touch. And right now, Genji is the closest player trying to make that happen. Viper going to be antied out, but they just can't get there in time in the end. The Shanghai Dragons will successfully hold. Damn close, but they managed to stave them off, and that is now going to tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, great EMP coming through. They knew who the target was. Like you said, you see in the kill feed, all 5 members, everybody got an assist on the kill to 2. They prevented the Primal from coming on in. That was the pivotal kill to stop Simprisa Gaming from completing that push, but it got dire. It was getting close. If the EMP does not deliver from Hisu, Dragons might not hold. That could have been really tricky for the Shanghai Dragons. And they whiffed a lot of situations. They blundered the way through B. That defense was honestly pretty shocking. A bunch of ultimates that never got played in. Had the similar criticism of Gunglingen holding Lucio beat on Lee Jung as well. It's Shanghai Dragons sometimes just not committing to the fights they really need to commit into, and then maybe in its losing situations just making the mistakes of dropping in the extra rally when you don't need to. The work they did on A, forcing away the 4 minutes from Simprisa, was what allowed Dragons to win that map. If it wasn't for that A hold, this would be a very different map indeed.
Very much so, but now we do find ourselves tied up, which means that there is, in fact, no 3 Overwatch for either side. This one is going to be a battle to the finish. We'll see who takes the lead, though. Simprisa will have their map pick of Escort coming up. See where they decide to go and whether or not it's going to be good enough to get another map away from the AL representatives, the Shanghai Dragons. Don't go anywhere. The action is going to continue in just a couple minutes. Alrighty, and we are back. We are tied up at 1-1. Shanghai Dragons able to respond against Impressive Gaming. Tie us up after a victory on Hollywood. Now we'll have to see where SPG decide to go for our escort map and whether or not they're going to be able to retake the lead that they once had.
If nothing else, we've got a close series, right? Map 4 guaranteed here, not a 3-0 Overwatch like we mentioned earlier before we went to break. And for the Shanghai Dragons, some much needed, I think, life inserted into their performance. A much better defense than what we saw, especially on Lijiang Tower. Just in general, not that they defended on Lijiang Tower, but you know what I mean. General gameplay here. One of the key things for me is definitely taking Gangnam Jin away from the Lucio onto the Brig is a good choice. Hollywood in general is a good choice for Dragons because they get to play the Fleta Winston, which is probably his best tank at the moment. Viper Hisu getting to play their best heroes as well, Super One. I was most impressed though with Eris on this team. Had a lot of pressure in terms of Bioneg, good sleep darts into 2U, sleep dart into 8 as well after the EMP. Just good setup for plays and good kill confirms.
Yeah, really great turnaround
as well.
And that's from after basically getting farmed on Lijiang Tower because Eris was not having a good time at all. They were constantly focus firing that backline and taking him out. It was a good return from him, and we started putting up figures that we're used to seeing and that we kind of anticipate from him. So overall, solid from Shanghai to keep themselves in this. But again, we kind of mentioned it, you know, off the rip. Even a close series here is still not great for Shanghai. So from here, now that they've got that first map win under their belt, they want to be able to break away and take you know, the last two for themselves with some cleanliness.
If you were to power rank the contenders Korea teams, O2 Blast would definitely be first. But the point is, Simprissa would be probably closer to the bottom of the 6 contenders teams that we have here. I don't know if they would be the exact bottom, but they would be, you know, towards the bottom. You put Panthera higher up, you put Pokerface higher up. And what that all means is that if you're the Dragons, not that you'd have to play Pokerface because of the other side of the bracket, but you do have to play O2. Maybe you'd have to play Panthera. You still got to play against Dallas and Seoul as well. I mean, we know that Dragons are likely not the favorites to win this bracket. But the real question is, do they lose to a contenders team? And if they're already close to losing to Simprissa, they might still lose to Simprissa today. Who knows? And Simprissa's weaker than Panthera O2, then yeah, Dragons probably lose to Panthera O2, right? If you were to do some transitive property. And I know we're only 2 maps in, but just based off what we've seen, off 2 maps.
Yeah. Just gonna say Viper walking through 2 different players' backgrounds to get into his seat. Love when they're sitting out of order. Can never tell where the players are at. But looks like he's gonna be back in and ready to go in just a brief little moment so we can get things underway and, you know, figure out what this next map is going to be. And we'll see what the selection is. And okay, Shambali Monastery.
Oh, this is cheeky.
All right.
You know why? It's
SPG.
because you're forcing Flitter away from Winston on this map.
Put him onto the
What a
Ramatra.
choice. I love that. That's actually a little bit devastating for Shanghai Dragons. I mean, what were the other options? I think all of the escorts are not great. You have Havana, Rialto, Shambali, Junkertown.
Yeah.
God, of those options,
all of them not the best for
well,
Fleta. Obviously, we've seen good results though on Junktown, so that's probably one of the ones you definitely want to avoid.
I was going to say Junkertown is maybe the best choice here because they've played Junkertown before. Hisu can still snipe and look good there. But Shambali, of the 4 options, I think is the worst for Dragons and is why SPG have chosen this map. You've just taken Dragons to maybe the worst option here based on their available hero pools. I mean, damn, I think legitimately Fleta might go Sigma here on defense.
We'll have to just wait and see. I mean, if it go for that, not really going to be seeing any kind of forward hold scenario, try to lock them into the spawn room. So we'll have to just wait and see if that does come through, and if he's feeling a bit more confident after the shaky beginning on the Ramatra, maybe he can come back into this and, you know, find his footing a little bit more. Because
it's not even the Ram.
It feels like across the
Ram
board,
is
their
fine.
first maps have been rough. So
Fleta is going to go Ramatra, but again, it's not the Fleta Ramatra that's the problem. It's the rest of the team comp. You have to build around the Ramatra. That is a little weird. And okay, so this is what SPG have done. They are playing the anti-Winston comp by going to Jungle Queen, and Fleta's like, well, let's play Winston then. Let's play the Winston into the anti-Winston comp.
Nope, swaps up again. Make up
Okay,
their
good.
minds.
Thank God. Thank God, Dragons, because I was about to have an aneurysm.
Well, Fleta is going to be back on the Ramachos. Of course, we'll keep our eyes trained on that as Viper as well. Looking to go for maximum comfort is here on that Tracer. It will not be matching Maze because obviously it didn't really go his way whatsoever, although it was ripping through them as Tuyu just yoinks Hisu right over in front of him and takes him down. His Infectors as well will not be able to get the knife to stick, but it's a great first blood and a beginning to the hold. As Gangnam Jin, what are you doing, son?
I actually, part of me thinks that Viper maybe should go the Mei here just to battle against all those Mei, otherwise you just lose the war battles. But I can understand that, you know, as I said earlier, you want to keep Viper and Hisu on their good heroes. They are trying to break the spawn hole by working flanks. Everyone's still alive, just.
They're holding
Look
on
at
by a
Eris's ult
thread.
charge. They're feeding Eris's ult. Because everyone lives, Eris gets all that healing. So he's going to have a really fast window.
Very true. And Gangnam Jin, okay. Finally does line up that headshot that he was seeking and gets a second one as well, which had taken down the DPS and a support. And now that is going to be the forward hold, absolutely crumbling.
3 kills.
You taken out, yeah, right as that rampage is available, and big performance from Gangnam Jin to finally go ahead and break down those defensive lines.
And Tuyu's got a hard choice to make here. Do you give up the rampage and play the correct hero, or do you play the wrong hero and keep the rampage? He's obviously decided to keep the ultimate here, which is good. I expect though that the rampage mostly gets countered by the Katsu, not the Katsu, the Suzu from Gangnam Jin. So Suzu timing super important here. Tuyu might have to actually wait to force out Suzu before using the rampage. But Tuyu should be on a Ramatra here, and he will swap after he dies and use the rampage.
Just gonna hold at the corner, pulse bomb. Oh, that was very wide from Viper. Clearly not in his full form at the moment. What we've been seeing in the past.
You ready? Ready for rampage?
That I am, and Viper's gonna be dead. Although getting that right-click headshot through takes the Tracer down. Rampage can still be held. They want to just try to play out the rest of this fight a little bit more neutrally, it would seem. Knife connects on a Gangnam Jin. They pull him back forward, and that's gonna set up for Aid to find the headshot kill with the Storm Arrow. But as well, just has to fall, and that is going to be, yet again, cart control firmly in the hands of SPG, who now have about 5 ults to work with.
I too am disappointed the rampage didn't come through, but it's probably for the best as SPG win that fight with all 5 ultimates retained. So a really strong defensive position now, and Dragons kind of just, I think they were threatened by the rampage, and well, it didn't end up coming on through, and they just got chased down. Good knife throwing by Tuyu there as well. Again, Tuyu pretty familiar with playing Junk Queen after being in the Jotes meta the entire way through. This should be the annihilation fight as well. I mean, SPG have brought this one down to below 1 minute. Aid with another first blood.
Yep, picks them out. It's the shout going across. Gangnam Jin getting headshot. Aid getting some revenge here for the rest of his team. And there's something very funny about a massive Ramatra, his Nemesis form, just sprinting away fearfully.
There's 5 players alive. When it's a 3v5, you better be running. And now there's one fight left, 30 seconds. That was a great recon arrow, by the way. Just reveals Viper on the backlines. And Aid, is he going to get another first blood here? That would be critical.
Wall's going to come up. They look to cut him off. They're trying to pile in, get on top of Fleta. Annihilation going to be held.
Frozen.
Held field comes through. Rampage goes out, gets that anti out onto 2. Hisu going to be the first to fall, although finding the kill, and Iris just bleeds down. No heals to be found. Into the ice block goes although. And Jake taken low, will get picked up by the bomb in the end, but Aiden, although still coming up huge, Hisu's going to try to swap over the Widowmaker, but you need something that can touch the cart, because right now there is absolutely no one. The full hold will come to completion. Absolutely monstrous defense here at the hands of SPG.
Well, there's a guaranteed 4 maps, and we're going to go to map 4 pretty quickly no matter what now. Full hold on A, not a lot of payload distance gained at all. I don't even think we made it to the top of the hill. No. Well, that is not a lot of distance at all. Really disappointing for the Shanghai side of things. But Simprisa, the key fight for me was, again, the fight that I thought Tuyu would use the Rampage, held on to it, they win the fight anyway, and it's because Aid hits shots like this. Hisu re-peeked that.
I mean,
he actually re-peeked that.
I was going to say, it's a lot easier when Hisu effectively stands there and takes it.
Oh my god, he didn't... Why re-peek that? Why would you re-peek that? I don't know.
Hubris, I believe is the word. Either way.
Surely he's out of storm arrows. Surely he doesn't just keep spamming the same angle I walk into.
What is that quiver?
Oh, no,
get empty.
Oh, Shanghai had I will still hold firm. I think Shanghai had the matchup advantage, but they lost all tempo. They were clearly at an ultimate disadvantage. and they were losing to the May Ice Walls. And this is part of the reason why I was thinking is like, yeah, you want Viper and Tracer, but you also kind of want to be able to trade effectively in the Ice Wall battle, and you can't do that if all those are the only one playing Ice Walls, and every single Ice Wall is going to lock a player up and eventuate into a kill for SPG.
Isu right up against the doorway there, taking a peek, trying to see what's going to happen, what they can anticipate. As it's going to be the Symmetra TP across. And looks like they'd get a... Okay, I thought he was going to stick with it and actually come in on a flank, which would have been bold as a solo sim, but will just be going over to that Ashe. As they look to break them down, the Symmetra battle can begin. 2U already off to a roaring start, 30% going to be built up here. Was that Annihilation? And Dragons they just have to back off. They can't even try to hold this position.
Yeah, I mean, they've been flanked as well, which is what the TP was for, so they're going to play the corner exclusively now. Eris does lead the ult charge, so if there's one silver lining there that it comes from Eris. First wall comes through, waiting for Viper's response. There it is.
Crosses it. It's behind. So many metrics here aside from that sound
Look at
barrier.
2U.
Is
Ult charging 2U.
But yeah, 2U, the Annihilation nearly there. The supports, the ones who are really carrying the weight on the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Eris now, the Amp Matrix available. See when he decides to pop this one. Just continue to go lower and lower.
Now would be good.
It's getting worked. Ult does come through. Eris taken low. The Mortality Field forced out. Keeps himself alive. Does get cleared by Aldo. Nearly has that Blizzard online. This would be a big timing, especially if Namjoon gets taken down. And he does. Both of the supports now falling, and it's not very far for the cart to go. Annihilation claiming to. The Dynamite takes out Hisu. The cleanup is there, and that should be it. There's still enough time to go ahead and get a recontest, but good lord. Just bullying their way through the lines.
SPG should move up. Exactly what 2U's doing here. They don't even need to be full capping payload. They should be sending members forward to intercept Shanghai Dragons on their final approach. That, like I said, there is going to be one more fight. Because Flatter did die on payload, so despite being the last death, he died on payload, but... Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Oh well. That's one way to end the map.
Well, the map pick worked a treat.
Yeah, as I said,
2-1.
If you want to beat Shanghai, one of the easiest ways to beat Shanghai is to take them to a map where you can't play Winston. That's it. And Shanghai fall apart. That easy.
Well, feeling like a Colosseo coming up for push.
Well, it's Shanghai's choice, so I think Esperanza is probably the best Winston map of the three.
That's fair. I haven't got an Esperanza yet for you and I casting, so maybe that will come to fruition.
Yeah.
But I fully agree. It feels like they need to do something that really sets Fleta up, and it's just the unfortunate circumstances that they have to try to work around that does leave this big, just gap in the armor
and again,
for Shanghai Dragons that is highly exploitable.
I want to be clear. It's not even Fleta. It's the rest of the team comp that gets built around. I mean, it's a little bit Fleta, but it's the rest of the team comp that gets built around Fleta. It's everybody at the same time. So I'm not even singling Fleta out. Like, oh, because he has to play Ram and he doesn't get to play Winston. It's the Winston comp overall that everybody gets to play around. That's effective. And it's the non-Winston comps overall that everyone else gets to not play. That's bad for Dragons. That's what I mean. So Dragons, they got to go to Winston comp again.
All right. Likely going to be what they look to do. Enjoy some of the very brief highlights that we do have here from Shambhali Monastery. Right now, it's SPG leading 2-1. One more map to close it out and take down one of the AL teams. We'll see if contenders can, in fact, thrive here in this matchup, or if Dragons will be able to extend it all the way to 5 when we come back from the break. We are back, and the stage is set for a monstrous upset here as SPG lead 2-1 over the Shanghai Dragons, taking them down with a full hold and successful push on their map pick of Shambali Monastery. Now, we'll have to see what Shanghai are favoring as we do get ready to go into push for their map pick, and it needs to be a good one. It needs to be one where they can find a win.
And a map ago, we were talking about, like, okay, this is probably a bad look for Shanghai, even if they do win. And now you have to start really questioning if they can win, because it's a 2-1 lead. Push is in the favor of Shanghai Dragons as a map choice. Now, don't freak out about New Queen Street. It's still a better choice than Coliseo. I said Esperanza is probably the best choice, but I don't hate New Queen Street. I think this is still acceptable. If they chose Coliseo, though, that would have been pretty tragic. So I'm glad they at least moved away from that map. Even if Shanghai do win this one, you know, last map choice on Control goes to SPG. And still some good choices over there for SPG. They probably won't pick Helios, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But the point is, Shanghai Dragons have a bit of an uphill climb to go through here as they got to win 2 maps in a row here. And even Hollywood, the one map they did win, was like really close, considering how one-sided Shambali Monastery ended up being.
And this is for all the marbles here. SPG going to be even more jazzed up, you would anticipate, to be able to try to close this one out. Walk away with a win, be the first contenders team here to take a series off of one of the Overwatch League squads. It could very well happen. And I mean, again, to put it in more context for people who might be joining late, you've been talking about it, Avril, as far as the power dynamic is concerned, even amongst the contenders teams.
They're one of the low ones. They are the 2 lowest seeds from contenders teams. This is just seeding. It's Simprisa 5th 6 and Rhodes 5th 6. So they're seeding wise bottom 2. I would also power rank Simprisa bottom 2 as far as contenders teams go. So this isn't even the best contenders team in this side of the bracket. You've still got O2 and Panthera. Dragons might lose here. They might turn it around as well. Let's see if Fleta can run back to Ramatra and save the day.
Certainly going to be trying. You see there on the Ash, Viper on the Tracers. So still some good comfort as Aid struggles to get himself into the window. Immortality Field goes up to clear that one out. Knife connects on a Hisu. The accuracy here from the set of 2U looking good, but the wider fight still going to go in the way of the Shanghai Dragons as Gangnam Jin also gets involved and takes down Wuchen. 2U going to fall in the back end, and that's going to be the initial bot control going over towards Shanghai. So it looked like a disaster.
2U swap.
Turned on its head, and yep, we have some swaps.
2U? Ram? No? Staying?
Okay, nope.
Staying.
This is, hey, we're on Shambali. I'm going to keep doing it.
I'll say this. This is almost outside of the Kariko being there instead of the Brig, which actually makes sense because you want the Suzu. This is basically the Jodes comp. Sojin and Genji. They are literally playing the Jodes comp.
Well,
here we are.
Time is a flat circle. Fleta is getting pinched and crunched. Goes low, raises a fist. Immortality Field as well comes through to try to keep him alive. Rail shot has to get the clip, but not going to find the kill. Because although very low on HP, the drop down looking for the pulse. Viper not going to get the stick, not going to get the kill. Hot drop back into a neutral position, but BG can't really push much further than this for now. So they rush faster, build up here. Wuchen has the ult online. Here's on the opposite side, however, does have that Amp Matrix, and he's going to pop it instantly, and now 8 is going to disappear. Although dashes in, gets the kill, he's going to be taken down. Now the Rampage is going to be opened up, only finds Fleta. It's going to be antied, it's going to be finished, gets him with the kill at the end as it's a damn near 2-for-1 off the shotgun blast. There's a Viper slinking around the back, wants to be able to finish off this Tracer. Viper maybe just a bit too elusive, also grabs that mini pack. He's trying to predict him.
That was a prediction.
He actually does
that was
the draw back, so he gets some damage across.
Yeah, I saw the... Okay, Viper was the only one alive there. 2U did a lot of work there because he actually runs in the back lane, kills Fleta. Gangnam Jin and Eris down. That's really unfortunate for the Dragons because so many ultimates are about to come online. Eris did a pretty decent job with the window as well. That kept Fleta up for a very long time.
Can beat the rush.
This will be Sound Barrier versus both Rush and Annihilation here. Hisu also with the Bob and me. Yeah. Dragons are stacked on ultimates. They have the lead barely, and they're stacked on ultimates, and they have the first pick.
And it looks like they won't have to use them. That being said, Viper does get traded, so it's going to be a damage for damage. Bob let loose, goes charging into the back. And they actually, okay, he pulls it closer to them for a brief little moment there with a knife, and they'll just make quick work of it. Bob taken out of the fight. The bots, rather, still going to be locked into position. Now they look to rush forward. Overclocked at the ready. Flood up, fist raised, trying to mitigate as much damage as he possibly can. The Annihilation still going to be held in the back pocket. Viper gets noted, has to recall out to safety. Fleta looks to zone the DPS members.
Oh,
Now we
TU!
have Kitsune Rush coming through. TU trying to stay alive. Sound barrier going to be used. Then Jake shields up the rest of the team to try to keep them in the mix. False bomb flies. Viper finds nothing. Blade now going to get drawn out, although diving into the back lane. Finds one. Iris going to fall with the help of Kyunjae. Annihilation, however, takes down the front lines. TU will fall, and now Olo gets cleaned up. Jake gets another second kill here for the Lucy on the side of SPG, but the bot is being stolen away, forced further and further from them as Viper does his best at impersonation of the fusion, it would seem.
And the payload now reset back into the middle. Very even fight. I mean, yeah, the Blade didn't get a lot of work done. Fleta pops the Annihilation, trades 2U out, and both teams roughly the same amount of members alive. Flip doesn't happen. Most importantly, Dragons still hold on to the lead at 27 meters. It's not a huge lead, and even if they lost to Flip, it wouldn't have mattered at this stage. Well, about 4 minutes gone, and the bot has not really moved beyond 27 meters for either squad, so a very close game so far. Watch for the Rampage this fight.
Yep, another one at the ready. Let it down. Half HP. Kitsune Rush used here from Wu-Chen. Looking to escort them forward. The Rampage whiffs.
He missed?
Yeah, Hisu taken down. Knife goes through, looking for the pull. Doesn't bring him close enough, but the lead is going to be taken here at the same time by SPG. A bit more, though, if they want to continue trying to get this push, let alone try to find the checkpoint. And with that Ant Matrix coming through, it's basically going to have to be the recall, or the retreat, rather, sounded for the side of SPG. Have to give him some space, but Iris still will find aid.
Huge kill for Dragons, and now Dragons will work on retaking the lead, I should say. As we expect a little bit more out of the Rampage. I believe it either whiffed or it got instantly Suzu, but I was looking at the health bars and nobody went purple, so I'm pretty sure it just completely whiffed.
Cyber dead. That's the go button.
That's what you want if you're SPG.
Looking for a little bit more, trying to get that pull there onto Gangnam.
Dragons might ult
happen. Well, they might. Annihilation still held. Another Bob coming through as well as a Kitsune Rush from Gangnam Jin. Bob will be the first to go through. It's not even going to be contesting the bot itself. It's just trying to cut them off from the backside. This, however, will eventually crumble under the pressure. Aid going to be taken down, so trade out. The blade pulled, but Aldo cut down the size. Gangnam Jin finds him before he can even fully unsheath the blade. Now Fleta. Annihilation not even rolling, just goes into Nemesis form, gets the punches across, finds some kills. Clean up on the Wu-Chen. Once again, it's going to be Shanghai pushing forward, looking to retake that lead.
And the payload was already pushing that entire way through as well. It was being snuck forward by Viper, so they don't even have to, reset the payload. It's in position to instantly gain the lead. They won't be able to cap the checkpoint here. They'll threaten it. They'll be one fight away, which is why Fleta holding onto Annihilation is really good, because now he can use it for the pivotal fight that actually matters. And there's no sound barrier from Kyunjae to try and counter it out.
Aid taken down
Suzu's already gone.
Very low. Rush going to be coming through, and it's going to be him eventually falling. Fleta yet again finding the kill. Annihilation now rolling through. They need to try to break him down. Rampage goes across, finds two, but the Suzu's there. Gangnam Jin cleansing off the ante, keeps the teammates nice and healthy. Although
watch the cap.
Fall, Viper finds the kill. The cap coming through, and yep, they grab the checkpoint. Now they have the forward spawns, and SPG find themselves on the opposite side of the spot. Clock does come in. Aid able to find one. Iris going to be taken down. Spots Viper into the back line. Knife will take out Hisu. So with 2 kills found, we can start moving this bot back across the opposite side of the map. But some extra picks would definitely make them breathe a little bit more easily. And as Viper goes down, it's exactly what they're looking for.
Aid bails out the team there. If it wasn't for aiding that pick with the overclock, things would be very difficult. You see SPG locked up into the side room in the middle there with a mega health pack. They can't escape. I mean, Dragons can hold them in there for a very long time. Hisu's free firing. They have the cap control. SPG are in a lot of trouble. As I mentioned, Aid will get the important kill. Dragons have to back up, but they get the cap. All you need is a cap, and that's a huge advantage.
Bot's still being contested just from the high ground here. Obviously, point of frustration for the side of SPG is they would love to get this even closer towards that checkpoint. TU takes a hell of a lot of damage. Wu-Chen as well under fire. The bot now turning the opposite way. Fleta continues to try to force this one, and although, I mean, he's just playing within the trees. I have no idea what the hell he's looking at. Either way, Hisu
two
comes up with 2. That's about the support's gone. Now Aid falls over. Flat on the ground, 2U dead as well. A team kill coming through the last few seconds. And once again, Dragon's going to be keeping the ball to the opposite side of the map.
You best believe anytime Dragons find major success in these kind of fights, in these kind of maps, in any series, they actually are able to win. You bet that the Heese is definitely least. Whatever hero he plays should be magic, and so far the Ashe looking good. Bob available here as well, so they can push the payload further and gain some decent meterage. Ultimate's online for SPG. At minimum, SPG have the big spin.
Blade into the back, gets ahead of that Matrix, clears out the immortality field. Hisu going to be taken down to a stray Storm Arrow headshot. Will be able to carve up Iris, but trade back still not too bad. In fact, it's even better. Hyunjae, the last man standing from the side of SPG, sent packing back through the hill, trying to find some support here from the rest of the team as they wait to respawn. In the bot, in the meantime, just continues getting pushed closer and closer.
Yeah.
This gap between the two squads getting smaller, so is the time bank.
And I respect that Viper just solo pushes. Flitter doesn't need to be there. He can go hunting for health packs. Dragons know that they can't win the next fight without their full members alive, so just sneak some extra meterage, push to 75, fight the next fight. You're now 40 meters ahead with 1 minute 30 remaining. That's a really good position. If Gangnam Jin can get out, he's
As if the Suzu was used, he had already burned it, just trying to escape. But Tuyu going to be able to come up with 2 eliminations, now making a third, takes out Hisu, but is that going to be good enough? Let's say the gap is getting larger and the time bank is getting smaller. Either way, you get my point. Bot going to be shifting across. This will take away the forward spawns, but only Viper going to be split away from the rest of the team.
He's a Tracer, so he'll be
very
okay.
quickly. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Flitter can literally contest from window because, you know, that's game design, and goes for Nemesis form, puts the arms up, slows down the game entirely. I mean, 8 even forced a Dragon Strike just to make him go away.
Yeah. Trying to get him the hell out of that window. Dynamite over the top, pulse bomb in. Viper this time just finding the stick. 8 going to be taken down now. Hyunjae as well eliminated. The healing considerably cut down, and it's again same position. They move the bot forward. They get close to pushing, but then they just get wiped out. Shanghai Dragons maintaining this advantage, and right now it's looking like map 5 is an inevitability.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to map 5 for sure. Dragons have such a strong lead here. 30 seconds remaining. Payload back in strong territory for the Dragons, which means SPG have to re-push all this distance again and do it in OT. 2U finally goes ram, and this is kind of what I'm saying as well. Eventually, you just have to accept that the Junker Queen in this matchup is the worst tank, even if 2U wants to play it. But it might just be too late now. Dragons nearly... Okay, he should lose his life there. I was going to say nearly another bomb.
One gone. So again, into the back line, just trying to clear out the immortality field, is able to do so. Gangnam Jin finding one, dash up, takes out Iris. The ults just getting banked. I mean, so close to having 4 available right now are the Shanghai Dragons. 8 just now respawning. Fleta still backpedaling.
Fleta wants something. He wants to try and find a kill here. The Dragons actually want to commit.
He's got it!
He's just walked up!
The beat's used, but Hyunjae, it seemingly doesn't shield up the tank. Doesn't get caught up in it. Now he's going to be taken down, and yeah, this map is not going to have an OT push. It's going to end right now. In fact, Shanghai Dragons, Fleta going huge, turns the tide of the fight, takes out 2U, and shuts down any hope of an OT push. So we are not done yet. Map 5 going to be coming through.
Fleta just donk walks into 2U, doesn't care, just walks up to him and solo kills him before the beat even gets dropped by Hyunjae. That secures it. I mean, I don't think SPG were going to win anyway, but if there was a chance, they needed to save 2U's life. They needed to drop that sound barrier. Didn't expect that Fleta was just going to walk up. And by the way, Dragons, I believe, were 4v5 at that exact moment in time, but they wanted to square up, man, because I get you throw bodies at the payload, you throw bodies at the fight, and if you get any kills, that's actually in the Dragons' favor. That's actually so bad for SPG. Even if SPG win the fight and beat the Dragons in that particular fight, they lose members. Those members have extended spawn timers. They spawn really far away, and it's a really rough position, and SPG haven't capped the point yet. There is still the cap and the delay that comes with the cap to come, and SPG has so much work to still do, way too much work to do for that map with the time remaining.
All right, still yet some hope for the side of Shanghai. SPG map pick in their favor. We'll see where they try to go. Can they get a control map that forces Fleta once again, and you know, all the Dragons, as you were pointing out, Avril, onto a composition that is not favorable for them? That is the question. That's what we will look to find out when we come back from the break. See who is going to be finally taking this series, moving forward, and staying in the upper side of the bracket. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and welcome back. We are in a map 5 scenario. That's right, no more 3 Overwatch today. Shanghai Dragons, with their pick of New Queen Street, have extended the series the distance, and now it is on Sinfrisa Gaming to see whether or not they can finish what they started. They kicked things off with a win on Control on Lijiang Tower. Now they have their pick of the litter to see if they can take down the Dragons.
Yeah, and then I'll reveal the map choice pretty soon. And look, I think for the Dragons, I mentioned this already on the last map at New Queen Street, but Hisu did some real work on the Ashe there. As I believe we get the Oasis. I don't think you agree with me here. Would have expected Antarctic Peninsula to come through from Simprisa. Given matchup there to really force Flitter onto something uncomfortable and the rest of Dragons to follow suit. But Oasis is honestly pretty good for Dragons. You'd think this was Dragons' map choice. Nope, it's Simprisa's map choice. They're going to choose to go somewhere where Flitter can comfortably go back on the Winston. Viper can play as Tracer, Hisu can play as Sombra or Hanzo. Gangnam Jin can play Brig here. And Dragons should have a pretty good look. And if you're wondering, like, okay, well, didn't Dragons just win with Flitter Ramatra on New Queen Street? Yes, but a lot of that was also the Hisu Ashe doing a ton of work. And I also still hold the belief that I don't favor the Junker Queen in that matchup at all. I think 2U should have gone Ramatra way earlier. And I would say that he agrees, given that he eventually went Ramatra in like the last 2 minutes left of the map. Way too late.
Alrighty, well, let's see if they can get this done, because I'm right there with you. This feels like they're doing the Dragons potentially a bit of a favor. Doing them a solid, but maybe they've got something up their sleeve, or they just feel hyper confident in their ability to win on this map. As, okay, right now, it's looking like it's just going to be the brawl here as we get ready to go out in the Garden.
And it's also a Dragons high roll, because they high rolled away from University out of the RNG of the 3 possible round choices, right? So, you know, it's of the 3 choices, this is a good one for the Dragons to start out on.
And
not if Viper dies, though.
Okay, instant headshot, and maybe back to the drawing board. As they will get revealed.
Oh my, that was a shot as well.
Yeah, good lord,
he's on something.
over. And he's lucky to get away with his life. Not much healing to be done here, so Kenjay gonna be nice and slow building towards that sound barrier. But yeah, free cap scooped up here by SPG.
Ada's on this Hanzo, giving me some, you know, real Jimmy versus Hanzo Spark vibes, where just sniping Traces, like Leave getting sniped by Jimmy, can't do it too much. This time it'll be Gangnam Jin doing the sniping.
Hyunjin taken out. Gangnam Jin with a great opening kill. Drops down to the low ground, looks for a little bit more. Now Wu Chen going to fall as well, so just trading back here onto the supports, although will wall himself off to try to stay alive because of the ice block as well. Looks like he finds some eliminations here quickly. It looks like it's going to go poorly for them. 2U also going to get dropped, and that'll be the flip coming through. 31% set up here for SPG. If they make any adjustments to the comp, or do they keep rolling with it? Looks like the adjustments are going to be coming through, and it's going to be the Junk Queen, and then, I mean, wholesale, only Hyunjae staying.
Yeah, and this time I like the Junk Queen because it's there to counter the Winston, right? This is going to put the pressure onto Flitter, and that's what you need if you are SPG. And also because you're leading 31-16 here in terms of map percentage, you have a little bit of time to lose in terms of rebuilding outfits, but there is an EMP online for Hisu. I was going to compliment Gangnam Jin's Kariko because he's playing this aggressive Kariko style we're seeing in NA as well. Teleport onto your Sombra, teleport onto your Tracer, and go for flanks.
Hyunjae instantly evaporates. Viper gets on top of him, finds that elimination. But I just nan it up, just snapping here to you. We're going to take him low, although we'll come in from the flank, however. Just take him down, so in the end it's going to be a fast returning support for the tank. Not a bad spot, but they need to be able to capitalize here and now. Anti out of 2U, he for good measure, they just absolutely destroy him. Viper again, coming up with that elimination, looks for a little bit more, forces the recall out of although. The rest of the team forced back off the point, although trying to stay alive, breaks contact, manages deny line of sight, so he cannot get punished for some additional stagger, but the Shanghai Dragons will maintain control now at 60%.
Not the sexiest EMP from Hisu, but it gets the job done, right? You get 2U down, that's the important member. You traded 2U for Flitter. Flitter dying there was a little bit of hubris. He just didn't respect the damage coming out of 2U and just overstayed instead of jumping away.
Stick out, Viper as well. Finding Wu Chen, just shutting down that Kiriko there after the rush comes through. 8 will find Hisu, so not without cost. Support for DPS, but the time, the percentage here is very much in the hands of the Shanghai Dragons. 84% now built up the Primal, still at the ready. A Nano on the way from Iris. Hyunjae still desperately trying to get this beat.
He won't need it this fight. Thankfully, Hyunjae has time. He'll need the beat for the next fight. Oh, okay, maybe now he does, because they're down one player.
Yep, that is bad. He's also going to be antied out. Goes low. Shout from 2U. Gives some HP over to everybody else. As we see.
Push your primal.
Aid popping the ult. Primal still not held. Fleta not really being focused fire too much. Wants to use it as he goes a little bit lower, and he does. Down barrier out. Shielding going to be expiring. Rampage still pocketed to you. Waiting for the opportunity. It's a knife pull, but Fleta's still just leaping around like a madman. Put some extra damage down. Now the nano going to be invested here from Iris, and Aid's going to be eliminated. Iris following
big kill.
up. Dumps the ult. Finds a kill. Hyunjae going to be taken out. Rampage finally going to be used, but it only gets Hisu, and he is going to be just fine. Gangnam Jin gets the cleanse, gets the kill, and that's going to be 131% coming in as Gangnam Jin fills the kill feed to round out Garden.
You know what? Credit to him. You know, I'll give him the bag this time around. Both Gangnam Jin and Eris ended up that entire round of Garden 0 deaths. Neither of the supports died. That's disgusting. And when you really think about it, supports are typically the targets of every single dive, every single engagement. The fact that Gangnam Jin and Eris never died, and Gangnam Jin was playing aggro as well. Man was going on heavy flanks, TPing onto Hisu and Viper, going for damage. He got the opening kill on the retake for Shanghai Dragons that got them back in the map. Hisu also saving the day to, again, EMP 2U, getting that kill to enable Fleta to come back from spawn, because Fleta dying to 2U there, not respecting the damage output of the Queen. Not what you want to see out of Fleta. Dragons, though, really brilliant first opening round on Oasis, and this is why Oasis might have been the wrong choice for SPG, but SPG have high rolled University. Well, they're going to have to play University eventually because they're down one map now.
Yeah. And I mean, Wuchen just, sent off the side of the map immediately. Gangnam Jin just draws that first blood. Takes him out. I mean, it's just a complete and utter wash. Shanghai Dragons, yeah, 8 seconds to go. Sure, whatever. They've got the first lockdown. That is a catastrophic opening volley from SPG.
2U has the choice to go on Junker Queen again. Maybe he's losing a bit of confidence there, because I think versus Fleta's Winston, it's still very valid. You'd have to change too many other plays, and this time they're behind, right? Last time they were at least ahead on point, so you lose less percentage points. This time you don't want to have, although Aid and the rest make big swaps just yet, as 2U's on nearly 50% Annihilation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wins out on the Hanzo battle. That's the first step of many. Fleta looks to hold the door, just pushing forward. He's going lower and lower. Iris trying to get that nano online, but 6% shy. Fleta going to fall, and that's going to be a further window of opportunity now. Just inched open a little bit more as Aid, okay, starts getting activated. Finds Viper, the flip coming in, 30%. And maybe we just see a very similar story to the previous round where it's 30% built up.
God.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, clean.
Well,
I feel like we saw this on
Hisu.
Shambali. I mean, Aid just, Isu challenges Aid, and Aid just, wrecks him with an arrow. That time was a bunch of different storm arrows. This time would just be the one clean shot to the head. But it's been working. Aid has secured Hisu twice in a row now, which has seriously slowed down Dragons. Even cost them a fight. You want to be nanoing Fleta here, but without a Gangnam Jin sound barrier, 2 gets to freely use an Annihilation that can't be counted.
It is built up neck and neck right now on these barrier builds. Let's see who can take the lead. Wuchen as well, just going to be trying to get that ult online, and although comes to the rescue, doming Viper right before Wuchen would have fallen. Mortality field does go out. He's still going to get cleaved down at the end of it all. But finding that kill is, it's trying to line up Gangnam Jin. Takes him low. Needs a little bit more. He's down to a sliver, but can't quite find him at the end. But okay, never mind. Actually does leap back over. Gets light outside of the point and will find that elimination. 2U claiming 2 before Viper's able to clean up the kill. Fleta dead. Viper recalled out of position. Okay, goes around the side of the map and will be able to exit to safety. But that is still going to be SPG now getting ready to move up past 70%. 4 ults still in their back pocket as we get into Battlefight territory.
And that's the important thing, right? It was a 1-for-2 ult trade, Fleta and Eris popping Primal, and kind of respectively to only the 1 ult of the Annihilation and nothing to counter Annihilation because no sound barrier. 2U just wins that fight. A does a ton of damage. Also wins the fight with 2U. And already final fight territory. About to be 90%. SPG in a commanding position to force us to a round 3.
They have the reveals on them. They get the freeze down on a Fleta. Beat for beat goes across, but the shielding absolutely disappears, and so too does Fleta. Taken down in the blink of an eye. A monstrous kill to have, and somebody's got to go for the touch. They will be able to do so. Gangnam Jin now trying to stay alive as Aid, the casual final shot, will be able to take him down. Yeah, this Hanzo is trying to put up his name there alongside Jimmy. Maybe not quite as impactful, but still a damn good performance, and very similar to Garden. 31% build up for SPG, 100 to the Dragons. This time 30% for the Dragons, 100 to SPG. We are going the distance. It's going to be city center to decide who is walking away victorious.
And I think, you know, it's not super surprising that Dragons lose University. That would be the one round I favor them to lose on.
Sure.
The City Center and Gardens are so much better for the dive. This is where the Winston will be strong again.
And it
So when we
feels
talk
like
about high roll and low rolling the different rounds, Dragons got a good start. SPG then got the map that they needed in this
it
round.
feels like SPG have decided to go for this map to essentially guarantee that good round, and then also guarantee that Fleta will be playing the Winston so they could try to ante him with this Junker Queen comp, but it just did not work the first time out.
However, I respect that they're now playing the Junker Queen comp to start out with here, so...
Sure.
Did they do that on Gardens as well? I think they... So, in any case, you do want to actually counter the Fleta Winston, and the Junker Queen comp is one way to do so. Abe going over towards the Sombra now is very interesting. I think the Hanzo works a treat, but this map is very open, so good for a Sombra.
Good initial damage. Hyunjae gets on top of Viper, finds that kill. Setting the stage now for the potential completion on this upset. Point unlocked. X comes in. Hisu spotted. Has to translocate out. The point is there. SPG now going to be ticking up. Trying to force the exit. Axe comes across, and there's the knife. Yep.
Disgusting.
All right. You finds him, goes rushing forward. Sleep dart from Iris will force him back. Finds some healing. Hyunjae going to be taken down. Good elimination there from Hisu, maintaining a lead over Aid.
And I remember now correctly, on Gardens, you actually start on the Ram, I believe. SPG did not start on the Junker Queen composition. So the big difference here is that because they start on the Junker Queen, they're not going to be behind an ultimate. Use farming up damage on the Flitter specifically. The only one that's matching on the Dragon side is Iris for the Nano, which is expected. So Nano's going to have to be huge here. It needs to be popped straight away.
Yeah, looking for another knife across on the gun engine. The axe goes down. Hisu going to fall.
No
Hyunjae comes in for the alley-oop, and yeah, just doesn't get out of there. Gangnam as well going to be taken out, and that's 42% now on the board for SPG. And have they even lost? I mean, I'm sure they have, but it feels like they haven't really even lost a player so far in this round.
I couldn't tell you because you know, it's 3 rounds deep, and we don't do separate stats for every single round. It's for the whole map. In any case, Dragons, they're down 60% of the hole at the moment. SPG still haven't spent, and they're 4 ultimates, nearly 5. And Hyunjae's the one lacking because he hasn't done any healing because his team hasn't taken enough damage.
Yeah. Okay, now on the hunt, EMP does go out, looks for Gangnam Jin. Hyunjae actually diving in alongside him, but they cannot get that elimination. Gangnam Jin now finds himself center point. EMP now in the hands of Hisu could be the thing that really turns the tide. Rushes out, however. Chen using that first. He does go out. Use as well. Iris doesn't have that anymore. The aid comes in, finds a hack, takes him down. Hisu, does he even try to use the EMP from here because the HP bars are falling so low? He's actually going to commit it. Primal as well, going to be coming through for Fleta, but they need to be able to win out the rest of the fight. Dash through. Fleta anti. He's going to bleed out. They're just going to be able to take him down. Aid finishes the top. And now, I don't know if anybody can touch. They can't. No, they do. Okay. A brief little moment there. They managed to tiptoe over onto the point. Viper getting that touch, but Hyunjae still holds onto the beat. There's still a pulse bomb, and 8 is building up towards another pulse, or towards another EMP. This is looking
Fleta on the Queen.
Although gets the pulse kill onto Viper somehow. Takes down the enemy Tracer, axe across, takes out Iris, and that should be it. 100-0 to finish this one out. The OT now bleeding away, and it's just about confirmed. Fleta joins back in. To you immediately greets him as well with some steel to the base. Gangnam Jin dead, and every single option that they have is just running dry, as is the overtime. They will close it out 100-0 from Simpressa in this final round to take down the Shanghai Dragons 3-2.
And I just, again, the call from Tuyu and the squad to immediately come out on the Junker Queen comp, knowing that Fleta most likely was going to play Winston there, and they just played it to perfection. Straight away, first fight, runs at them, gets all the kills. And, oh, fuck, dude, Shanghai, Hisu especially, man, he held on to that EMP for so long. We're questioning, okay, should he use it now because Shanghai Dragons look like they're losing? He should have used it way sooner to not even be in a position where Shanghai Dragons should have been losing that fight. Shanghai Dragons, I think the second fight on City Center was a really shocking one because that's the one where Simpressa still didn't have any ultimates yet. They had nothing to really use, and they just kind of out-fragged Shanghai Dragons. And this time, they didn't even have the aid Hanzo to really carry the way through by headshotting Viper the entire way through. This was Aid playing the Sombra, where he essentially dropped down his EMP to not a lot of good value, and it didn't matter to you in this matchup. Starting with the Junker Queen instead of late swapping onto it, far more effective.
Yeah, just big moves, and in the end, you know, we questioned the Oasis. It did look shaky at the beginning. They dropped that round pretty concisely to the hands of the Dragons, but clearly the game plan came to fruition in those last 2 rounds. University, City Center, nothing but clean play from Simprissa Gaming, and they find themselves with a victory, taking down Shanghai Dragons. And some people might say, this isn't an upset. Shanghai have been looking weak this season. Flood is playing tank, etc. This is still a contenders team that is not rated at the top of the standings, besting an Overwatch League team. And we set the stage for this at the beginning of this matchup, before we had even seen the map select, before we had seen any gameplay, that if Shanghai win this and it doesn't look clean, that's still going to be concerning for them, even more so in a loss.
And now the Shanghai Dragons joins San Francisco Shock, the LA Valiant, and Vegas Eternal as the 4 teams from the Overwatch League that have lost to contenders teams now. I thought maybe Dragons would eventually lose to somebody in this bracket, but not straight away versus Simprissa. Anyway, play of the match is going to go over towards Although. We actually had a bit of a debate here where I think all 3 of Aid, Although, and 2U were fairly eligible for this in neck and neck.
Yeah.
Everybody had amazing plays. Although on map 1 with the Mei was really nice, which is why we're seeing some of the highlights here. But even later on, you know, we see the Tracer gameplay coming through as well. Shambali was a lot of Although Mei that really carried, and Although had a great day.
That he did. And I think, you know, early days, you probably could have said, like, Wuchen, because his BAP was looking really good at that first map as well. Did get bullied around quite a bit later on. But, yeah, you and I, we were there for 2U. His performance here, especially with that Junker Queen just coming through, wrecking face, whether it was that or, you know, Ramatra or whatnot. Overall, a very solid day for him, just up in the front lines. But although is able to walk away with it at the end, because his mages continue to find regular impact. And every time we saw Viper trying to drift over towards that pick, it was just pure suffering. He just couldn't get anything done, although it was just constantly besting him.
I forgot about the Genji as well. To be fair, Genji, not amazing in this meta, and he had a couple of whiff blades. Not that blade is a very good ultimate at the moment. But to me, it was most about the Mei gameplay, and especially we saw in Shambali here. You do see somewhat of an Oasis here as well. But in a brawl versus brawl matchup where both teams are actually playing the Ram and one team has a Mei and the other doesn't, it is a huge difference. Like, not having a Mei just makes it so much more difficult to contest.
Yep, well, it looks like the interview is ready with Although, so we'll go ahead and hand over to Unknown once again for the translations.
Congratulations on the win. This was an amazing victory. How do you feel, Although?
근데 저희가 연습에서도 리그 팀들을 이겼어가지고.
Well, I mean, we've been winning against Overwatch League teams in scrims, so it's no biggie. So it's a regular day at the office then.
경기가 좀 굉장히 길었는데 중간에 약간 좀 위기도 있었거든요. 개인적으로 좀 가장 좀 아쉬웠던 세트.
Today's match was a bit long, and you had some scary points. And during the match, which point were you kind of like worried you the most?
연습을 많이 했었는데 보여주는 것들이 많이 없어가지고 되게 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
Well, I think there were some points in the match that were prepared, that we pre-prepared for the match, and then it didn't kind of came into fruition. So that kind of concerned me, but apart from that, it was a generally okay match.
정커 퀸을 하면서 약간 흔들렸다가 마지막에 약간 또 솔저 버리고 이러면서 극복을 했는데 거기서 좀 누구의 아이디어가 좀 돋보였나요?
So I mean, in Oasis, you kind of had Soldier, and then you kind of swapped around comps. Like, whose idea was it around the comp swaps?
솔저를 들고 갔었는데 안 돼가지고 다 같이 동시에 나온 것 같아요.
I mean, I think we did. The Soldier was a prepared pick, but after it didn't work out really well, and then the entire team was calling it out, and then we just decided to move away from it. So it was a team call. So I mean, those were the calls that were important in making your victory after a 5-map win. And so you're meeting the Dallas Fuel tomorrow. How do you feel about that match?
상하이보다 쉽게 이길 것 같아서.
I think actually we can beat Dallas easier than we did for Shanghai Dragons today.
그러면 그룹 B에서 좀 견제하는 팀이 있나요?
So do you have any team that you're aware, kind of not scared, but kind of cautious for Group B? I mean, I think in general contenders teams are more of a threat than Overwatch League teams in Group B. And well, I mean, if that's the case, I think you guys can make it to MSM then. I mean, I definitely think we can.
어마어마합니다. 알겠습니다. 야, 열도우 선수 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드리고 많은 팬분들이
Congrats for your win today again, although, and there's a lot of fans supporting you, and do you have any words, I mean, last words before you close the show to your fans?
한마디 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
아무래도 저희가 컨텐츠 팀이어서 뭔가 리그 팀보다 못할 거라고 생각하시는 분들이 되게 많은 것 같은데.
Well, I mean, I don't think a lot of fans expected today's win because we're a Kindred's team and we're going against Overwatch League teams. However, but we will, like today, we'll definitely do our best to win and keep on supporting us. And back to you.
오늘 앞에 그 포커페이스였나요? 포커페이스.
Oh, thank you very much, Unknown, for the translation. And boy, what a result. Impressive Gaming coming out swinging as well in the interview, let alone the match, which they're able to take 3-2, saying, we think we can take down Fuel even more easily compared to what we did to the Dragons. So then some fighting words, but hey, it's better to have some confidence. And obviously, as per always, talk your trash up front, not after you already win. That's the coward's way of doing it. You always have to say it up front and you have to own it. Anyone that says otherwise is a coward themselves. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, though. This is going to be Group A, as we did see Poker Face taking down Dreamers earlier. They're going to play against Guangzhou Charge. Godspeed to all of you gentlemen, because Guangzhou obviously looking nasty. But hey, if they could pull that off, what a story it would be. And then we've got Dynasty versus Spark as well.
I'm slowly getting contenders pilled here a little bit because I'm like, dude, if SPG did that to Dragons, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for all the Overwatch League teams, but I have to remind myself, calm down a little bit. Guangzhou Charge is the #1 seed here from the Overwatch League East for a reason, so it should be a really good match. Poker Face is one of the top teams coming through from contenders in the top 3 for sure. They've never even faced O2, so we don't even know if how they fared at O2. Are they as good as O2? Could they be better? Are they much worse? We don't know. So we know that they had a great match versus Dreamers and beat them. Charge will have a great match versus them. On the other side, G3 Achilleos. Ooh, O2 versus Infernal.
I mean, you're talking about being concerned for some of the Overwatch League teams versus contender squads. This is the one that would have a lot more legitimacy to it. I'd say prior to even, seeing today's matches, because O2, a very known team, very known organization. We know what kind of players they're able to turn out and the results that they get. They get to go up against Soul Infernal, our #2 seed, right at the our third match tomorrow. That is an absolute must-watch.
Yeah, I think so. That's going to be like the game of the day for sure, game of the week, given that we've only got 2 match days for this particular week, and the rest of the knockouts will continue the week afterwards. So we have 2 of the top contenders teams playing the 2 top Overwatch League teams in the East in Guangzhou and Infernal. SPG versus Fuel. Now that the trash talk is out there, I'm like a lot more excited for this game as well because, although he's pretty confident going into Dallas Fuel, and they did really well versus Shanghai, and Shanghai have had ups and downs, a lot more downs than ups to be fair. Dallas has got to be careful. I've said plenty going into this knockouts that both Shanghai and Dallas should be concerned about the contenders teams. And now that Shanghai has already fallen, Dallas, they got to be careful not to be the next team to fall.
Yeah, I mean, Fuel have been able to, get a couple of wins under their belt already, so a little bit more breathing room for them, but SPG clearly very much out for their blood, so we'll see how they do fare with that final matchup tomorrow, because again, it's going to be another stacked 4-match day of APAC action here with the contender teams in the mix, and I think this has been a very nice breath of fresh air. We've getting to see some new faces as well as some old faces, Marvel in particular picking up that player of the match after absolutely pounding, so some exciting stuff, and I can't wait to see the continuation of this and whether or not we're going to see even more upsets.
Yeah, I mean, Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty, to touch up on that final match there as well. You definitely favor Hangzhou Spark, but Seoul Dynasty actually came out pretty strong today. They beat Rhodes, and Sunjun, the new rookie to kind of take Prophet's mantle, the GOAT Prophet, had a pretty stellar showing for his debut, and he even got player of the match. So there you go. Sure. I think Prophet's legacy should be safe, at least for the time being, as Prophet hasn't retired. He's still on the roster, just taking a little bit of a mental break for now as Seoul Dynasty try and fight their way through Bracket A to maybe make the MSM.
I mean, hey, maybe if they do, they're right on the cusp. They're ready to make MSM, and then Prophet will swoop in like Batman, and he will rescue them and then save the day and get them across that line. You never know. That could very well be the case. So we'll have to just wait and see when he does make his return. But hopefully in the meantime, he is getting some much needed rest, because every now and then the GOATs, they need some time off. So he's earned it, I think. But I think that's going to do it for us here today. Obviously, same place, same time tomorrow for 4 more matches and potentially some more upsets. Plenty of gameplay that you do not want to miss as I stutter over my words. But we will see you guys then. And until then, have a good night and watch NA or whatever.